And good morning. The weather outside is frightful, yes, but the fire is so delightful. And since we have no place to go, let us trade, let us trade, let us trade. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and everyone else. I'd like to welcome you here to the biggest and most watched live futures broadcast worldwide. We call it Topstep TV, yes. This is opening call. He's Peanut Butter, and I'm Jelly. So, have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today and throughout the week. Today is Friday. Oh, yeah. We'll be trading your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. So, get yourself ready for some top notch, up to date market trading know how. Got your game plan ready?
Yep.
Checklist?
Check.
Journal prepped?
Check.
Pencil sharpened?
Check.
Ink in the pen?
Check.
Favorite color crayon?
I've got the 64 box with the
You pick a
sharpener
nice
on
color. There you go. I'd like to say good morning to that handsome fellow next to me. Peanut Butter. What's going on, Peanut Butter?
it. Good morning, Jelly. How are you? My question is, am I crunchy or creamy
Smooth.
peanut butter?
Looking at you, I would say crunchy, sort of rugged. Where you got
There you go.
Nothing easy going down. It's Hoag. So yeah, it is Friday. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. So how you doing, old boy, old buddy, old pal?
I'm good. I'm just looking out the window. It looks like there's a snow globe outside. We've already snowblowed once. My
Did you?
wife and son are working from home today, so he's already had the snowblower out once. So we're trying to keep ahead of it. I don't think it's going to be that bad. What's 6-7 inches of snow? It's pretty. The dog's not real happy about it, but we're happy about it being Friday. I think it is the opening call Friday, July the 12th. Always focusing on context, risk management, and patience. We're not predicting. Just look for those opportunities that offer smaller risk for bigger rewards. Hopefully, we'll all have a good trading day today. I'm looking forward to it. Got a lot of good stuff coming for you today.
A lot of good stuff. We just want to be fortune tellers, but that's far and few. But anyway, news today. U.S. stock futures hovered around both sides of the flat line today, with investors looking ahead to the crush of the result of the major Wall Street banks. That's typically a sign of the start of the quarterly earnings. We did see Dow gain about 51, S&P unchanged, and NASDAQ slipped by about 0.2%. Bitcoin making another news flash. The ETF volume exceeded 4 billion in its first trading day. So tracking the price of Bitcoin surged yesterday, signaling a strong demand for the product after they were approved by U.S. securities and mothers across the nation. How about this one, Johnny? Because the snow airlines here in the United States, if you plan on traveling today, call ahead because they're canceling more than 1,200 flights today, and they're expecting that number to go up much higher. That's after this massive snowstorm knocked out power and affected businesses in 12 states. So a total of 1,243 flights were canceled, 514 flights delayed, and that was at about a couple hours ago. So
yeah, I
call
think it's
ahead.
going to get a little bit. I think it's going to get a little bit worse than that. From what I just saw on TV, O'Hare is closed. Not just the snow. It's very windy, very windy. So
That's
there's going to
right.
be a lot of canceled flights, and that's going to disrupt probably pretty much the whole country. As O'Hare is a big hub. So I don't know. We'll have to see
Right.
how this plays out. It's probably going to take a couple of days to even out.
Right. I know Michelle came in here. She said, "Hey, shit's flying all over the place. Tell everybody to be careful." So I'm warning you, be careful if you're in the Chicago area. Johnny,
Yes, for sure.
I'm gonna pass.
Yep.
I'm gonna pass the microphone to you, my friend, and see what you've got for us here.
All right. Well, the PPI numbers came out this morning, and they actually came out, all of them slightly lower than expected. Month over month, December the November was flat at 0. It came out actually negative 0.1%. The year over year overall was 0.9. And that's the only one that really came out higher than the past one, but lower than expected. They were looking for 1.3% higher. It came out 1% higher. Now that's the year over year. The core month over month for December came out at flat 0. Now it remains 0 from the November release. They were looking for an increase of 0.2%, but it just remained where it was. The core year over year was 2% in November. It's 1.8% in December. They were looking for 1.9. That also came out lower than expected and lower than the last release. To me, that says there's a little confliction, I would say, in the information we got yesterday from CPI, which was slightly inflationary, to the PPI, which may be a continued slowing of inflation, which I know we're all looking forward to. At 9 o'clock today, we have Neil Kashkari speaks. That is one of the talking feds, and I think he has my favorite name of a talking fed, Neil Cash and Carry. So
you got
at 11
cash, you
o'clock.
can carry.
Yes, right. At 11 o'clock, the WASD numbers come out. The World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates come out. If you are trading grains, look out. That can be a very volatile release for you. And at 12 o'clock, the Baker Hughes rig count comes out, and that's going to wind up our economic numbers. But with the beginning of earnings, we're looking at United Health, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Bank of New York Mellon, and Delta Airlines, all beating on revenues and earnings per share. The only miss was the earnings per share. Maybe it was the revenue miss from Bank of America. So if you're looking at this little capsule of earnings, looks like it might be a pretty positive earnings season if you were just looking at these. The VIX, I didn't write those down here just yet. So the VIX is coming up here. It's a little bit higher, 1.37%, 12.61. Just not really going to be all that impactful. The yield on the 10-year, last I checked here, 3.957%. That's back down below that 4% level. For our equities, which are continuing to try and push to the upside. And the US dollar was higher this morning before the 7:30 numbers came out, came back down to basically settlement and is trying to resolve higher again. Right now, up 0.07% at 102.35. And that is going to be about it for the economic numbers, earnings, and those early numbers this morning. Eddie, what else you got for us?
Well, thank you, Jonathan of Hoagland. Oil jumping after strikes on Yemen. Oil prices soared today as U.S.-led forces launched airstrikes against an Iran-backed group in Yemen, increasing concerns over disruptions in the Middle East. We did see crude trading 3.2% higher, 74.35 a barrel, and Brent climbed 3.1% at 79.77. U.S. and Britain carried out some strikes in retaliation for attacks by the Iran-backed group on shipping in the Red Sea starting from late last year. And this is in the Gulf of Oman. So I don't know. If you're trading crude, I would be very cautious today. John, we're talking about the airports and flights and so forth. There was another scary moment involving a commercial jet. This time, a single passenger is being blamed after a man boarded an Air Canada jet at Toronto's Pearson Airport. Check this out. He proceeded to open the cabin door at the opposite end of the plane, and he fell into the tarmac.
Ouch.
He did. Yes. So the unidentified passenger suffered minor injuries.
You take drugs, Danny? Every day. Good.
Okay. But hey, mega lottery today. Something on the bright side for you dreamers out there. It's very close to about 200 million. I think about 187 million. So get your ticket if you can get your butt out of the house.
Yeah, right.
And of course, Hey, you never know. It's good to dream. You know what? Come to talk about it is we went out to visit the mother-in-law. She wanted some food at the corner place over here, Stella's, and we got some food, and they got the slot machines. So they're making the food, and me and the wife, we took $20 each. We're playing, and boom, I hit $420 winner. I don't know.
Nice.
420 is they're going to put that on my tombstone. Eddie 420. So, but yeah, had walked out of there, paid for dinner, and a pocket
My
full of
suggestion
cash.
for you, Eddie,
Yes, sir.
is every April 20th, just stay home.
Stay home or do something positive. Maybe try to save the world. Put on a
There you
cape and do
go.
the best I can. But tip of the week, James. Good morning, James. How are you, partner? You got our tip of the week, and yes, journal, journal, journal. We talked so much about this. I really hope it's soaking in. Um, that's really all I can say. I know we're going to be reminding you throughout the day. So I'm going to stop right there, John.
All right. Well, the journal is of course very important. That emotional journal is something that was given to me by a trading psychologist I worked with years back. And today on group coaching, I'm going to tell the story again about,
I,
about how it came to me, how I fought it, and how when I finally started to do it, it became more and more apparent how important it was going to be to me to be able to maintain an account and to be profitable. I mean, the journal is extremely important and can do only one thing, and that is help speed your learning curve, not only about trading but about yourself. And so much about
yeah,
trading is knowing yourself.
you got it. I thought you said you were going to, it was passed on to you by a wise man who lived on a
Yes,
mountain. It
yes,
was,
yeah.
all right. We're running a little late here, so we're going to turn up the speed. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants here? Let's take a look at our charts and let's start with the ES.
All right, the daily in the S&Ps. We saw some pretty decent volume yesterday, but I don't think it was all that tremendous. I think it was about 3.9 billion on the New York Stock Exchange, and open interest I'm viewing after a day like yesterday is relatively inert. The estimated change in open interest was a drop of 4,500 contracts. Price remains range bound in about a 4-week range here. So, while the upside continuation, the upside structure remains, we'll be kind of keeping that in mind. Again, we're not trying to predict anything. We're just trying to look for opportunities that offer smaller risk and bigger rewards in anything that we do today. This was a very indecisive bar yesterday. I mean, it opened and closed at relatively the same level. We looked higher, we looked lower. There was no real decision made around weekly kickoff high or after the CPI. Of course, that's going to be a volatile period of time. And we kind of tried to get to those all-time highs. We failed to do so. We broke. We got to some levels down here that many people are deeming as important, and then the market just kind of recovered. We're inside extended trading hour range today. The major information that is due out today is already out as far as these products are concerned. Take a look now at the 30-minute chart. We'll see what we looked at yesterday and what we're looking at as far as some points of contact, as far as some possible trend lines that we've got put on here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, really 4 points of contact along the highs here. We've got 1, 2, really just, 3 points of contact, 1, 2, 3 points of contact on this. So we're really just kind of an upward channel here. This trend line comes off the all-time high, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. We'd reached that trend line yesterday before the open. We failed to get to it yesterday. We pulled all the way back, and we've set 3 points of control to the downside. So where are we? We don't really have any overnight inventory. The earnings kind of created a bit of a yawn. We've got the equities really close to the settlement price here. I mean, we're looking at the Dow, which is 0.13% lower. The Nasdaq is basically flat, and the S&P is basically flat. No real overnight inventory. No runs, no hits, no errors. Looking at where we are as far as yesterday's range is concerned, we're in range. We've got an inside day, not only the extended trading hour range, but the entire regular trading hour range yesterday. We're at an important inflection level. I mean, there's been a lot of play with it. There's been some opportunities through it, back to it, back to it, back to it. It's kind of losing some of its luster, if you ask me. But, there's nothing that says that with all this information, the way the market treated yesterday, that we can't continue this upside movement. The 4-week range, of course, where we're kind of looking at those all-time highs. We're looking at this trend line for potential breakout above that. A lot of breakouts fail. Just remember that. And, it looks like we're kind of leaking higher, but we're still in range and in value, which suggests to me to try and stay patient. I'm taking the opening range trade today. We'll see how that plays out. For the last month, it overall has been profitable. So we're going to continue to try and do that. But no real decision making occurred yesterday during that CPI number. So nothing has really changed. The opportunities to the upside are probably high risk because everybody's always going to be looking for that pullback or some sort of a correction to the downside. But until it proves to be right, we have to continue to try and trade what we see. And what I'm seeing is, more possible continuation to the upside. Overnight high, overnight low, kind of vital. Early levels. Last week's high, or excuse me, yesterday's high, yesterday's low. Also kind of vital levels. We got last week's high right here, 28.28. The market looked above it. We opened yesterday, looked above it, and then broke hard off of it. But this is just all part of the function of the market. The market does not, as Rips was saying yesterday, does not go in straight lines. It wiggles around, and yesterday was a pretty good wiggle. The profile yesterday, normal variation day, excess on both ends. All-time highs remain weak. They're exacting. There's the TPOs. There's weak highs on two overnight sessions and the daily session. The all-time high is during the overnight session. We know markets don't like to leave it like that. We'll have to see how this plays out. Moving quickly onto the NASDAQ now. I know we're a little bit short on time here. So relatively, a similar situation. Volume, of course, was higher. We added 3,800 in open interest. The NASDAQ has, I think, been kind of presenting a little bit higher. Let me take this off of here. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. So, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in balance, extended the balance to the downside here. Really nice opportunity off this low here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. These markets are always I should never be surprised because they're extremely resilient when there's no bad news. And sometimes even if there is, all they do is they get the short time frame traders short and then they squeeze them. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Here we go. Let's scale this so we can see. So yesterday, again, the market opened, took a look above weekly kickoff high, 17,022. Last week's high, 17,038 and a quarter, and then just fell apart, finally recovering, and we're kind of closing right back at settlement. Where is it now? It's right back at settlement. Again, we don't have any overnight inventory with which to look for early opportunities, and opening in range and in value indicates to me that the market is kind of opening in an area that there's no real change in the perception of value. Now that can change at any moment. We say all the time here, ACH, anything can happen. So the overnight high, which we're taking out as we speak here, just prior to the open, overnight low, interesting levels. The regular trading hour session high and low, also interesting levels. We've got the point of control from yesterday all the way up here at 1708, and then we check this point of control. I'll take that off the chart here when we're done here. But our all-time highs. We still got some space up there. There is a naked point of control up there. There are visual targets above in both of these markets. So if we can't break this thing, we got to follow the longer time frame trend, which is really to the upside. Take a look at crude oil, which is largely still in range bound. We've got the weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. Last week's high, we've kind of failed a breakout above that last week's high. With everything that's going on in the Middle East. And please remember, ladies and gentlemen, always say a prayer for peace every time you think about it. Every day, every time you get a chance, say a prayer for peace. But the crude oil is really kind of overall remaining range bound in a little bit more medium time frame, breaking possibly out of a shorter time frame balance, but so far showing signs of rejection of that. So the market crude oil is also entering rollover now. So the rollover has a tendency to keep the market relatively range bound. We probably see some traps on some breakout type trades. The longer time frame is interested in getting a cheap rollover more than they're interested in becoming directional. And of course, that can change with any kind of news or fundamental information. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we finally filled this previous gap. Yesterday, we looked above it and failed. This morning, we opened with a gap. We had some overnight inventory to the long side, which right around 5:30, they decided, okay, you know what? We're not comfortable with this anymore. Let's get out. They've taken price. It looks like they've closed the gap after the open. This gap close can be supportive. But as D always says, what are we looking at? Are we looking at value acceptance from yesterday, which could bring price back down to the low of value down here, approximately around 72.31 on this platform? Or are we going to reject value from yesterday, turn around and head higher? All very important questions. We've yet to test this point of control in regular trading hours. There's another naked point of control above that in regular trading hours. And then above that, we've got the weekly kickoff high. So there are some visual targets above price for us to go and seek out. Take a look at gold now, which is, by the way, also beginning the rollover period. We've got about a quarter of the volume in the April contract that we have in the February contract. So that's really going to start to begin to roll over into the next month. Actually, it's 2 months ahead. There's a couple of, they call them bastard months, that don't really get traded that much, and the April contract will be the new front month when the volume takes it over. We will let you know when that happens. So the daily, we had a good decent move and some acceptance possible from volume below weekly kickoff low. However, when we look at the open interest, we lost 7,800 in open interest on this push to the downside. Now it is at the beginning of rollover, but I'm looking at that as not new sellers. I'm looking at that as long liquidation yesterday, and long liquidation takes selling power away from the market. The market opens the daily back above weekly kickoff high. And this morning I was looking to take the opening range trade and I got distracted. And 2 minutes later, the opening range trade was gone, and it has, it is continuing to pay. So you got to be aware. You've got to pay attention. And so, we're showing rejection of weekly kickoff low now. The rotation would be to the high end of the area of balance. 1, 2, 3. Could we actually get all the way up to 2088.10? Maybe not today, but it's, as long as we stay range bound, the rotation would be back to the upside. The 30-minute chart, we have overnight inventory to the long side that are continuing to get paid. Here's where the market opened last night, 1700. That's 5 p.m. Central. The market has been accelerating to the upside ever since. basically right again when the market came in and opened back above that weekly kickoff low. Pretty decent opportunity to the upside. So
Yes.
don't fight this. Look for some sort of structure with which to look for trades in the opposite direction if that is your choice. The
Yes.
there was a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday, and if we're going to go fill those single prints, we're going to have to get back below weekly kickoff low, which we're kind of seeing is a low probability. But just so you know that those single prints are from 2028 even down to 2024 half. And as things are right now, I don't want to sell this market. The opening range is the low of the session. We're seeing some pretty good one-time framing activity from long before the open. So just, be careful if you're looking for opposite moves. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Let's have a good Friday, and let's get down to business. Eddie,
You got it.
you ready?
Hey, Johnny, here at TopstepTV, we got the only biggest and best names in trading and the traders that only matter on our show here. We're worldwide, so you're not going to find any other stream or prop firm. And today, just going over our all-star list, we got RIPS. And if you were with us here, our previous episode yesterday, RIPS ended the day, I think, up a little over 10,000 on the day. We've got Hoagland Brett coming up here. We've got Ben going to join us for power players, Sarah and Brooke. Thelma and Louise is going to join Jack here with Top Quiz, Hogan JD for group coaching, and Anne-Marie back to the futures. And of course, we're going to end that power hour with Corbs. We'll have Corbs, Hogue, Andre, and Jack. So we're going to be right back here. Take a few timeouts and get yourself another nice warm drink on this snowy day. We'll be right back with Fast Market. Fast Markets. I told you we'd be back. Well, I'd like to say good morning Rips. Wow, it is deja vu.
Good morning to you, Eddie.
I tell you, back to back with Rips. And if you were our bell-to-bell players yesterday, we ended our show with Rips, and we're starting our show with Rips. Good morning, sir, and how are you today?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Thank you for the nice introduction here. Markets are rallying here. We're getting pretty crazy here into the open. I streamed live on YouTube just before I came on here, and we made a couple of great string of trades here. We hit that print trade. We're up $4,000 on the day, so we're going to do our best to not give that back here on Fast Markets this morning. So
well, let's get our ponies in the gates.
Yeah.
Okay, get ready for the opening bell. Oh, we got it in time.
Keep that in your pocket, buddy. 4 Gs, 10 Gs, 14
That's
Gs.
Sweet.
Yes.
Markets are open here, folks.
We are open, and they are off. Here they come spinning out of the turn.
So I'm just watching this around 17,000. We tagged our level to the top side here, 17,013 and a quarter. I do want to see if we can actually auction above that. We did take out this overhead supply that we had kind of resting betwixt basically 974 all the way up to 17,013. Some overhead supply there. So we want to see if we base out here, catch some bids here around 995 in the NQ. That's what I'm looking for this to base out. Might take a scalp here to the long side. So my long hat is out right now, especially with the S&Ps auctioning above 4830 here. So that's what I'm looking for off the open here.
Well,
I'm gonna
what
switch
level
over to my
again?
Ninja Trader
Mine.
screen.
You say 13
There you
quarters.
go.
Rips is coming out hot right now. 13
Yeah, he
quarters.
was. I mean, my goodness.
13 quarters,
I
that's
love
where
it.
we kind of auctioned to. That was where we had some overhead supply, so we're looking for that to hold on here. Looking to see if
It
we can
just
find a
touched the
long
fourth-
here, as long as these 17,000s are holding strong. We have room all the way up to 37 3/4 to the top side, so we're just looking to see if we can hold these 17,000s right now. Again, S&Ps are looking very, very strong. That PPI print this morning was super clean and very advantageous for the Fed, in my opinion, so we'll have to see how that affects the markets today.
Agreed.
Love it. Love it.
Let's
So
get
I'm
out.
working the opening range trade here. If we trade 31, I'm long 2. There we go. We're in.
There you go. All right.
Good luck to you there.
Thank you.
Looking for
I
these
have long-
17,000 still to hold. I could run a pretty tight stop on this, but I'm trying to wait for this initial balance to kind of settle in here. We have a lot of orders that are hitting the market here on a Friday. We do have a lot of folks that are doing positioning trading today, since we don't have a big day of trade on Monday. Even though futures markets are going to be open, we're still going to have, most folks are going to be taking that long weekend for MLK.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, we will
right.
be here.
I was going to ask
Topstep
you,
will
are you going to be
here.
trading rips?
It depends. Generally on lower liquidity, lower volume days, I like to keep it locked up. I don't like to be really trading those markets generally. So probably will be taking a breather that day, but we'll see. We'll see. Depends. I'm going to take a look on Sunday's Globex session and see how that fares.
Nice.
Real
So we
quick.
have,
Happy birthday.
Go
on
ahead, go
Topstep
ahead.
TV, we are going to be live from 8 to 11 on Monday because of the early closure, so we will be around.
Thank you,
We will
Jack.
be around.
Around. Happy birthday, Ben.
Hanging around.
Around.
So looking for this this flush here. 17,000s are flushing. I still haven't taken a trade here. I'm just waiting for this to kind of find its way, see what the orders are saying. Nice big flush here in the market so far. The retracement that I'm looking for is something down to 960s or so. If we get that retracement coming in hot, it could be a pretty nice opportunity for a long here. So we're seeing if bids kind of base out above this 60 level. VWAP, of course, down there at 945. I have an 8:30 a.m. VWAP as well that I reset at 8:30 in the morning Eastern time. That one's resting betwixt 72 and 75 right now in the NQ. So I'm watching to see if we have any kind of bidders showing up. We're kind of divining the opening range here, and we just want to be watching where this volume is being taken place. If bidders are stepping up, I'm interested. We're going to continue to flush down. I want to keep my brakes on here.
Mm-hmm.
Tap that break.
Yeah,
You got that right.
NASDAQ did look just 1 point below the opening range and seems to be finding bidders there now.
Right.
The
Yeah, I'm
S&P,
looking
the
at
opening range remains the low, but we're still in it.
Yeah, looking at the Mag 7 here, not a lot of volume conducted here down on these lows around these 80s. So if this is firming up here, I'm looking for a long. Watching here around 90s, seeing if we're taking out these 90s. I'm going to take a long here. I'm going to do a little long, try a long here, copied across 3 combine accounts, 150K accounts. I want to see if we can take out this 93.5 to the top side here. We do have sort of a point of control up above that 93 that's kind of resting at 17,000 even. So I do want to see if we can actually hold on to that. Just trading one lot here, kind of a feeler to get things on focus here. If we are holding above the 80s and we are still holding the strong, we auction above 93, would look to add in a second lot here for that push up above 17,000 again. Right now, we are seeing some shorts capping this off at 93s for the time being, so we just want to keep our eyes peeled here for this.
There you go.
On the dome and the S&Ps, we're seeing a lot more liquidity above the market than below the market. There's 645 offered at 48.33.
So we're very close to my stop here. My stop's down at 77. See if we get stopped out here, 77.25. We're still holding those 80s, but we could have a dash down right below those 80s, and that could take us out. We're just trying to see if we can base out here and find strength at the 80s for this to auction higher up to the 17,000s here.
Sort of going your way here. Let's get away from those 70s here.
I want to see a takeout at 93.5 here. That's what I'm looking for. Watching for a takeout of 93. Right now, we're just kind of chopping in this range. Some bidders are stepping in. That is what I like to see. Watching here at 93 now. Watching for this 93 takeout.
Michael, you got a position on.
I have had a position on, and I'm
What are you
out of the
working with, MP?
position right now. I was I was long on the pullback, but then it got me on the quick pullback. What was it? 76s. Stop. I gotta
We're still
find
watching
better
for this
entries.
93 takeout here. Big pullback in Apple. That's not what I want to see. But we do have, again, we have bidders showing up above 80, which is still strong for these markets. You can see we had a small little flushacito there, and they picked it up at the 85s and 87s, but we're still having trouble auctioning above those 93s for now.
70. So you get tilt is, I don't know, 70% long. NASDAQ only 58% long. You got a little bit of a bias with all the open positions here at Topstep.
Yeah, it's still struggling under those 93s for now. Not seeing a big amount of liquidity pushing that up just yet. But if we crest above those 93s, it should be a straight shot above 17,000 here. So watching this burst up through 93, can we get this hold above 93? That is the question. We're at the tippy top of this volume shelf here. Nice resolution. We're looking for this 17,000 to get tagged here to the top side.
Yeah. I like that. The tippy top. That is a new industry term.
Put it in the glossary.
Exactly right. So we are pushing up towards 17,000. There's that 17,000 pull there, going up towards 17,000. Some front runners up at 17,000 here, watching if we're going to pull up above that. I'm going to move my stop just above break even in case we get a flush down before we crest through that 17,000. And I got stopped out there for a very small profit on that one. So that's going to put me up on the day.
Nice.
An extra $10 there. And there, it got me on the takeout right as we moved our stop. And now we get that push right up through 17,000. So we just ran our stop just ever so slightly too tight on that one there.
Well, you got yourself lunch.
That's usually my experience.
I got 90s.
Trailing stop.
I got 90s and 04s. And John, you always talk about your trailing stop. Wait, if you're gonna trail or if you're gonna bring it up to break even, wait for the move to get.
I always move it way too quick.
Let's watch.
Watching for these 13 takeouts now to the top side here. 13 and a quarter. We're looking for this to get taken out. We are looking pretty strong up here. I do want to see a small slight pullback and then see some bids shape up if we are still going to take this to the long side here. There's a small flush back towards 17,000. Looking to see if this is rejecting it all here. Watching here.
Right, coming up in about 20 minutes here. We do have FOMC top of the hour. Cash Carry going to be speaking, so we'll keep an eye open there.
I took them both off. Son of a bitch. Sorry about that.
Johnny? Are you long?
I wanted to get out of one of them and let one run, and I didn't change my my clip size, so now I'm flat.
All right, we are pushing back up. I'm going to take that long again for the break of 13 and a quarter here. Looking for this to push up all the way up to 37. We do have some liquidity up here at 15, 16, and 17. See if they're taking this out or not. I would want to get aggressive if we're going to hold above these 13s because that's a clear rejection here of this overhead supply. So we're watching to see if we can interact up above into the 20s here on the NAS.
Buyer's pretty strong here, I tell you. Is that what you're watching, Rip? You're just sort of following here with volume and direction here?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to see how heavy there are on the offer side. I want to see how heavy it is if they're capping off offers here to the top side. 13 and a quarter is this point of contention, so we want to see if they're coming heavy on the offers. If they are, then I want to have my caution flag out, probably move my stop a little bit tighter. But if they're letting it go and we're going to rip through that, then potentially we'll want to be buying on that rip there.
There you go. Yeah.
So not as much volume coming in as what I'd like to see, but that can change really quickly as we squeeze above these 13s here. So watching here, if we can get auctioned above these 15s, careening into the 20s, and potentially get this takeout up into the 30s here. Apple is lagging just a touch here. Google is bouncing up, which is what I like to see. So we are pushing up. We're just not doing it with violence yet. I do want to see a violent push up towards the north side here. Watching here across the board. S&Ps are looking very, very strong, holding above 34 for now.
That's where I get into my runner long again. So
nice.
Not good trade location, but back in it, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the amount of buyers that I would be confident in taking a larger position on this one, just because they're up at the 13s and there are some sellers up there. So I just want to keep my caution flag out a little bit. If we can base out here towards 17,000 without flushing, I do potentially want to look on adding in a second lot here. I'm adding in a second lot as we are holding back above those 10s. Again, caution flag is out looking for that 1705 to hold, that 05 to hold, 17,005 to hold here. We do have liquidity that is resting below that at 995. I'm actually going to trail my stop at 994 here just so we can take a little bit more heat on that in case we get that pull back down and that draw of liquidity for us to break through these 13s to the top side. Watching here again, 13 and a quarter. Some offers are getting thin up here, which is what I like to see on a trade like this. We're going to pull off one into the ask. We're out one into the ask. Nice push up above the 13s. Looking for that 20 now. We have our stop now in above break even. So this is just some classic opening range momentum here. We're looking for this breakout to the top side. Stopped out on that one again. So that's going to pump us up to $4,200 there on the day. Copied across 3 Topstep combine, 150K combine accounts there.
Nice.
Outstanding.
Good job, man. Well, yesterday, Rips, we closing out the day, we all took a little heat. You played it off very nicely. You turned things around. I think you got stopped out. You came back and you put up a nice profit, ending that day even better.
Yeah, absolutely. We keep getting stopped out on these takeouts here to the downside. So I want to see if we can actually find our way back into this, gather this momentum again to the top side, have a wider stop, leave one lot as a runner here. So I'm just watching how we're pulling back to the 25s here. And I'll get to that in just a second. I just want to make sure that we're not leaving anything on the table because we're coming up to a very big point of contention that is across the board in the NQ and the S&Ps here. But yeah, the first trade that I took, I lost $400 on, and then we recovered $500 on the next trade. So it was a net of about positive 100 on those 2 trades. So hey, it worked out. We got wrong on the first one slightly, and then a nice flush on the second one there.
There you go,
Johnny.
man.
What levels do you have up here? Weekly kickoff is 22. Weekly kickoff high is 22.
Right.
Yep.
Last
38.
week's high, 38 and a quarter. You got the regular trading hour session high just above that, which is 17,043 and a half, 043 and a half. And then above that, really, I mean, it's kind of there is a naked point of control here. Let's make this so we can see it. There's a naked point of control from the way off of the highs here, which looks very tasty for a visual target for me. 17,121 and a quarter. That would be some pretty good continuation to the upside. But as long as we're holding above that weekly kickoff level, and the opening range is relatively close to the low of the session in the NASDAQ, I'm looking for longs. And sometimes,
I'm looking for a pullback here to go long
places.
Oh.
Yeah. 17,022 is kind of an important level according to some of the things I look at.
Yeah. I have 37 and 3/4 from my level there. So we're not far off there.
Mm-hmm.
JP just said the NQ took out the weekly kickoff high.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Rips.
So we might get just a little bit of a grindy day today. I'm looking up at 48.42 in the S&Ps. We're about 6.5 handles from that. So I'm looking for that to pump up there. If we break above that 48.40, I think we have a nice blue sky move today.
Yeah, could see that.
We're hitting a lot of points of contention too across the Mag 7 here. If we're looking at Microsoft and Amazon, they're both kind of cresting at these key levels. If we did have a breakout, again, we'd see a lot of traders caught off sides. We're talking about the shorts here. I'm going to take that long again for this breakup of 30. I do want to add if we pull back down towards the 20s here. So I'm looking for this breakout trade above the 30s here. There we go. Nice connection above the 30s. Looking for this 37 takeout here, 37 3/4. Watching for this. I want to see if we can get aggressive on this breakup above 37 here. Because 37, we have a move all the way up 40 handles higher here. They are supporting bids up towards 37 here, which is what I like to see. Watching here at this 37, do we get a nice clean takeout? Adding into that 2 more lots as we get above 37 and 3/4 here. I want to see if we have any bid support. Sorry about that. What's that?
What's your time frame?
I'm trading off the 15-minute, but I'm looking at these key levels right now. 37 and 3/4, big key level. If we have a breakout of this area, we have 40 handles to the top side in room. So watching for this.
Thank you, sir.
A little bit of hesitation at that 37 area. There's that push up. Beautiful push to the top side there. Taking off 2 lots in that extension. Moving my stop up ever so slightly. Beautiful breakup of those 37s. Exactly what we're looking for on that trade.
Locking in profit?
Yeah, locked in 2 lots. Still having 1 lot as a runner here.
Nice.
So we are pushing up even higher here, looking for this 45 tag. Again, we have room all the way up to 77 here. So this could be a nice 40 handle trade as long as we don't get stopped out. Our stop right now resting at 34 3/4.
I tell you, who needs coffee when you got RIPS?
Yeah, right.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff.
Yeah, we're seeing liquidity piling in above price here in the S&Ps. I want to see that get taken out. 48.40.
Yeah,
we break out above this trend line, which is right around where Rips was talking about, right around 37. We break out above that. If we can get there, I might add to this position.
Yeah, we just got stopped out there, so that's going to put us up on the day now, $4,600, close to 5,000. So nice little scalps here to the top side. Not putting on a lot of risk, not really risking to give back any of our day here, and comfortably up $4,600.
Yes.
Do you trade before the open often, Rips?
Yeah, especially on newsprint days. I used to trade earnings all the time with commons. You know, I was a big momentum trader on that. You have to be very, very tactful. You have to be very, very, locked in the pocket, in the zone. It can be very, very difficult. But I love trading news-driven events. Events are my bag. I love trading that. And so when we have a lot of these 8:30 a.m. news releases, I'm all over those things. I love trading those.
So you're like entering as they come out. Are you holding positions into them, or are you just like specifically looking for opportunities on those days?
I'm big on macro analysis, so I love being, I look at the fact that we get to follow these markets as a benefit. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that we get to be audience to this show. The world markets are a show to me, and every single day is a new page out of that book. And I am a big fan of following along with the macro environment. So if there's an opportunity for me to have a position on pre-print, which I have done, I'll definitely take that trade, and I'll have my stops in place in an area that makes sense. And, we'll let it rock. And sometimes it works out. Yesterday, I traded the CPI print. I was long and strong for the print. We perked up. I was up $900, and then we had that huge flush to the downside. So that one didn't work out, but we recovered on that short to the downside there. But, overall, I love trading news. It's invigorating. It wakes you up in the morning, makes you feel good. And paying attention to the macro environment in general will make you a better trader as long as you can understand what's going on in the world.
We're over time, Rips, how is your performance in getting into opportunities that close to a major economic release? I've found that I've had really, really fantastic days in the past, and I've had really bad days in the past. If I add them all up, I'm about even. Do you have are you relatively consistent and profitable during those periods of time?
Oh, yeah, because, I will generally find that I will go into trades risking maybe 2 to 1. So my risk is 1 for an upside of 2. And often I'll be getting 6 reward to 1 risk, 10 reward to 1 risk, depending on what I'm looking for, where my positioning is. And especially if you have an area of the structure, we had some jobs data that came out in the past couple of weeks, and there was an area of the structure that was really basing out. And to me, the structure looked super obvious. And so I was taking a trade well before the print came out. I think even 2 hours before the print came out, trading sort of in the tail end of the Globex session. And, having that print just made my position worth even more. And it was just one of those things where I was at the right place at the right time. The market structure lined up, and then the print was advantageous. So as long as you're running stops, obviously stops can get ticked out way beyond where your stop loss is. But as long as you're going into the trade, you're manifesting, that you're going to have a good trade on that, obviously. But then you're also respecting that you can lose on this trade. You can risk, and you can actually lose whatever your most amount of risk is. You can blow accounts on it. You can get unlucky, but you have to assume that risk before you put it on. I'd say overall, when I'm talking about trading event-driven trades, I'm definitely very much positive on those, and I have a very high hit rate on those because it's not just I'm flipping a coin and picking one side or the other. I'm looking for positioning trades well before those prints come out, and I'm looking to take trades that make sense from a risk-reward perspective.
Okay, good.
Hey, Rips, I got a question from the community.
Found one that can consistently profit during those periods of time. I'm either up big or down big on those.
I think that getting your stop in a place, and again, stops can get ran, and you can, if you're running like an MIT stop market if touched, you can get a terrible, terrible fill because the market makers love to give you terrible fills, obviously.
Especially
so, Absolutely, yeah, because the NASDAQ is so thin. But, if you're having your stops in a place that makes sense, there's oftentimes that I won't even run a position into the news, but then I'll play what I call the afterglow of the news print, where if we're jettisoning to the top side, then I'll wait for that very first slight pullback, hammer it in long, and then not be too greedy with my expectations. And again, keeping my stop tight on that afterglow, 10, 30 seconds after that newsprint comes out, you can find an advantage trade in that. So yes, you can absolutely do it. There is consistency in it. Practice on a practice account, find where your footing is and see if it's your bag. There's a lot of folks out there who I think are undiscovered momentum traders. They may not know it, but they might love momentum trading and they just haven't tried it yet.
That's another new industry term, afterglow.
Yeah, afterglow.
That's a song from
I call that
Genesis,
after all
right?
those prints. Sorry?
It's a Genesis song, isn't it? Afterglow.
Exactly.
I think so. Hey, Rips, you mentioned macro analysis. Where can we learn more about that? Sal's asking.
There's a lot of different resources out there. I mean, there's so many different websites that you can go to. I mean, there's tons of free resources out there. Financial Juice is one of them. There's an economics calendar. I think it's tradingeconomics.com. Let me see if I can drop a link here. What is it? Let me find the calendar here. There's a bunch of free resources. Tradingeconomics.com. There you go. That's a free one. They have an economics calendar. They have some slight analysis on whatever these prints are going to be. And just paying attention. Pay attention to what's going on in the world. Pay attention to what that print means. And then just read up. Go to the Federal Reserve's website. Pay attention to when these FOMC members are speaking. Listen to what they're saying. Listen to their expectations. And just, fall in love with the story. If you don't have a passion for it, you're really not going to enjoy trading in general. Maybe you're not a macro trader, that's fine. Maybe you want to be a technical trader, that's fine. But if you fall in love with the story, it makes it a lot easier to follow along with what's going on. And it gives more color to the market in the sense that, if you're trading something, there's a lot of traders out there who will say, why'd the market just go up? Or why'd the market just crash? More often than not, it's, we're in the FOMC cycle right now. Maybe a Fed speaker is speaking right now. So you have to be in tune with this stuff, especially if you're going to be trading the equity futures. You have to be paying attention to this because it's very important. It's what's driving these markets half the time. Obviously, there's technicals that come into play, but news is a big piece of that picture. And if you're not paying attention to it, I think you're cheating yourself just a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Hope that answers your question.
We are chopping around on the upper end of this range. If we're looking at the volume shelf, if you want to go over to my screen here, I have Trading View up, I believe. Let me see here. Yeah, Trading View up. So you can see we have kind of crested up here. We are kind of creating a volume shelf in this upper area up here. And if we are to blow through that up there, the confirmation is going to be over in the S&Ps if we're cracking above 4840. Because above that, we're going to be popping a ton of stops. So that's where I'm keeping my eyes peeled right now. Like I said, we're almost up 5K on the day. We don't want to give any of that back. So we're just pacing ourselves, sitting on our hands, being patient, waiting for our next trade.
Yeah, that's like the you're talking about using the one lots. That's really good. You need to use those one lots when you're up money like that.
100%. Yeah. And you can see any of the trades that I took. The biggest trade that I took was a 3-lot, but that was after adding when I was into the profit. We want to be aggressive when we're right, and we want to stand off when we're wrong. And when I was had the trade that got stopped out, I think it was a $10 loss or a $10 win. It wasn't going my way. I wasn't getting heavy into it. If you're one of those traders that's YOLOing in 15 lots, there's some knuckleheads out there on YouTube that only take 15 lot trades because they haven't figured out how to trade yet. Don't be one of those people and don't follow the advice of those people because they're just gambling. That's the one thing I love about Topstep is that you folks are looking for real traders, real people who have passion to trade these markets with skill, not these 15-lot YOLO gamblers out there that are just knuckleheads.
Right.
Since 2010,
now, Rick,
we've been doing this since 2010.
Wow.
Shots fired.
That's incredible.
Here. Yeah, no,
let me ask you.
We're always the big one about sizing down. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. So
that's the thing. People think that, why would I only want to make $100 from the market in a day? If you can't pull $100 out of the market in one single day, what makes you think you're going to be able to pull $1,000 a day out of the market? Start with your sense. I always say, don't go into the market with hungry eyes, right? Don't have hungry eyes when you go into the market. Instead, go into the market just trying to feel that I'm going to take really good trades and I'm going to be married to whatever the result is. And then I'm going to analyze my result. I'm going to journal about it and I'm going to find a way to improve. If you're going into the market and you've seen some knucklehead firing in 15 lots and you're saying, well, they made 20 grand today. Well, you don't see all their losses that they're taking because they're not transparent about it. You want to be
100,000.
keep your hungry eyes at bay. Try to focus on taking one lot trades and then move to doubling your size. Remember, going from one lot to two lots, that's doubling your size. So reel it in, relax. This is a long journey. It's going to take years to get proficient at this, and just take a step back.
That move from 1 to 2 is the biggest jump in risk a trader should take is going from 1 to 2. It doubles your risk.
Hey, Rips, now, as we followed you up on these trades, what are you looking for key levels?
So I put out key levels based on the structure of the market as well as the options market, because we want to see, where bigger players are hedging and taking liquidity. So we're factoring in options in the triple Qs and the SPYs and the ES and the NQ, NDX, SPX as well. NDX is very naked when it comes to options. SPX has a lot more volatility. And you're looking for hedging positioning in there because that's going to drive where a lot of the delta is seated. You're going to look where all of the gamma exposure is. And then you want to use all of these things together based on where the liquidity was taken from the day, where it was taken all last week, where the auction was settled. You want to be looking at all of these things, and you're going to find key areas of the structure, and that's how I'm defining my levels. So key areas of the structure that are driven by all of these big players in the market. You're looking where the actual big positioning is. Where are these institutional traders positioning their money? And the telltale signs are usually in the SPX, in the SPY, in the triple Qs, in the ES. You're looking for all of these things. Look for where they're hedging. Look for where these big institutions are hedging.
Right. I tell you, a lot of emotions are going in here. You're coming out very strong and stuff. Link Harbor wants to know about any big losses that you had. How did you reflect it? How did you fix it? How did you move forward after that?
I've had tons and tons of big losses in my career. There's no shying away from that. If you've never had big losses in your career, buckle up because they're going to show up one day or another. There's no trader that I've spoken with that's been doing this for a very long time who hasn't had at least one really bad knuckleheaded day. And I've had quite a few. There was a time when I was early on in my trading career where I was on tilt all the time and I couldn't stand it. I was going into the market. I was very angry.
Range in the S&Ps.
So I was very angry. I was very frustrated. And I've had multiple huge losing days, and it's going to happen, but it's how you manage yourself from that. And I learned very early on that the way that I was facing the market, being on tilt all the time, that wasn't a good way to face the markets. And the reason why is because if you're on tilt and forward. Well, just time and experience and learning that tilt doesn't work, because tilt can be a double-edged sword. If you make money and you're tilted, your brain seems to be wired that you think the next time that you're on tilt, you're going to remember in your implicit memory that the last time that you took a trade, you were on tilt and it worked. And that's poison for your mind because you're going to be a tilted trader after that. And that's what 100%. I was, because I had some lucky tilted trades, right? I see you nodding there, Hoag. You agree with that? 100%. Yeah. So I had a lot of tilted trades, and they would work out. And that kind of poisoned my mind to think that, well, the next time I'm on tilt, I just get more aggressive and more crazy. And that's what cost me some of my biggest losses. And it wasn't until I realized I actually took almost a 6-month break. Wow, we're taking out some levels here, coming back to the downside. Yep. It wasn't until, go ahead.
No, I was going to say,
I was just agreeing that we just took out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps. I'm down a little bit now, but Rips, what you're saying is, when you get paid for bad behavior, that just ingrains that bad behavior. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, and it's something that you may not be aware of in the moment, because you just kind of, in trading, you're kind of lost in the moment. A lot of the time, you're ingrained with the chart and you're just focused on the current trade. And you have time dilation. You're so focused, 30 seconds could feel like an hour, and so you're focused so much on the trade, you don't see the forest for the trees, and you're stuck in this whole pattern of, well, I was tilted last time, I don't even realize it, and now I'm taking these knuckleheaded trades, and sometimes they're working out, so I'm going to keep doing it. I took probably about almost a 6-month break from trading very early on, years and years ago, and that's what kind of gave me that mental reset, and it was really when a lot of clarity came through, where I started to realize that that's not how you can be trading to make money. It's so easy to give money back to the market. It's so difficult to extract money from the market. And you really have to keep yourself in check, because there's nobody that's coming for you. If you're not keeping yourself in check, nobody else is going to. And so it just came down to me. Go ahead.
As a momentum trader, just a short
Wow,
answer.
we're really coming down here, by the way. Really coming down
Breaking
here.
it hard here. I'm going to let you watch that. But as a momentum trader, how do you distinguish between the beginning of momentum out of consolidation versus consolidation? And Shoei's asking this question.
I mean, that's a great example of what we just saw there. We were chopping in that range for about 15 minutes to the top side there, basically between 17,022 all the way up to 40. And this is a perfect example of a momentum trade when we broke the that part of that structure. Let me go into the 1 minute here on my chart. So I'm just looking at the upper end here. So if we're drawing a line here right around there, if we're breaking below that level there, that's where I'm looking to jump into a trade because it coincides with our 13 and a quarter level that we're tracking to the top side. And we're keeping in mind what we saw to the top side in the initial opening range, right? Above the 13, we saw some trouble, right? I was looking for that 13 and a quarter breakout. Above that, we had a lot of people who were capping on offers, right? People who are heavy and making it a little bit thick on the liquidity side to the top side, right? So what you're thinking about is saying, okay, so that 13 level is very, very sticky to the top side. That means that there's players that are shorting that. If we're coming above that 13 and a quarter level and we're not auctioning much higher, caution flag is out that if we snap that level to the downside, those shorts are looking to get paid. So they're probably going to be heavy on that snap through 13 and a quarter. And that's exactly what we saw here in this trade. Obviously, I was gabbing away with you guys, so I totally missed it. But hats off to anybody else who saw the same thing and took that to the downside.
Okay. All right. I don't want you to miss any more trades, but you mentioned tilt. Can you give us your definition of what you consider a tilt?
Yeah, so tilt, I mean, I think it's a...
Hey, Rips, we have tilt as an indicator, but tilt, I believe you're talking about emotional tilt, right?
100%. Yeah. So this is not the top step tilt looking for who's short, who's long. This is an emotional state where you are seeing red, your emotions are running hot, and your logical brain has shrunk down to the size of a pea, and your emotional brain has completely consumed you and taken over every single decision-making process. So you start being what I call a knucklehead. And it's a very difficult thing to shake because you're frustrated, and us as humans, we want to fix problems. So when you're down money in the market and you're on tilt, all you're thinking about is, I need to get back. I need to get even. Let me get even. Please, market gods, let me get even. And that's tilt. That's to a T right there. You're doing things that are knuckleheaded. You're not doing correct sizing, and you're just acting like a total knucklehead.
Yeah, that's me. Full transparency. I'm in this little funk going on since the beginning of the year. I don't know. I can't shake it. I'm on emotional tilt every day this week. And I kind of blew up yesterday. One of my shittiest days in a long time. I'm not getting straight. I've been in like company meetings on planning for 2024. Then I get out of these meetings and next day I do this trading. It's been like a hell of a ride. And my stupid ass is sizing up on stupid times, over trading all the time. And I got a 2024 tilt going, and I'm not liking it, and it's not a good start. So I need to slow it down.
Have you taken any days off from trading?
It's days off. Yeah, I'm doing this every day, which is tough. It's days off of trading, and it's going back to trading 101, which I need to, because I've been trying to get back into it, and then I'm just catching myself over trading and then sizing up when I'm in the hole. I've been every day this week starting out in the hole. Hence, right now, $1,100 down in the hole. Now, yesterday I made a lot of it back up. Some days this week I got back to almost scratch, but it's nothing to. I mean, it's. I'm not proud of the position I'm in. It's one of those that I need to work out of it. So I'm trying to figure out how to work out of it. Talking to my coaches, so to speak, my buddies, trading buddies.
Yeah.
And,
I could go back to base one with you, as well. I'm not trading great.
Yeah, but I did something really effing stupid yesterday.
How much did you lose yesterday, MP?
10 grand.
Oh, goodness. We were on the opposite side there. Oh, my goodness.
250 aside. I was trading 8 lots. I got stopped right on the high.
What are you doing trading 8 lots there?
No shit. I know. I mean, everything about it wasn't smart. I ended up the day off the broadcast, like doing like fairly decent. Now, after already being down in the hole, I got myself out of the hole for the most part. I don't know. I was like down 1,000 by the end of the day. And the next thing you know, I'm in meetings. I see out of the corner of my eye some things happening. So I get in that. I get it ripped against my face. I got faced. And then got stubborn. It's the stupidest effing thing you could do. The average trading account at a brokerage firm opens up at 10 grand and closes within 6 months. That's what a lot of the broker.
I thought it was shorter than that. I thought it was 90 days. 90 days, 90% of brokerage accounts closes.
Yeah, it's that's right there, a blowout. That's some guy opening up an account with 10 grand and just blew out in one day. That's how stupid it is to go into the markets if you haven't got your bearings straight in the sim environment or in a trading combine or wherever, to hold yourself accountable, get your shit straight upstairs, get your shit straight on your trading plan, and not be an asshole. Knucklehead. What'd you call it? A knucklehead?
Yeah, it's knuckleheaded behavior. And, I wish I could say I'd never been there, but I was there often early on in my career. I didn't even know how price was derived when I first started trading. I opened my first account back in 2013. I didn't even know how price was derived. And I used to scream at my screen saying, go up or do this or do that. And, I got really lucky in my first week of trading. And that was kind of a blessing and a curse. So it was one of those things where, I thought that I knew what I was doing and I thought that everybody else was an idiot because this is so simple. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, I'm blowing my account. So, everybody has the same type of story. Either you got lucky when you started or you got lucky early on, and that's kind of what made you catch the bug.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, if we got some questions in the chat, by all means, we got some post those in there. I know that we've got a lot of comments here. We are just flooded here. And but that's a good thing, Michael. I tell you, you have a day like that. And coming in here and hearing Rip and seeing Rip, how does that change your emotions, Michael?
Well, I like to. I'm learning now. I'm stepping back, and I'm doing a little. I don't really understand what's going on right now. I need to step back and do a little bit more fly on the wall, listening and learning. Listening and learning, I think, is what I do when I get back to trading 101, and then you got to wait for high probability trades. Look, I'm 31 aside, $1,100 down, so I'm already coming out of the gate. I am in a complete funk right now. So if you got those folks in here that have reset a bazillion times, or that are in a funk or never been funded, look, I get it. And the reason why we have started Topstep way back in the day, 2010, was to give us all, myself included, a proving ground and a development, a arena that we could develop and work on our skills. That's why having a trading buddy is really good. That's why having something that slows you down in your trading really good. So right now it's listen and learn. Rips is on here, and I'm learning a ton. I like how you do your commentary on the markets. It's awesome. I'm glad we got you as a regular now. That's awesome. And like another thing too is sitting back and learning what John's saying and what others are saying. So, right now I think it's finishing the week on a lesson learned, sizing down, and discipline. My discipline shot. So all those things being said, I do not ever give up. I've been trading since I was 18 and I'm 44. So I'm in a funk, and in a funk is not good to be in if you can't get out of it. So chip away.
All right. Passion, desire keeps you in the game, and it's going to move you forward. Never say surrender. Never say die. Keep moving forward. Now, Rip, if you can, we've got a question here regarding this. Looking at your charts, what's this box of inefficiency?
It's inefficiency, or for smart money concept traders, smart money traders out there, Wyckoff traders or ICT, whatever you want to call it. It's just inefficiency, or it's called a fair value gap. But it's an area where the market had an impulsive move where it either went very impulsively to the top side or the downside, and it left behind missing liquidity. And what do we mean by missing liquidity? You can imagine that if we're getting buyers to the north side, there's probably a lot of thin liquidity on the offer side. So not a lot of folks are getting filled, which means that we're leaving behind a lot of business that still wants to be conducted in that area. So the likelihood that we're going to come back down and visit that fair value gap, that inefficiency, it's more likely than not. And so we put these on our charts while respecting the rest of the context that is going on in the market to see whether or not it's going to repaint that inefficiency or come back down into that area and give us an opportunity for a trade or a setup.
Now, what gives you a green light on that?
Prints.
Sorry?
In profile, we call those single prints.
Yeah, exactly. Same exact thing.
Mhm.
And again, there's so many different ways to skin the cat, right? There's, and I know you hate that saying, but there's so many different ways to approach trading. There's no one right way to trade. And I think that kind of befuddles a lot of people out there that are newer to trading. There is no one correct way to trade. There's multiple ways to trade. A lot of people seem to think that, maybe you have to have a really clean looking chart, or you have to be doing this or that. You can have the ugliest chart under the sun, but if you're extracting money from the market, then it doesn't matter if your charts are ugly or pretty. People get too concerned about whether or not they're doing the right thing in trading. Focus on what feels right for you and what is working for you. Backtest your strategy. See if it's actually working. And who gives a flip if somebody out there is telling you that's not the right way to do things? Find what works for you. Fall into what works for you and what feels right for you.
Hey, Rips, do you got like a plan A, plan B if something's not working?
In trading in general, or whether we have a trade on, which one?
Let's go with if we got a trade on, if the day's not working, is there something that you fall back on?
Yeah, so I have a couple of different rules that I implement. We talk about this. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about the shot clock. Shot clock is a great way to keep yourself out of trouble. You put on a trade, you get out of that trade.
That shot clock?
So everybody's got their phone, right? Everybody's got their phone. You bring out your phone. Every single phone has a timer app on it. And the moment that you take a trade, you put on, the moment that you get out of a trade, the moment that you exit, you put on your timer for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever you see fit. And that's your shot clock. You're not allowed to take a trade until that shot clock is up. So until those 5 minutes are up, you're not allowed to take a trade. And that's where your mindset should be, is that I don't want to exit this trade early, because if I do, the shot clock's going to go on and I might miss some more upside or downside depending on whether or not I'm long or short. And then it will also get you to pump the brakes, that if you're trying to get aggressive in your trading and maybe you're turning into hyper scalping, it's going to pump the brakes for you and say, all right, relax. Let's see if there's another opportunity that comes up. I recommend it to anybody out there who's struggling on holding winners for a long time, or people who are moving into hyper scalping because they're in a position, it's going in their position, they're out, they're scared, they see green, they take profit. Now they're getting back in because it keeps running, and then it's flushing back down on them. They're getting back out, they're giving back their profit. It just helps. So try this the next time that you're trading. When you get out of a trade, you pull out your phone, you put your timer on for 5 minutes, and you do not take a trade again until after that time has passed. It doesn't mean you take a trade immediately, but it means that now you're okay to trade because those 5 minutes have passed.
Hey, Rips, are you street smart, or did you go? Are you street smart, or did you go to college? I'm just talking about college,
but most of the stuff that I learned that I employ in trading, I got lucky enough to have two mentors who worked at two of the large four banks out there, who were they held very large roles in those banks. So they mentored me on a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes that the public really doesn't know about. And so with those mentors, I learned a lot about that. But I'm mostly self-taught in everything in my life. Everything that I've been successful with, I've been self-taught.
What'd you study in college?
I was a marketer in college.
Oh, there you go.
Numbers.
Yeah, I did economics. Nothing prepares you for trading. Someday Topstep's going to find the time to build a team, to go to colleges, to work with the college departments, to have a sim environment that we give for free to the students, and still give them opportunity to get funded and all that kind of stuff. I want to do this. This is an investment. I've spoken at a couple universities in their 500 level business classes, and it just goes over people's head. They need to be in the market.
Exactly.
Yeah, I went to art school.
There you go.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of folks out there that they go into college and study one thing and then they never use it again. They don't really care for what they're studying, because we're all so young when we're going to college. If you went to college, you're very young and you don't really have any idea where your path is in life. Maybe you do at that point, but I think that you really figure out your life, later on past college.
I loved it, but I didn't want to start for it.
It just sucks if you put yourself in debt. I mean, it's really no different in college. So, moving on. Thanks. That's helpful. Everybody can go out there and be like, "Whoa, how'd you learn? And did you study this in college?" I mean, I get that quite a bit too. Did you learn this in college? Where did you learn in the markets? Experiential learning.
So if we're looking at the charts here, by the way, I just want to bring this up. The NQ had a perfect retracement to the 618 fib here, all the way back at 17,004.5. We had a retracement right back above that level, and now we are flushing back down. So we do want to see if we're going to break back down into this inefficiency or not. Right now, the market's looking weak. That would have been a really nice trade to take, but we're having a great conversation here. And again, I don't want to be giving back any of my profits on the day.
It's a smart thing to do.
So you could just stop.
I think he has.
Absolutely.
Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's Friday too. So if we're pulling $5,000 from the markets on a Friday, that's a great day, great way to go into the weekends there.
Well,
Right now we're around settlement.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. We're around settlement right now. Rips, what are you thinking if you're just getting started for the day? You've sat on your hands a little bit. You watch these markets. What are you thinking right about now? Back at settlement, kind of ripped around for a little bit. Where's your head at?
Well, we have based out a little bit
right now.
We have based around this liquidity for a little bit here. So if we are kind of forming a double bottom here, we definitely want to see if we can take out the highs of the day. So that's what I'd be looking for. I'd probably be looking for a long as we're holding these lows. If we're breaking down back below this inefficiency, I think we have a straight shot below 16,900. If we can get below that, we have a lot of pain for the day. But, I'd be hard pressed to see that if we have a lot of bidders showing up in this area and holding things up. I'm seeing a question. How many contracts did RIPS trade this morning? We were only trading between 1 and 3 lots. That was it. And we copied it across 3 Topstep 150K accounts.
Considering
what we got here, what levels did you use for the 618 fib? Basically the top of the range to the bottom of that extension. So that was it. Very simple.
Let's share some levels here in our community here. Who's got positions on the day? Let's talk about NASDAQ, S&P. Either you're trading crude. I know crude had a nice run in here. People talking about crude right now here. But levels that you got a position on right now, let us know. Post that in the YouTube chat. Take a look at it. We have any positions here now? We are down, up. Here, any positions you guys got on? Flat?
Yeah, I'm long here, just above that 48.16 weekly kickoff level. I gave myself a 5-minute timeout, and
Nice.
we're seeing liquidity above, but there's some contrary information that I'm seeing, at least in the profiles here. We're at risk of reaccepting value from yesterday, and that could take us down. So I'm not going to
just take a look here. Just taking a look at the community here. The majority is pretty much flat. Really not too many positions on. It is Friday. Just a reminder too, also, we will be having here, Cash Carry had been speaking, trying to find some stuff on the wire. If you're trading cattle, the grains, 11 o'clock today, your number is up, the WASDE report, and that usually sort of spins those markets up. So heads up on that.
Mm-hmm.
12 o'clock, U.S. Baker Hughes rig count.
Yeah, we're pretty light on news today out of that PPI report, right?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, so that's we were talking about that this morning. Really, the only thing that I was hoping to see today was heavy positioning off that PPI print. Print came and went. We ended up catching a nice momentum long trade on that, but we weren't seeing a lot of positioning going in, and I'm not seeing it here off the open either. So thinking that big institutions are going to be waiting until Tuesday to start capping on some larger positions here.
We're seeing it in the open interest as well, Rips. We're not seeing big changes in open interest anywhere here.
Did you notice that too, Hoag, before the CPI print? Wasn't that insane to see how few people were taking contracts pre-CPI? That was wild to me to see.
It's the thinnest I've seen the S&Ps in a while. I'm short now at 14.5 because we broke that 1600 level, and here's my, you guys are on my charts here. So we opened outside of value. We're showing signs of acceptance of value, which at some point during the day brings us all the way down to 47.87, and that's basic kind of value area acceptance from profile. And right now we've got a decent one on here. So
I'm looking over at the Mag 7 right now. We're starting to see a little bit of rolling here, so I might join you to the short side.
No, and the S&P Coach Vince says there's a naked point of control in ES 4806 quarter. Thank you, Coach Vince. And the market's getting heavy again here.
Yeah, that's the TPO point of control from yesterday, Vince. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're pulling down to where we had a little bit of consolidation in the pre-market as well, this 45 level. So I want to see if we can tap above 45 and find some rejection up there. I'm looking to see how thick the offers are. We have a volume shelf just above that in the NQ, basically between 50 and 65. So seeing if we are weak up into this area here, if this is a weak bounce, they're running it very thin. So I want to see if we can cap on a potential short here. Watching closely.
Yeah, I'm basically looking to cover some of the losses already this morning. So I don't want to lose.
Still no trade yet for me. We're bouncing off the 50 on the S&Ps. And everything's just kind of, it's kind of holding. Nothing's rolling extremely yet. Everything's being held up right now by the moving averages. Only one that's perked up in the Mag 7 right now is Meta.
So you got all those up on another screen or just a quote board?
No, I have them all up in another screen.
Got it. Chart-wise? All of them on charts?
Yep, 15 minutes.
Got it. We used to always do that.
Watching
Trade the
here.
Dow in the Dow pit. In the Dow pit, we had all of Dow 30. It was on a quote board in the pit. So you'd watch with the big.
Yeah.
If there's anyone
You're
that
watching
was
on the
getting
big
clipped.
board, right?
Yeah. Yep. Just keep an eye on it is what we would do.
Thank you, Edward Wozniak. NVIDIA for the week up 11, Pan up 15, and Meta up 6%.
So we're pushing up into these 60s. I want to see if this is received with weakness up here.
Yeah, I didn't really like what I was seeing on it. I took took 100.5 on that short. But I'm looking for more. If we close this next 30-minute bar below value high from yesterday, which is 1975, then that'll have me looking.
I'm capping on a short here. Value. We're rejecting that high 60 there. I'm going to put my stop rate short NQ. Stop at 66. Okay. Give us a little breathing room.
I'm short. I'm short of one lot from 59.
I'm going to get short again too. Then you guys are short. I got to be short.
I want to see these 50s break down.
I'll tilt.
I mean, this could easily be the bottom of this, but if we break down, there's going to be a big pain down to close to below 900 here. Probably tag 910. Right. So this will be good for about a 30 handle, 35 handle. We have to get through this bidder at 50 right now in the NQs. We've only tapped in that inefficiency, so I'd like to see us really crest into that there.
Is that correct?
Watching here at these 50s. Some hidden bidders showing up these 50s, but if you flush through this with enough sell side pressure, I think that we can get through it.
All right, while you guys are getting short here, we do have our first Top Step news pack. And Jack, what do you got for us?
Yeah, and let me know if those are moving right away. We'll get off the screen. But first, I wanted to take a look at the yield curve, specifically the 2s, 30s are looking to go positive again. In fact, they have what I have right now. They're about a basis point apart, with the 2-year at 4.15 and a 30-year at 4.16.
Second lot on here short, by the way.
Perfect. Well,
yeah, I got 2 on now. Average price 55.
Remember, take a look. The 5 and 10-year are still more inverted at 3.8 and 3.9%. That's a big signal for a lot of the economic folks that a recession would be coming.
All right. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
All right. One more time. Rips, did you get in the position?
I'm still in the position here. We're looking like we're going to get stopped out here just above 65. This sweep is a little bit weaker. Then I'm going to add in a third lot here as if we're cresting up above. So we're either going to get stopped out. We're adding a third lot on a rejection up here. And that's what I'm looking for.
Kind of leaning on VWAP up here in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a potential we retrace to 66 halves, but I kind of want to cheat on my stop here, 67 halves, just in case.
And Ben's
almost stopped out there.
There's that 16 level in the S&Ps again.
Hey, Johnny, maybe you can help Ben on this one. Curious on how to best detect NASDAQ price rising when Delta is so negative. It rolled over the 16,945 and went north with negative Delta.
Well, that
Stop
negative
that there, by the
delta.
way.
Okay. Yeah. Oh shit. Here we are. Son of a. The negative delta.
Yes,
I'm on to. The negative delta is indicating that short time frame traders were probably getting short in the hole there.
Okay.
I want to see if we get a rejection up here towards that 91 level now. If we get up to 81. If we get up to 81, see if we have a rejection towards 81, because this would make a lower high. And then if we have that, I would cap back on short here, looking for this rejection off the lows. So watching here around 70s. Still seeing a little bit of bid support.
It is Friday. Capital Preservation Day.
Stay patient.
Be very patient.
Or try.
Yeah,
Do
right.
the best you can. That's all you can do.
Seeing if we're rejecting these 70s now up here. Kind of rejecting in the S&Ps. We're right under the VWAP in the S&Ps here. A lot of bid absorption, though, so I want to be watching this closely. Right back at these 66s. They're bidding this up. Right back at this volume shelf here.
Thank you, Paper Trader.
Trying another lot short here. Keeping my stop pretty tight. I want to be aggressively adding into this if we're sweeping below 65 with a lot of strength to the downside here. Adding into that there. We're sweeping below 60s. As long as we hold below 60s, I like this look. We have to get through 55 here for this trade to be on. Watching here below 55 now.
Whatever the market's giving you. Or you got set targets?
I'm looking for this to flush back below these lows of 32. 35, 32. There we go. Nice little flush here. I'm watching below 55. We need to get through these players at 55 here. Nice push down. There are some bidders that are stepping up again at those 50s. That is an area of caution that we're watching. Coincides with the 50 EMA on the S&Ps as well. So watching here, if we reject again these 55s and 60s. Watching here up towards 65 again. Bouncing the S&Ps. Still showing some strength and resilience. We had buyers showing up at 50s, but if we can get through those buyers at 50s, we will flush lower here. Adding in 2 more lots for this approach towards 50. I want to get a little bit scalpy on this approach. Point of control has moved straight to 60 here. Watching to see if we have the 60 rejection. We do have some bidders showing up at 60s here. Watching closely here. Looking for this drawdown right through 55. A little bit stubborn through these 55s here.
Yeah, it is.
I want to see a strong contact flush through these 55s now.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
So 60s are holding. Let's see if we get this flush right through 55 here. Big bidder kind of stepping up, approaching that 65 area again. Keeping our caution flag out. You can see some offers are showing up at these 66s, 67s, and they're just taking these out right now, watching right above the VWAP here in the S&Ps. Watching for a rejection at 65 now. This is right entangled with the VWAP as well. What's that?
How many contracts you got? How many contracts?
We got 5 lots on.
Okay. All right. So a little more than your 1 to 3.
Yeah, a little bit more from the 1 to 3, just looking for this clean breakdown of 35 here. And again, you have to be aggressive sometimes in these positions. So we're just looking to see if we're going to get back above those 75s. I have a stop at 77 3/4, just in case we're going to get that taken out. So watching here, if we have any kind of weakness back towards 65, this is the level we're watching here. 65 bidders got taken out there looking for the 60 pull. I'm going to add into that below 60 here. Watching for the 60 to get taken out once more.
On this?
What's that?
Are you watching Bookmap on this to help you?
Yeah, I'm watching the bids and offers and how they're sweeping this liquidity around.
How do you see bidders on Bookmap?
So, they show up, it's a heat map, so you can see them on the bid and offer based on the color.
Okay, so the redder, the more.
The thicker the liquidity is. That's right.
Okay.
The thicker the liquidity is.
Hey, for those asking real quick,
we're just still pushing up above the 70s. We might get stopped out. Just got stopped out there. So taking a loss on that one.
Me too.
Okay.
But that's why we use stops. That's why you have stops in place.
That's why you.
Yep.
All right, I'm out.
So watching up here, we are pulling up through the 80s. Again, I want to see this level of 81 here. If we're pulling through 81, we have levels to the top side at 92 and 17,000 flat. If we're strong above that, then we'll definitely be looking to potentially take this strong and long. Back above the VWAP here, starting to get some thin offers. So this is interesting here. Watching again as we're kind of wrestling here, right above.
Yesterday we had our bell to bell. A lot of people asking about it again. Just a reminder, we will have it next week, so please refrain from asking around the bell to bell. We will have that again next week.
Okay, watching at this area right here. This is a big area of contention. This is where we had sort of the pre-market highs that we hit earlier, the overhead supply area. So I want to see if they're aggressively shorting into this. So watching here.
If they do, where would you look to get back? Are you looking to get back in on a short?
Yeah, I am. If they're capping this off, I want to see if the run is ending. If they're capping this off and we have a lot of offers to the north side here, we could have a straight shot back down to 60. It's about 15 handles. So we could see that. Right now, we have a lot of choppiness in the Mag 7 right now. So that's keeping me hands off for the time being.
Mag 7. I like it.
Dominic,
all right, so we're holding back up. We're pushing back up here. I'm looking for this to crest back above these 90s, this 91 level. We have White House's Kirby commenting right now. I don't think that's moving the market all that much. Yeah, just looking at internals right now, the NASDAQ volume is only at 1.5 billion shares, which is 13% below its 1 month average. The NYSE is 135 million shares, which is 12% below its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners in both of the NYSE and the NASDAQ right now. In the NYSE, it's 2.0 to 1, and the NASDAQ, it's 1.6 to 1. So we are seeing some bullish momentum to the top side here. I'm just seeing if we can crest above this 90 area and potentially ride all the way up to above 17,000 if this is continuing to hold these 80s here.
Eddie, let's get an update on other markets. We got crude oil. A lot of people talking about crude
right now. Crude right now. We're looking at crude here. 73.51 coming.
Crude?
I'm sorry?
Hoag pop up crude. Let's see. We've got a lot of folks talking about crude right now. I do not know what is happening in the crude world.
Oh, very close to its low, 73.19 right now, 73.53. Taking a little bounce off. We just traded here just a little bit ago, 73.34. Hoag's you got the 30-minute, right, Johnny?
Yes, that is correct. I'll be right back with you guys.
Okay. All right. Top of the crude here today, 75.25. And we are seeing some volume here with the crude here. Taking a look at crude, taking a look also at the gold. We were talking about gold here. Nice push up. Buyers storming for a new high. That was probably about an hour ago here. 2067.30 topping out. And right now we're easing back here to about 2061. 2061.50. As far as our S&Ps go, a lot of traders talking about S&Ps here in our community. And topping out here today, double top on my 15-minute. With a 48.36.50. Right now we're sort of settling here. Lots of long wicks here in the last half hour, last 45 minutes. Last trade here, S&P 48.16 quarter. So lots of talk in the NASDAQ, but we do have other traders here. We've got Michael short gold at 644. Michael Lawrence at 44 in the gold.
I'm going long here.
Remember,
again
if
in
you're
the
going
NQs.
All right, Rips is long again. Where are you long from, Rips?
Average is 78 3/4. I want to see 70s hold here.
There you go.
I'm feeling confused lately. That is what.
Why is that, MP?
I'm just like, I'm in a spin cycle in life right now. 2024 is starting off very, very busy, which makes me very spin cycled from personal stuff to business stuff to then trading stuff. Obla di, obla da.
Life goes on.
Dark Trader says gold could be reversing from highs right now. Thank you, Dark Trader. If you got any levels, let's share these levels here in the community.
I'm doing an ad here, by the way.
Adding
Hey,
a
Rob
one
Trades.
lot.
Yeah. Rob Trades, let's go grab a beer sometime. You're in the same mood I am. Right? Which there's a lot of cool people here that you just have a good trader meetup would be a freaking blast. A lot of cool people here in the chat. With your sprinkle in trolls, bring the trolls to the party as well. We'll have some fun with you.
We'll have a troll down, everybody.
We'll have a troll
MP,
down.
real quick, I wanted to show, by the way, you sent that photo yesterday of the new signage.
Oh yeah, they
Topstep
put it
app.
up. There's
Yeah,
a trading floor
there it
on
is.
one side, and then there's a Topstep TV studio on the other side. Primo location.
Nice.
And
Yes.
and for a cool $2,500 a month, like that one's.
I got
not
stopped
bad.
out there.
I got
by
one
the
in Aspen. I got another office that we're putting together right now in Aspen that have a camera right on the mountain. Slowly putting together these little satellite trading floor offices, and then we'll make it apart. Make it apart eventually. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 desks in here, towers and all that stuff. We're setting it up. Taking a little longer than planned.
And MP, speaking of satellites and keeping things in perspective, archaeologists just discovered using lasers Amazonian civilization that predates their previous findings by 1,000 years.
By 1,000? So we've been around since what?
Well, they found
Humans
like
have been
roads
around.
and houses.
So does that mean they found that's the oldest human?
No,
like,
the oldest in the Amazon. I bring this up at MP just to put things in perspective. Trades come, trades go, civilizations rise and fall. It'll all be all right.
Well, we
does
watch.
Bezos have anything to do with this?
Excuse me?
Jeff Bezos have anything to do with this Amazon thing?
Probably, or he will.
Okay.
Oh, the dad jokes just came out. I like it. Yeah, I've been watching every night with my daughter, who's 2. She wants to watch animals, and we watch the Life on Planet. I don't know. Morgan Freeman is the one national. Talks about when life first, or when the planet first started 2 or 4 billion years ago or whatever.
We got NASDAQ here. NASDAQ 6040 on the tilt. And
we are
Nuno's
flushing
telling
down
me
here.
the
We did
tilt
have a
in
breakdown of this
gold.
level here. I'm watching here at the 50s again.
Here comes crude.
Don't get caught in a spin cycle, Rip.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just watching the markets here. I'm looking to see if there's an advantage play here.
Crude right now in the tilt 70.30. And here's our gold right now, 86.13. 16. That's got to be, that's one of our highest tilt leans right now. And taking a look here at gold right now here, looks heavy, very heavy, huh? So that tilt is that big. Short 85%, long 13%, and we're trading right now 20.59. So a lot of traders thinking coming off that top, we're going to have a continuation here. Gravity's going to kick in, and we're going to pull a little lower. So we'll find that out very shortly.
So I've got a
Thank you, Nuno.
little bit of a last ditch effort here to see if I can recover these losses. And it's based in the market profile. RIPS, you know, we opened outside of value, in range, but outside of value. We failed above. We were showing signs of reacceptance inside value from yesterday, which, you know, the basic rule says if we reaccept previous value after opening outside of it, at some point during the session, we could trade down to the low of value, which puts us all the way down here. So I'm short a little bit right up near the high of value from yesterday. I've got a 22 stop up at 22, and I'm just looking to see if this special situation plays out for me. If not, I'll be probably in the penalty box till at least the end of the day when we do the power hour. But that's basically what I'm looking for a short here is we come clean up some of this business down here. Come back down to low of value, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're having some tough consolidation down here at these lows right now. I'm actually, I hate to say it, but I'm looking back up towards the long side here for this breakup above 90s and then a run towards the highs. That's what I'm looking at right now. Is we are getting squeezing this a little bit higher here. S&Ps are just flat and squeezed right now.
Yeah, yep. That would be according to current market state, right? I mean, every break has been bought.
Yeah, right now it's still just kind of rinsing around in this range. In the NQ, we're from the 40s up to the 90s, a 50 handle range that we're just kind of rinsing around right now. And unfortunately, I got caught a little bit on the in the spin cycle there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, somebody asked about the spin cycle. I'm going to catch that one. It's basically when you get caught. Cycle? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, it's like you're looking to get short, then you're looking to get long, then you're looking to get short. When I'm starting to think like that, then I need to stop, pull my hands off, sit down, and just let it come to you, so to speak. So you get caught spinning back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Michael, would you file that under revenge trading?
No. Spin cycles? No. I'd file it under potential to overtrade.
Okay.
RIPS, if you were short at 48.1775 and you're sitting in almost 10 points of profit, where would you trail your stop to?
14s. I'm looking at possibly taking a short here in the NQ if we're going to crack these lows. I'm taking a short here. We're cracking these lows. I want to see us flush below low of day here.
We just traded to the point of control from yesterday, so I'm taking the profit, which is just over $500 on a one lot. And that nice. Trims my losses a little bit. So I'm still in the business, and that was a good trade. I'm liking that. Now we'll see.
Yeah, I'm looking over the NQ components right now, and we are seeing some weakness. But again, they're firming up these bids like they were last time, so there's a good chance that we could just get rinsed back on this play here. Seeing if they're defending 50s, 55s. My stop's at 55 3/4. Probably gonna get stopped out here. Stopped out there on that.
We took out the low of the initial balance here, and we traded right to the point of control from yesterday. Vince pointed that out for us in the chat, and right now this is presenting as a failed downside auction. So if we can't get back down there, if we can't continue the move to the downside in the next 15 minutes, this will present as a failed auction, and that could bring us, another long opportunity, like you were just saying, Rips.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting caught off sides on both sides here. I'm looking for breakdown trades and breakout trades, and I'm just shorting the bottom of the range, looking for that breakdown because we have room. That would have been 30 handles of room to the downside, and same thing goes for the converse trade to the upside. We're looking at 40, 50 handles to the upside. So again, that was a one lot trade there, so I'm just trying to keep my sizing small until we have confirmation.
Yeah,
I do like how you do that.
That check of yesterday's.
I do like how you do that. I do like how you do that, Rip, with the working yourself into a position.
Yeah,
light,
I mean, it's something that you pick up over time, right?
For sure.
Gold trading down to yesterday's high. Let's take a look here at crude here. A lot of interest in crude here today. Taking a bottom here, 73.53, so still heavy. We started all the way up here at 74.70, and sellers have taken control here about the last hour, and we are seeing the continuation here with the crude. Crude right now, 73.52, and that is just between our value area high and our point of control. So we got to keep an eye on the 73, 75, 73, 14. We're right there right now. Let's see if we can get some buyers back in here.
Yeah, Eddie, we've got
you guys talking about
a similar situation in crude oil for you crude traders. We opened outside of the range from yesterday. We looked higher. We failed. We are now showing potential acceptance inside value, which that value area special situation play, TPO value high. Here it is, basically the IB low. If we accept value from yesterday, again, the probability states that we could rotate all the way back to lower value, which puts us down to 72.47. And just wanted to put that out there for you crude traders. There's nothing for sure. Now, we don't know what's going to happen, but we're looking at probabilities, and with the way it's looking, that is a distinct possibility. I know D is probably looking at value area acceptance from yesterday in her trading today. I don't know if she's here, but I bet you that's something she's looking at. Oh, maybe she is here today.
Thanks, Shadi. Hey, can we get an update on our P&Ls, gentlemen?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Down 262.
All right. RIPS, P&L.
Down 3 Gs.
Okay. All right. So
mine's on top of the screen. Mine's on top of the screen.
Got it.
Hey, can we do a poll? Who's up money? Who's down money? Poll.
All right, let's get that up, Robbie. On today's trades, are you up on the day or are you down on the day? Down?
Damn it.
Up?
Awesome.
Yeah, so D is talking now. She says that value area acceptance is her second hypo. Her first hypo is value area reversal, rejection of value from crude yesterday. We don't even have a 30-minute bar closing inside value, D, so that's that reversal is entirely possible. Hope you're having a good day, D.
All right, guys. You guys have a poll out there, so share it there. The chat moves too fast. They up, down, all around.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are busy.
Yes.
Definitely, we are busy here. 3,200 people watching, and if you'd like, please, if you like what's going on here, hit that thumbs up button for some likes. Remember, we hit 3,000, and Michael will tweet Kevin Durant. That is our target here. Don't forget to subscribe. There it is right now.
Yes, indeed, he will.
Uh-huh.
While we're waiting for
The
that
game
trade,
is washed.
We
Yeah.
have a couple
Game is washed.
tweets we can show real quick, Michael. Just
Yeah?
to
What's that?
let me know if the markets are rocking here. I think we have those back there. Here we go.
Here we go. What do you got, Check?
Well, these are just examples of Kevin Durant. Like, they get increasingly better. I like him responding to this person here saying the logic always confuses me. Like, are you saying
I'm short
too
here, by
good
the
to
way.
speak to you? Yep.
Thanks, Rip.
So he will respond. Let's hit the next one, G.
He will.
Yeah,
Very
there's this
possessive.
classic thing of he keeps on saying that, like, defending himself or mixing up. Remember, he is responding to something that has 3 Twitter likes right there. 3. We got one more. 24 likes. Michael, this is going to happen.
See, now the
I
thing is
mean-
it really Kevin or could it be his assistant?
No, it's
And he says,
his
hey, man,
assistant-
go with
his,
it.
his assistant. We got one more. This is the final one. I love this. Have a stronger mental game and ignore me while he's responding to a tweet with 3 likes.
Oh,
This
so
is
he's
100%
he's
him,
trolling
Michael.
them back. I like it. Yeah, you're gonna have to help me with the tweet.
Can I tweet
Or
from
the
your
X or
account?
whatever. You can do whatever you want on my account, man. I do not social. I get social sickness or social digital. I call it digital sickness. I do not get on the social media. I'm not like a lot of these pop.
I'm adding to this
voices
short
on
here, by the way.
Twitter.
Nice. Well, we'll get back to the
I'm
short,
sorry,
but MP,
Rip,
you
what's
will
your
regret
position
that.
real quick?
Yeah, I'll give you my login. I don't.
Yes.
What position you got on Rips?
Short 30 and 3/4 here. Looking for this breakdown of the 20s.
Okay. All right.
Right now, running into some bidders, but if we do break these lows, we will break that 4,800 on the S&Ps. So that's kind of my target to the downside there. Keeping my stop pretty tight.
Well, Anne-Marie's looking for the last target of NASDAQ short into the 16,920s, then the 16,908s. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Anne-Marie with us today for our Back to the Future segment, Strategy Lab. Looking forward to spending some time with Anne-Marie this afternoon.
All right, it's going to be at 1 o'clock Central, so make sure you mark your I was going to say mark your calendars. Yeah, mark your calendars. Watch the clock.
Ooh.
So as far
Yeah, a
as
lot of bidders
numbers
are showing up
today,
here below the 30s, surprisingly.
not much.
Nice flush to the
You
downside
got it.
here, looking for those 910s now.
D, you got a potential failed auction to the downside in crude oil. I like your first hypo.
I'm adding into that here for this flush below the 20s now.
Tilt, getting a little
20s, we're
tilty
seeing a
towards
little bit
the-
of trouble here.
Tilt is getting a little tilty to the strongest
short side.
short bias. So you got a lot of shorts pushing on this. And when I say pushing on this, these are everybody in the sim environment that gives us the data to share with each other. You see it rolling on the top of your screen. It gives you a bias gives you a sentiment on the bias. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, we did see a little change of direction here in crude. Now, crude buyers coming back here and testing yesterday's high, 73, getting very close to the 81s. We had the 86s trading a little pullback here, but next line of sight should be last week's high at 74.24, and that's in our crude oil, folks.
I'm covering 2 there, by the way.
Nice. Those folks that are asking about fire drill, we had too many raging infernos. So we're starting to move it into the Bell to Bell Club. Bell to Bell Club started yesterday. Eddie, you want to explain what the Bell to Bell Club is?
No, little John, I got it here. Just relax. The Bell to Bell Club. Now, when we open at 8 o'clock, that handsome guy, John Hoagland, and myself, start TopstepTV. Okay, that's our opening bell. And we run this program, we run this show all the way until 3 o'clock Central Time. And what we have is this club called Bell to Bell, where if you're with us from the opening bell to the closing bell, which we did take a survey, and it was somewhere in the 80%. I think 70, 80% people sticking around all day, which we were very happy to do. And we wanted to make sure that we wanted to take care of those people that are here with us bell to bell. So this is what we did yesterday. There were 3 separate release forms that we released randomly throughout the day. And you'd fill those out. And if you did fill out all 3, you were rewarded with a free reset. Now, the reset, you'll be getting those within the week. We have to do those, we go through each and every one, but it's a reward program. We want to reward those that are here from opening bell to closing bell with a free reset. And we're going to be doing this once a week. So, I mean, that's a good savings on, hey, if you're faithful to us, we're faithful to you. And remember, we're Topstep TV.
Well,
you're the Topstep community.
Yeah. Let me correct you a little bit. Not even faithful to us. It's really not what it's about. It's really being a part of trading together with us as a team, keeping your ears and eyes on the markets. Doesn't mean have to trade. Our polls have said that people trade less when they're listening to Topstep TV. So that's something that we're really getting people in that. One of our values here at Topstep is help motivate and develop traders. And our mission is to turn people who trade, very different, into traders with healthier habits. So just because you trade doesn't mean you're a trader. You get yourself into healthy habits, foundation, and all that kind of great stuff, work with a team, then you really start to enter that trading world or become the trader that can manage risk, grow their account, all that kind of good stuff. So bell to bell, baby.
So we will have one every week. So be patient. We had one yesterday. So obviously we had one for this week. We will not have another one. Next week is the next one we have.
Another week.
See how that works? 1 week. There you go.
So I ended up getting stopped out of that short I was in. That was one I actually took in my Topstep live funded account. And that brings me up on the day for just the, not counting the combines that I lost on. That brings me up on the day to up $450 in the live funded account here. And you can see that.
There
on
you
my
go,
screen
buddy.
Right. So I felt like that short, I was a little bit early to it in my combines, but I felt like, hitting that in the live account was prudent once we started breaking those low levels there. And that one ended up working out there for us. So on real money, hey, we're up, and the combines were down.
That is fine. That is totally fine.
I'll take that.
Up, down.
I like on the ones where it counts, right? On the ones where it counts, that's where it matters, right?
Yeah.
Oh, crude pulling back to the VPOC. Get very close to that here right now. Value area high, just past that. Sellers coming back here. Long wick here on my 15-minute for the crude. Looking at the dome, seeing if there's any sizable value here at any of the levels.
2 minutes to the next 30-minute bar here, and possible value area acceptance in crude still. Right now looking like a failed auction to the downside. I'm sure D is going to knock it out of the park.
Now, if you're trading the NASDAQ, trading S&P, markets are moving similar, but not as similar as they usually do. Just be very careful here. S&Ps right now, 48.05 last. We just tagged the low here on the 30-minute chart here, 48.02. And S&P 48.02 here. That is just below the VPOC at 48.12. Right now, 07 is our last here, so that's just below the weekly kickoff high, 48.16.
Yep, and it was finally a good spot to take a short, which I actually caught that one. But RIPS, I'm sitting here wondering, okay, with the activities in these markets over the last however long, When are the buyers going to come in and just rip all the shorts faces off here?
I like how you bring that up. You know, it's interesting. They were kind of supporting the bid underneath there. This looks like a draw of liquidity back into this inefficiency block. So, I mean, it looks to me like the buyers are back on the menu here, but you do want to see them forcibly bring the price back above into those 70s again. So there could be a long trade from here if your target is just, you know, simply to the 70s, about 30 handles away. So there is a potential trade there, but for me, I want to pump the brakes a little bit. Like I said, gave back some money in the combines, made a little bit of money on the Topstep live funded account. So I'm kind of, you know, it's Friday. We want to get back into that groove of being relaxed and not, you know, jumping into any trades. Got a couple trades wrong there. So pumping the brakes is where I'm at right now.
I'm with you.
Pumping the brakes. Put that in the glossary too, JD. Pumping the brakes. We use that one quite a bit. Slow down. Patience.
Light and tight.
Light and tight. Light and tight's another one. Hey guys, we're filling up the glossary, and we can put it in here too. We want to keep it consistently coming, but actually, just everybody bookmark TopstepTV. Topstep.tv. Put that link in there as well, and then you'll see in there there's a glossary. Put that on a tab, so you can just bounce over that one, and make sure you're refreshing it because we refresh it, or I should say, we update it all the time, so you get the lingo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I tell you, it's growing each and every day. It's going to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Noah Webster, here we come.
Trader dictionary.
Yeah, there is a lot of lingo that, you know, that comes from the floor that a lot of people aren't aware of. So that glossary is going to be a really a good thing to just have around. So when we're talking about something, you're like, what are they saying? What's a handle? Well, it's in the glossary.
What's a handle?
You know, what's RTH?
It's on my bike.
It's in the glossary.
Right?
You know what's cool too on the trading floor? There's a lot of words that sort of just took second, third meanings out of nowhere. You know, all of a sudden somebody's using this term, and you're like, yeah, what he said, what she said. Oh yeah, okay, all right. You know, and it caught, it stuck, and that's how a lot of those terms were developed.
We even have
Hey, folks,
Topstep
go ahead,
specific
Johnny.
ones like woozy woos and kerfuffle.
We have it in there. Yeah, we do.
Those are in there.
Very good. Woozy woo.
Folks, we sent out 2024 trading goals, and we wanted you to tell us where your goals are this year. And the Topstep team's going to make sure that you stay on track.
I'm long here, by the way. Sorry
Coach,
about that.
Go ahead.
We got a failed auction.
Failed auction to the downside?
Yep.
Yeah, very thin offers here.
Eddie, you're getting good at this. I like it.
See, RIPS, this might be the buyers ripping the face.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got to clear back into those 70s. That's the target to the top side here, looking for those 70s to clear out. We have a little bit of overhead resistance for the time being, but we're going to hold this long and strong here.
RIPS, I was alive in the 70s.
Hey, 70s, yeah, I was too.
I
Great
remember
time for
those
music,
years.
Johnny.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So blowing up through the 60s here, still see some vehement buyers stepping up. Nice push up to the top side here.
The behemoth.
Hey, we got a question.
I
Josh,
think if we hold these 55s now.
Hold them. Okay. Topstep X. Yeah, we went through everybody on the wait list. Thousands of folks are already trading on it. And then we are going to be launching it to the public probably, I'm getting word within 45 days. Each time I talk to him, that number goes down because it was 60. So that will be very cool. And it's going to, we're going to have something really cool attached to it.
It'll be patience. You know, we want to make sure we
And then
get
we
that
have
product out correct.
Yes, sir. And then we're going to have that's February. And then we're going to have another massive, I don't know, maybe call it ground shaking thing that we're doing in March.
Round
Mm.
shaking. Round
Teasy,
shaking. That's a great
teasy.
adjective. That's a great adjective. Hey, the snow stopped.
Hey, just a little bit ago, I was mentioning about our 2024 trading goals. Make sure you get those in, okay? Our coaches, community, Discord, Topstep TV. We're here to help you become an even better trader this year. So
Stop
check
out
your
breaking, by the
email.
way.
Okay. 2024 trading goals.
Alfredo. This area's a little McShaky. I haven't heard that one.
Shaky?
Yeah, we remember the Shamrock Shakes or whatever that's coming out here in a month, 2 months. McDonald's says this.
If they do.
I never touch McDonald's unless it's a coffee. I think the shit's garbage. But to each its own. To each its own. Like, yeah, I don't like to put lab food in my body. But the coffee,
I'm very careful about what I put in it.
Well, you have been. We got $1,000 bet going on right now. Yeah.
12 days.
You've been great with not drinking 12 days, huh?
Yep. Yeah,
How you feeling
Tell us about
now,
this trading league. What's this trading league about?
What do we got going on? Trading league? We're going to talk about that?
Question. There was a question about a trader. You mentioned it. You tease these people with it, Michael.
We're working on the trading league right now. We've already talked to an esports arena out of Vegas. We're looking to June World Cup, and we got to put the teams in the bracket and all that kind of good stuff. And it's going to be open only to funded traders because we're Topstep trading. The trading combine is to get evaluated for funding. Think about the NFL combine. And then then you're in the pool, the talent pool. We have thousands of funded traders. And then you can opt in to be a part of the league. No cost, no anything, no even real sweat off your back because you're going to have a coach. And a coach is going to be the one saying, all right, these 5 traders are starting this week. I'm just going to take their P&L as our team score. And that helps you advance, your team advance. Then you're, I forget exactly all the things that you get by the last 2 teams that come and go head to head at the esports arena, and then that's where we're going to have a trader meetup same time. So all that stuff, big investment, Topstep, approved by myself to invest in building a league. It's already really cool to kind of the designs and all that kind of stuff. So we're excited about it.
Here for the breakout of 60s.
Okay.
This could be fun.
So more to come, more to come, more to come.
All right, Rips, you got a position on? More to come, more to come.
Yeah, looking for the breakout of 60s here to the top side, targeting the 70s.
How many times?
How many times? Hopefully just once.
Okay. Well, I mean, contract-wise.
Oh, 2 contracts here. Nice push up. Okay. There we go. 65s are getting taken out here. Beautiful. There's that resolution I was looking for. Nice timing on that. Trying to peel off one lot there. Peeled off one lot. Nice push up there. That was a nice explosion to the top side there.
They're saying it was less than 5 minutes. They're calling you out in the chat.
What's that? Oh, no, I mean, if I only do the shot clock if I'm feeling out of the pocket. I mean, this is what I do.
Yes.
This is what I do right here.
Speaking of what you do, Rips, what sort of gave you this trading bug? What started it? Where did you start this pursue your career in trading?
I mean, I got turned on by a friend who was showing me 2 ETF pairs, JNUG and JDust, and I thought it was the easiest thing under the sun to do. I thought, the miners are good that day. You buy JNUG. If they're terrible, you buy JDust. And I thought I was a genius doing these things, and I got really, really lucky. Very early on, I had a position on where I made about $20,000, $30,000, and then I proceeded to lose my accounts over the next few weeks because I thought trading was easy. By the way, this is ripping to the top side here, and this is only on a 1 lot. We're back into those 75s now. So we're watching to see if we get back above this area. We're looking for that 78 kind of target blowout here. Really, really nice push up to the top side here.
Rips, if I would have said the buyers are going to come and rip the face off the shorts, it would never have happened. When I asked, Do you think the shorts are going to come up and rip the? Do you think the longs are going to rip the face off the shorts? Then it happens. These markets.
It was
love to
what
make
you
a
said
liar
that
out
got
of
me
it.
really excited about it, Hoag. That was the secret right there. That was the hot ticket.
There's the signal, right? There you go.
Exactly right. Yeah, when you're starting to see what I'm seeing, look at this. We're pushing up through the 80s now. We're trailing our stop. We have our stop at 70 and a half here. Move my stop up a little bit tighter.
Well,
Yeah,
the
this is
buyers
a
and
really
crude
nice push
sort
up
of
here.
went to breakfast. Sellers back again here, 73.32. We just tagged it. That is just above the VPOC at 73.14. Keep an eye on that. Oh, we're just hitting that here right now. So seller control here.
We're
in
just
the
breaking
crude,
out through
folks.
the 80s here as well in the NAS. And Apple's running right into the VWAP, so we might have a little issue here. I'm going to move my stop a little bit tighter, 74 3/4.
Gold sort of chilling out a bit here. We had some action earlier, but short candlesticks here now. Right now, 2057.80 last in the gold. Volume
Move
sort
my
of
stop up
tapering
here,
off
79
also.
even. Taking out 85s here. Apple is going through the VWAP. This is a nice one lot trade here. Beautiful.
Yeah, we got longs on the tilt, heavy longs. There's been heavy long the whole time. So we got a lot of traders getting paid right now, or actually in an unrealized, probably profitable position. So those that are in longs, you got a lot of folks in longs. You got a lot of them that are in the money. So decide what you want to do. Get out, stay in it, let it run. It's up to you. But I'm just letting you know, it's pretty heavy long.
Hey, good eye, Michael.
Yeah,
Good
market's
eye.
on the juice right now. This is a really nice extension, and I'm really glad that Hoag, you caught this, and we were talking about it. Really nice timing on everything here. You were in the pocket, Hoag. You knew it. You knew it.
Yeah, I was
Just got stopped
thinking
out
it,
there,
you
by
know?
the way. So that's I'm going to
Nice
bring this on
profit.
over here.
Nice profit.
So yeah, this is on our live funded account through Topstep here. We're up $1,000 here on a Friday. How about that? And this is real money, folks. This is not the combines. I saw, a lot of there's some other streamers that send their audience in here to try to jostle and rustle some feathers, as of course they do. And they follow somebody who trades fake money, never takes payouts. This is real money, folks. This is the stuff that matters, and we're happy to do this here live on stream.
You know what's great about this, Rips? Is I'm down on the day. Nice. I'm down on the day, but I got to catch 10% of your winnings today as Topstep's live account. So hey,
boom! That's what I'm talking about.
That's the
you know what we call that, right, MP? You know what we call that?
That's what we call a sack lunch.
What do we call that?
There you go.
Sack lunch, baby.
Sack lunch, baby.
Sack lunch.
And those that don't know, there's a 90-10 profit split here at Topstep. Topstep prop firm takes 10%, and you keep 90. So that's a little why I said that. And reason why I started Topstep, so we could find. I call them mini me's. Like, I want to find a bunch of mini me's, but then I want them to be smarter, more talented, more disciplined than I am. I'm gonna evaluate them. I'm gonna back them. Topstep created the funding industry in 2010. Trust me, no other company and anything was out there existed except the prop firm concept, and that would be what we did. We took the prop firm and made it an e-prop firm. Anybody in the planet.
I was there. Eddie was there. We were there. We saw it.
Yep, founding team right there, guys that helped build the foundation and the founding team.
I get a call saying, hey, I got this idea. I was like, really?
Yeah. And then our goal is to find traders that could kick ass. We used to call it the Michael Jordan of trading. Like, it was find the Michael Jordan of trading. We would help develop them. We would help talk to them. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So a lot of traders would just be like, okay. And then they'd go back to their habit. The good ones are the ones that develop and grow. And
it's the folks who can show you consistency, right? It's the folks who didn't take 15 lots on a newsprint, and then you're reluctantly calling them up to the live account, and then they hit 10 back to back losing days, max loss days. Those are the knuckleheads that you don't really want on your program, and they skitter on away because they hate that transparency where you're calling them out.
They're in the spin cycle. They go up, they come back down on the combine, they reset. They're on, some of them, talk about they're on social and all that, or influence or whatever. And it's just like, you got to pump the brakes, bro. I mean, like, it show folks that the real stuff that you're trading up and down and all around. And I would even be transparent on how many times you reset to anybody really out there, because that really lets people know that this journey is a difficult journey, but it's so rewarding. And it's even better when you're taking that journey with folks like yourself, people that are in the chat that are like legit about trading. Serious folks that are trading, serious traders are the coolest. I mean, I've always been around them. So in the trading pits and in the prop firm that I was at. So, and then you get the marketers that are out there that are a little bit different. I don't know if they're helping, but to each his own.
Rick,
Yeah,
I
100%
like how
agree
you
with you
use
there.
the term knuckleheads a lot.
What's that thing for?
You
As
know,
I can tell, we might meet up with a bear. Yeah. Meet my bare hands. Get out.
I'm a big Stooge fan, and every time you say that, I just think of these traders as stooges. So it goes hand in hand.
Right?
It's good there.
Yeah, I think my favorite
you know-
segment on here is shoulder tap. I love what Mick is doing. It's amazing. And again, it gives insight into what other traders are doing out there. And, when you hear about other traders that are losing, you feel less alone. We're going to all take losses in trading. There's a lot of, influencers out there that pretend that they never take losses in trading, and they'll only show you the accounts that they're green on. They'll trade 5 different prop firms over here to the long side, 5 different prop firms over here to the short side, and do completely knuckleheaded stuff. And then they'll show you only their green accounts that they made money on, while they don't show you all of their losses. And they just kind of sweep that under the rug, and they're deceiving people. It's just not good to have that kind of toxicity if you're trying to learn how to trade.
Look, if you teach a man to fish, you're going to have a great community. You're going to have longevity in the markets. You're going to be feeling like you're filling up the gas tank of knowledge every day. Even if you're down a little bit, you're out and around community. But if you're getting fed smoke and mirrors, and you got to know who you're watching, who you're following, and then really dig into them, probe, ask questions, see if they are totally transparent. Ask them what account they're in. Tell them if that's the same account that you made money in earlier today, or now you say you're up or down. So when Rips, you're on here, we have up in the right-hand corner live account. So that's live. Now he says he's down in his trading combine. So legit.
Yeah, I lost in my combines. There's no bones about that.
Yeah.
You got it.
It's if we don't fail, we don't progress. We don't know how to get better if we don't. And this is you'll learn the best when you can journal your failures and take the time to read over these. And that's one of the things too. It's you've got a journal. That was our tip of the week, and we've been talking about journaling all week long. And you ask yourself, how can I get better? Review. What did you do good? What did you do bad? Well, we've got about another 13, almost we'll say about 10 minutes here, and we are going to get to shoulder tap with Mick, Rip's favorite segment. So we're going to be doing that very shortly. If you can, we have pinned on top. We want to get some questions to Johnny Old Boy, the Hoagster, the Hogemeister. Drop your group questions into that pinned form, and those questions are going to be asked today for group coaching. So get those questions in there. Let's keep Hoag busy during group
and
coaching.
If I could, Eddie, I want to remind everybody, we put out that emotional journal, and I want to talk just a little bit about, where it came from, what it's meant to me, and a little bit about how to make the most of it. So we'll talk about that journal that we put out earlier this week. We've been talking about it all week. We'll take a little bit of a deeper look and see how to put it together. And it's highly personal. There's no right or wrong way. It is a practice.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about that.
Johnny, do me a favor. Save me a front row seat, because I tell you, emotions, mindset. That's so very important. That should be the first thing you're checking each and every day. How are my emotions?
Yep,
How's my mindset?
I got a seat for you right next to Taylor Swift, buddy.
Really?
Front
Do I
row.
got to wear any Kansas City Chiefs garb? No, I'm gonna. I hope not.
She probably will
I
be.
hope not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have I got a call in about 30 minutes. I told you guys I had a very important call yesterday with probably one of the biggest. I'm cool with them. So we talk a lot. Biggest FX funding companies. So it's good to talk to them. They're in good shape. Love those guys. So that was my important call yesterday. I don't know if I can say that. Then the other important call today I have with an individual and his partner that are very, very the most photographed individual on Wall Street, and he is pretty exciting to listen to. So we're looking to work with him. So stay tuned for Topstep TV because we are building out. As Eddie said, what are we doing, Eddie? The best, and the brightest, or the biggest, or the biggest players? All that and above, right?
You got it all there, Michael. And I tell you, Topstep TV, the biggest, the brightest, the smartest, the most handsome, the most beautiful, best names in the trading world worldwide. And you're not going to find anything else, anywhere else. No other stream, no other prop firm, for that matter. This is Topstep TV. And
yeah, guys,
there's so many
some of those guys. Yes, Eddie, finish your thought because it was a beautiful thought.
There's so many chasing it, they're never going to catch it.
Right. So people in the chat have said the individual's name. So they approached us. So that's really, really, really cool. They love what we're doing. Fastest growing future trading network out there. Biggest one as well. And we're just going to it's a network, guys. We're not just one influencer person sitting on a screen all day long. We are going to be working with the influencers that have their own community, like RIPS. RIPS is going to be a regular here. We got Anne Marie, who's badass, Deanna, who's badass, and we got a lot of people, and I can keep naming the list, but we got a lot of them that we're signing on. So it's really cool. Topstep's going to make a big investment in Topstep TV. It will be my goal is for it to have 20,000 viewers. Well, 10,000 by July. I want 10,000 by July concurrently watching. So that's the big goal. Why is it important to get to have it grow? It's because we're helping people get better at their trading. That's a poll. It's not my own, subjective view. We've done polls here. Does it help you trade? Yes. Does it keep you from over trading? Yes. Is it entertaining? Yes.
Yeah. And do we have the thoroughbreds here on the charge?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yes. We are making it happen. Good stuff. And of course, definitely we appreciate this community, our Topstep community. Fuel for the good fire. Good stuff. Keep up the participation, folks, because that's what it's all about. Okay. And look at this. Well, Rips is pretty handsome. He is just sort of upped our average here every time we have him on. Every time we have Anne Marie on, we look much better. Every time we got Deanna on, we look much better. Yes. Where's Andre? That helps.
I'm still thinking about that comment yesterday where the person said that Andre was so beautiful when he smiled.
You know what? I screenshot that and send it to Andre. I go, whoa, dude, be careful. You got a girlfriend.
And her YouTube username is.
Yeah. As said here too, Rips, we're coming to the end here. Really, really appreciate your drive today. Was awesome. It's coming from Super Trader Sam. I tell you,
I
energy.
appreciate that.
Kicking it in, great stuff too. And to be honest with you, it was a little tough at first to sort of catch up, but once we did, it was like, okay, now we've caught up to him. We had to sort of kick it into another gear, but great stuff. Oh, look, we got a poll here. Since we're all bearded wonders, We've got a beard poll here. Thank you, Roby. Roby's got a beard poll here.
You got
MP Hoag,
got a neck
Eddie.
and neck with Rips and Hoag.
You know, I'm gonna say, you know what? Hoag walks away with these a lot. You know, Michael, we don't got a chance, Michael. You know, and I shaved today too.
I know. I mean, I gotta grow mine out now.
I think I'm gonna grill this here, and then I'm gonna put one of those tree air fresheners right here. I'm gonna hang it right from this little piece here. Get it from my car. All right, take it. You know, Rips is new. I'm gonna put my vote out for Rips. I'm liking Rips.
I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm gonna vote for Hoag over here.
I voted for you.
There you go.
There we go.
That is so
Love
sweet.
it.
Oh,
It's a zero-sum
Are you
game.
still thinking about doing the handlebar mustache over there, Hoag?
It's growing.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
Oh man,
He's working on it. We got to get you some wax, some bee wax for that.
My wife is like, please don't. Please don't. But
Oh,
hey, why not?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You
In the
sexy
chat,
thing,
who,
you.
who in the chat, guys? Who else should we lock in to come on here? Who would you want to see? Just like an interview. It could be like an athlete. It could be like a big whatever. Like if there's like a majority rule where a bunch of you guys do, we'll hit them up. We have a booking member on our team that will reach out, wine and dine them, so to speak, get them on here. Yeah, ICT, we're working on him. I don't know, is he coming on January 25th? Said that.
He said
Yeah, I
yesterday.
think that
hopefully
is-
we'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's anybody that you want us to reach out to get on the show, let us know. TopstepTV at Topstep.com. If you got the connect, if you got the email, or maybe even a phone number that you know this person, give us a little bio so we can check it out, and that would help us out immensely. We'll get that on, and I'm going to say maybe if we do use the person you're looking for, that would be fantastic. We want to make sure that we get a nice variety of very smart people that actually trade live accounts. Here you go.
There you go.
Wink, wink.
Uh-huh.
a lot of
We're
these
the only
answers coming
funny
from the
company.
chat are hilarious.
Yeah.
Ghost, if you buy me a samurai costume, I will wear it on air. Konnichiwa. Domo arigato. There you go. All right. Well, we've got a few minutes here, and I just want to say once again, Rips, you've been a pleasure today and yesterday, back to
I
back.
appreciate that.
And we're going to have you back on here next week. But any closing comments for our lovely traders here today before we sort of end our segment on a Friday, Rips?
Yeah, it's a Friday. You don't want to go into the day with a loss, so try to manage your emotions in the trades today. If you are going to continue to trade, just remember on a Friday when we don't have any volatility events going in towards the close, which we don't outside of the WASD, and that's only going to affect these grain traders out there. So if you're not trading grains, it's pretty likely that we're going to have volume continue to decrease. We do have the Fed speaker who is speaking today. We have Kashkari who's speaking. Did he already speak? My goodness, I think he already spoke.
He spoke
10 a.m. Yeah. So he already spoke. So we don't really have anything left on the docket today, right? So if you're going to be continuing to trade, then you probably want to be trading smaller size or not at all, because it's Friday and as volume's decreasing, liquidity is going to dry up. It's going to make it much harder to peel off an advantage trade. So just take it easy out there. Happy to be finishing my day up money in the live account where it matters, and very happy to be here and excited to be on next week with you folks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. That was beautiful, beautiful.
Had a blast.
And then
with you,
Michael,
Rip.
cool. Michael, you're
Always
going
have
to
fun
head
with
out
you,
also?
Yeah, I'm heading out. I got that call in about a half an hour. I got to go skiing. I have to go skiing. I do want to go out there, clear my head. Closing comments, Rips. I like having you on. You guys are going to see more of Rips. We traded up, guys. We got the pro baller. He speaks markets. He knows markets, and he's all about the markets and helping other traders. Those are the people we want on here all the time. And Rips, appreciate it. Got on the call with you yesterday. I like our conversation. And 2024, let's rip it. Can I say that?
Oh yeah.
All right, giddy up. We're gonna take a quick break here, and we'll be back with Shoulder Tap, Hoagland Brett. So don't go away.
Welcome to the shoulder tap segment, everybody's favorite. Today we have one of our risk managers, Brett, with us this morning. Brett, how are you doing today? Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Hoagland. Snowy day in Chicago and loving the weather. If it's going to be cold, I'll take some pretty snow on the ground for us. But got a lot of really exciting traders to highlight today. A couple of shout outs, as well as three kind of different traders from one another that I want to talk about and really dive into and hear what you have to say about them too, John.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the snow. It's nice it looks all nice and clean right now. And you know, I have a son that lives with us, so I don't have to shovel it. Which is always nice. Yeah. So tell us about the shout outs, Brett.
Couple of shout outs. The first one is Ronald. Ronald is up $9,000 today in his live account and really just killing it. One thing I did want to mention about Ronald is Ronald has been in the live account for about 7 days now. And one thing that Ron had reached out about was increasing his daily loss limit from 3,000 to 10,000. And Ronald was telling me that he's convinced that the 3,000 is holding him back. And I reluctantly agreed that, hey, we'll do this for a short time, but if things don't go well, we're going to go back to how it was. And unfortunately, a couple of days ago, Ronald did lose about $11,000 in the first 15 minutes. In the first 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh,
and
really?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough to watch, and it's not because I'm losing that money or anything. I hate to see anybody in the markets losing significant dollars. And the first trader that I am going to highlight, named David, is kind of going to show what the opposite of that. But getting back to Ronald, great to see him getting that big losing day back today in short order. Just make sure you lock it in. If you have a 10 or 20% pullback, hang up the mouse for the day. Flip the switch to off.
Did we tighten up his daily loss limit again?
We did. I spoke with Ronald when we were increasing it, and I also reached out to him and let him know that due to how it played out a couple of days ago, that we would be going back. And really, it's all about risk management, and not to sound cliche or anything, but in managing the risk. If you're struggling with 3 contracts per trade, the way to turn that tough patch around is not by doing 10 contracts. It would be by doing 1 contract and tightening that up. We don't make more money by risking more. We risk more when we are making money.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, you give a trader a longer leash, and they're going to find the end of that leash. Sometimes that's just the way it works, right?
Absolutely. And I know my father was my mentor and still is my mentor in a lot of the finances, as well as just in general. But I could find every excuse as to why it wasn't my fault, even though deep down I knew it was my fault. Mm-hmm. I just didn't necessarily want to take that blame. Just really quick, getting away from Ronald, one more shout out is for Dennis R. This is great. This is the other end of the spectrum. This is just good news. Dennis awesome. R has been in 3 express funded accounts for quite a while now and has taken 39.5 thousand in payouts. And yesterday, Dennis hit the 100K club.
Nice.
So, couldn't be more excited for Dennis. Love that you've taken some significant payouts out of those 3 accounts, but 100K, we want more. We want more members of that club.
100%, Dennis, man, that's great. Congratulations. You know, the money comes sometimes fast and easy. Just remember, it goes the other way too. So make sure you remain a good risk manager.
Well said, John. And that reminds me, when it's going well, it almost seems easy. Dare I say that out loud? When it's going tough, it feels like I can't do anything right. Even when I say I think it's doing this, and I've been wrong every time today, so I'm going to do the opposite. Somehow the markets continue to humble me. Let's move on to some of the traders that we want to dive a little bit deeper into. David is the first. David, we had the pleasure to call up to live and let them know that their $50,000 express funded account will be moving to the live markets.
Very nice.
And David is kind of the opposite of Ronald. David's got the $50,000 account, NASDAQ trader. Average daily P&L is a modest $483.
Mm-hmm.
The average winning day percentage, 81%. Winning trades, an astronomical 76%. And each trade averages about a $400 win and just over $100 at down 136. But when you're doing
amazing.
76% of winning trades, or 76% of your trades are winners, that is phenomenal when it's almost a 4-to-1.
Right.
And David's not taking a ton of trades each day, just 2 trades. And the thing I wanted to highlight on David is that David has been in the account since November 28th of last year now. Happy New Year once again to everybody out there. But that's less than a month and a half ago that David has been in this account. And they've been able to grow it with a modest daily average of just over $400 to $12,500 over 26 trading days. And it really shows how these modest gains can add up to a very, very comfortable living.
100%. The reward over risk for David is really amazing. I mean, it's almost 4-to-1, and to be right 75% of the time with that kind of reward over risk is really something to be proud of, David. And it's if you can continue these kind of metrics. I know you're trading 4 lots. He's not an over trader. You've already kind of said that. One of the things that you can see in this trade report is that he's got to be extremely patient. He is taking the trades that are his number one opportunities. He's not messing around in the middle. You and Mick always say, shoot for 100% winning trades. Then you're going to be looking for only your prime opportunities. And it really looks like David is doing that. I mean, he took a couple of payouts, and he's still bringing in money. And David, if you can continue these metrics, if you can continue and build this account, you're trading 4 lots, yes. But if you can continue these metrics and, adding another contract somewhere down the road doesn't freak you out. Sometimes it freaks people out. Add another contract. You're going to be adding to your potential profits, maybe adding to your risk a little bit, but your average losing trade is $135. The average winning trade's $400. That's amazing. This is somebody that I would probably start to encourage, as this account balance builds. Number one, take some out once in a while. You don't want it to get too big because we've seen Brett and Mick and everybody here. Sometimes, having that big account makes you more risky. And like the last guy you were just talking about, you gave him more risk. He hit that daily risk. So just think as you keep growing this account, make sure you take a little bit out so that it's real. But, this is somebody I would encourage to start to, with the consistency, with the ability to manage the risk like he is. I mean, he has one trade here. It's a one trade. It's one loss. It was 1 minute and he gave it up. He said, you know what, forget it. I don't see it today. I'm not going to try and just trade to get that money back. I'm going to walk away. Another day, $200 loss, walked away. Wasn't seeing it. Said the heck with it. These are, this is to me somebody who really has an excellent chance of continuing to build the account, to build on to his strategies, and to really do some fantastic things in the future. I love the patience, love the lack of over trading. This is good, David. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. And one thing that you had mentioned is he did one trade and walked away after a minute. And that is so tough to do. And it all comes down to that self-discipline. And really so much of trading is self-discipline and saying, you know what? I know I don't like losing $100 or $200 on this trade, but take the bitter pill and swallow it now before you start telling yourself, you know what, I'll risk another $100. I'm already down $200 or $300. What's another 100? You can go down that road all day long. And then suddenly you get to the end of the day and it's like, holy cow, those $100 bills really added up quick.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. And he's capable of putting up big days, $1,400 winning day, $900 winning day, $800, $700, $1,100. This is really, really impressive and really good stuff. I have a lot of confidence in David that he's going to maintain and build this account for a long period of time, particularly
likewise
if he just maintains his mindset, maintains his patience, maintains his risk management, and looking forward to seeing his trading card in a month.
Yeah, this, based on everything that I've seen in reviewing David's account, just is so good at not forcing the trade, which is tough to do because we're all human. We all want that extra $50 or $100 in our pocket or more. And forcing the trade, like you said, shoot for 100% winning trades. And John, I want to ask you, I'm a little curious, if a trader has 100% winning trades, would you consider that a good problem to have?
One of the best problems to have, right? If you're not taking losses on any trade you take, believe me, it's not sustainable. It's not going to last forever. But I would be relishing in that fact that I had 100% winning trades.
Absolutely. And anybody that does have 100% winning trades, first thing you need to do is take some payouts, build that account value, get it healthy. And then it's time to probably talk to yourself about, let's try a few different trades. Let's diversify a little bit into more trades. It's impossible to keep it up at 100%, but it means you should dip your toe into the water of some other trades. Okay, I know we've spent a lot of time on these guys. I do want to get through some other traders.
Let's take a look.
And actually, Ronald, who I had mentioned a little bit earlier, who is up the $9,000 I had talked about earlier. But one thing I wanted to highlight on Ronald is doing 3 to 15 contracts per trade. As well as, even though that average daily profit and loss is just over $2,000, that's all from one day. Posted an amazing day in his live account of over $20,000, which is phenomenal. I don't want to play that down. But when you're having 17% winning days in the live markets, 25% winning trades, and then take a look at that average winning and losing trade. It is so out of balance.
Yes, it
is. And we don't want to be home run hitters. We want the base hits. And that's why I made a note. If I were to give you a recommendation, try to start the day with a few base hits, then increase your risk after you've made some money, or stop if you do have a pullback.
What did his trading combine or his express funded look like?
I don't have that up right now. Let me see if I can get that real quick. But
see if I can pull it up here.
His express funded account, it got him to live And we are very selective with the traders that we do call to live, as we want every one of them in the live markets to succeed, as well as any of our accounts. We're here to help traders learn how to become better traders and manage the money.
Of course. All right. I don't want to spend the time digging for this right now, but I mean, he started this account with a pretty healthy balance, and he's one of those guys, when he's got a daily loss limit and he has a down day, he's going to hit it. He's got one really good up day, but all the other days start down and end at the daily loss limit. And Ronald, love you, glad that you're doing well overall, but start thinking about that risk management, my friend. You don't have to lose $3 grand, $4 grand, 11 grand on any given day. So, one of these days was one trade. Don't lose that much in one trade. Manage the risk.
In addition to that, John, I know anybody that's been in the markets for long enough has experienced losses that are bigger than they want and that last longer throughout a period of time, whether it be weeks, months, or even longer. But any experience with how exhausting that is? I know I've been there.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I'm not saying that anything that Ronald is doing or has done isn't something that I've done. We're just trying to help Ronald kind of, he's got to be really excited. That's a lot of money. That's a big account and a big account balance. And yeah, you want to leverage that and make a whole bunch of money, but you gotta be smart about it. You by hitting that daily loss limit every day, that money goes away pretty quick. We've seen it. And, I'm just going to lean on one of my dad's wisdoms. He told me, money's easy to make and it's really easy to lose. The hardest part about it is keeping it, keeping the money.
Absolutely.
The money that's in this account is money you've earned and it's yours. It's not the markets. It's not house money. It's your money. Get your head on that.
Yeah. And one of the phrases that I've heard thrown around, or variations of it, is pigs get fed and hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've seen it with other traders that have had these giant days of well into 5 figures, similar to Ronald's day of $20,000. Mm-hmm. But it's all about keeping it modest and building that a little bit at a time, brick by brick, not having them fall out of the truck in the form of your final house.
Right. Right. Not everybody can do this, but if you're doing it, manage the risk. You don't want to give it away.
Yeah. And on those days, until you reach profitability, do one contract at a time. I feel so strongly on that. I don't care if you have $1 million account balance or a $10,000 account balance. Start out small until you can get into a profitable place with your account. Yes, I mean, yeah. John, you know how to make $1 million trading, right?
Yeah, start with two million.
Exactly. And that is so true. Moving on from Ronald, I wanted to talk about Jonathan. Jonathan is in a $150,000 express funded account. S&P NASDAQ trader, and average daily P&L of 3,400 and winning day percentage 83%. Winning trade percentage 61%, and he's a little upside down on the reward over risk at 185 against minus 225. But I would say for Jonathan, you don't have to do 5 contracts every trade. You can be more selective with how many you're putting on. As you're averaging 280 contracts a day, that is a fortune in fees. Yeah. And let's get that down and get your profits up. and really doing a good job building the balance in the account, and just limit that exposure and build it up.
Yeah, it's it's hard to look at somebody who is making actually pretty consistent money 83% of winning days. I mean, we have a very small data set here, but 1,000, 2,700, $7,000, $9,000, $3,000 loss, $3,600 win. It's hard to look at this and say, here's what you're doing wrong. A pretty short time frame. He's trading a little bit of size. The reward over risk is upside down, but if you can maintain the 60% winning trade percentage, you're going to survive that. The trade duration's a little bit upside down, holding on an average, his winners for an average of 6 minutes and the losses for almost 9 minutes. And that might be something that could, kind of help with that average losing trade. But at the same time, we don't know what he's doing, Jonathan. If you close up your stops a little bit more, that may cause you to die by 1,000 cuts. How do you tell somebody who's doing this well that they're doing something wrong?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, ultimately, it's tough to keep up the pace and keep it modest. And that's why you don't go broke taking profits. And Jonathan is doing a great job of that. Has taken a payout from the accounts, but I don't have in front of me exactly what that value is, but really killing it. And that 81%, I think it was, winning day percentage. Love to see it. Keep it up. And you're doing that by limiting the losses. And yeah, there's a daily loss limit hit in there. It happens. The important thing is to avoid that and getting too comfortable with it, because just because you have a $3,000 loss limit, that doesn't mean that it is acceptable to hit it ever necessarily. It is there to protect the traders, and that's what we're here to do. And the market teaches lessons to all traders. I don't care how much experience you have, but one thing that is consistent with that is lessons from the markets. They generally cost you money.
Mm-hmm. If there was one thing that the reward over risk, yeah, that's something. The durations, yeah, that's something. It's paying a lot in commissions. I mean, almost $600 in commissions every day. But that daily loss limit, that one day, there wasn't one winning trade, not one. At some point, you gotta figure, yeah, I'm not seeing it today. Let's just stop this where it is. Take a break at least, or just come back the next day, because the next day he made 3,600. He made the money back in a day, but had he lost 1,500, his account balance would be $1,500 more than it currently is. And recognizing when you're just not in step, maybe he came to the market kerfuffled that day, something like that. You don't have to hit that daily loss limit. When everything you do is wrong, just stop.
Yeah,
that's my only suggestion for him.
And ultimately, that isn't necessarily trading prowess. That is self-discipline. And self-discipline is the name of the game. And that is what catches so many people. A trader can be right 99% of the time. And sometimes that 1% of the time that they get caught is all it takes to force them to go back to their mainstay for income and rebuild that account and opportunity to trade. You can be right so often, and being wrong can really be a brick wall to a lot of traders.
Right.
And trying to force a trade is tough.
Yes. You're trying to force trades. God forbid it works for you, because that's just going to reinforce bad behavior, and you don't want to force anything. Let it come to you.
It's the 80-20 rule. Of those forced trades, 20% may work out and 80% won't. And these are not official numbers or anything, but it's tough to force a trade or have an error trade that goes with you and be like, oh, I made another error. Maybe it's going to be a winner again, like the last one. And it sets unrealistic expectations, and keeping those expectations in check is the basis of a lot of that self-discipline.
Well, Brett, great job today. Great cards, great thoughts. We got to move on to the next segment here, which is the Power Players segment, where we're going to have Eddie, Cortland, and Robert. Andre is still a little bit busy right now, but Andre is supposed to be back later on. So we'll have Eddie, Cortland, and Robert for Power Players. Brett, have a great rest of the day and a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the snow, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me.
And we're back for
It's time for power players.
Yes, it is. And I'm ready to go here.
All right, then, let's do it.
Let's do this. I'd like to say good morning to Ben and hello, Robbie. I call you Robbie all the time. I like to say that, Robbie. It just sort of flows out of my mouth. Robert, how are you, partner?
I'm doing good. That's quite all right. I've heard that before. I don't have much of a
Right, mate,
British
right.
accent, but yeah, I'm
I
doing
love the
great.
British accent.
Great here. Just jumping in here for Andre's got something to take care of, so we're just gonna jump in here for a little
Sure.
bit, see what we can do. Hello,
We'll see
Eddie.
what
Hello,
happens. Good. Ben, how are you today, partner?
I'm doing well, brother. It's been a long week. I'm thankful it's Friday. I've got a brand new 50K trading combine for Topstep X. I'm trying to integrate myself into the platform, familiarize myself with it. So I want to get some trades knocked out today on that platform, and I'm looking forward to it.
You know what? Let me ask you real quick. You're just using Topstep X right now, right? First time?
Yes, sir.
And how you liking it so
Not
far?
first time, no. Not the first time.
Okay.
I did some testing when we were first workshopping it a few months back, but I haven't been in the platform since a lot of the changes were made and things like that. So I know we're gearing up for the public launch, and wanted to jump back in and utilize it.
All right. Utilize. Have fun with it. I love it. I use it. Like it. Love it. Very easy on the eyes. Very easy on the brain. Very easy to find things and move things around. So I like it. Robbie, what are you using? You using X? Did you check out X at all?
I do have X. I do have Quantower is my main one. I love TradingView for all the indicators that we work with and what the team has on TopstepTV. We help make all those things for those guys. I have a couple new ones for Hoag. I demoed to him yesterday. Hopefully we'll get them on the chart. But I do use Topstep X. I literally have all three of them loaded up because when you guys are all talking and going through the show broadcast during the day, I like to see what's going on and see how things are happening. Someone calls out the tilt, I look
Cool.
at X on it. Someone calls out something else, I look at something else. It's all good. And I see that John, I'm sorry, just Hoag, who just put this up there? JD is covering for me on the polls. And thanks, rating my British accent. That's a really good one to start off with, Eddie.
Right, Governor. You gotta do the Jason Statham. Right, we've got some criminals inside. We've got to clear them out here, and we're going to do this very, very quickly. Like, I love Jason Statham. I try to do his voice, but hey, trades. We got some trades on today, boys. Ben, you do anything today? Put anything on here today? for this Friday trade day?
Just before the open, yeah, the PPI number came out. We got a sharp move up. There was a little pullback. I caught that, but really just exited on the break of that high that was put in right after PPI, and clearly it went for much more. So just a little small trade, but now I've got this TopstepX account in that I wanted to get ready for the broadcast. So we'll see if anything else presents opportunities. We're looking kind of flat at the moment, but maybe that's a return to the settlement price trade, something to that effect. There's still opportunities to be made to be had in range bound markets, but I'm more of a trend trader myself, so that was the only decent trend opportunity that I saw this morning.
Right. Well, we got that NASDAQ down at 0.19 here. Last in the NASDAQ, 16,934 quarter. S&P's down about 0.17 on the day. S&P last year, we're looking at a 48.06 areas. And looking at crude. Crude today seems like the only one that wants to be positive here, but still on the downside here. Looking at crude here right now. Last here, 72.82, very close to the lows. So we're going to be watching that. Ben, what are you going to be trading?
My bread and butter is the ES, S&P 500. I just popped over. I haven't looked at crude at all today, but there's a pretty nice downtrend there. So maybe that's an area of opportunity. Looks juicy.
Right. And Robbie, I saw a comment earlier in the community about the UVs. They were making some headway. Let me ask you, what are you trading and what are you going to trade today?
Well, I don't have a lot of time during the day to trade. Working in the backend on production, as several of us are, it's really difficult to kind of keep an eye on things. That said, I do have a couple of auto stuff that if people know me, they know what I do, and I did leave a few running. It's kind of the size of my personal stuff over here. It made a couple $100 last night on micros, and I just shut it off during the broadcast. I do like to monitor it. What you're looking at now on the screen is simply Quant Tower, and I pulled up 4 instruments, so I don't even know, to be honest, if I'll actually take a live trade. But if we see something, I'll just punch it in, and we'll go with it for there. But I wanted to demo a couple things, and I put a few different instruments on just for a change of pace. Top 2 left is NQ, top right is ES. And then the bottom ones, the left is RTY, the Russell 2000, and on the right it's YM, the Dow. I figured I would just throw those on there for a little bit of a different spin. I'm just filling in here for Andre while he's away. So let's have some fun. Power hour, power players, yeah. Power markets, power platforms. Let's just go for it. Absolutely.
You're rushing the day here, buddy.
It's time for power players.
There we go. Thank you, Tone Loke.
There you go.
Yeah. We'll see what we can get going here. Any opportunity? I know that we. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh no, I just said yeah, we'll do it. We'll jump in when we have the opportunity. I'm just a little different than the norm. The way the charts look. So drive it home, Eddie. You're the driver on this one. We're the passengers. Let us know what you want to see, my friend.
Well, I want to see some action. I want to see some trades, and while we're looking for that, I've got some topics that I want to talk about. And get your opinion on, how you handle them, how you fix them, and how you move forward. And let's start with the first one. I know that seeing a lot of this applying to traders. Sometimes we don't realize that we are taken back by this word called greed. I tell you, everybody wants to trade. Everybody wants to have a winner. We want to have the biggest winners possible. But, I learned the hard way with the word greed that it's not always going to help you. And the odds are way against you if you're looking for the home run trade, the maximum amount, picking tops, picking bottoms. And I found out that, as a trader, I'm taking smaller trades. And I'm seeing more success looking at smaller time frames, smaller ranges, and smaller profits. Let's start with Ben. Ben, what's your take on greed?
I mean, it's a very, very powerful emotion. It's going to affect you no matter what you do. I think it's important to recognize it. And what helps me, and I think every trader, has to get to this stage at some point, is developing a trading philosophy, defining what conditions or what times you are not going to trade, or your types of opportunities are not going to present themselves, and be able to recognize that. That's part of the reason when we were flipping through markets just now, I looked at crude and said, okay, this is a decent trend. It's, of course, that's obvious, but in the same way, when I look at ES, I say, okay, there's not much opportunity here for my system. Maybe someone that likes range-bound trades, I mentioned return to settlement. Maybe they saw, some support back here. We touched that area a little bit earlier in the day, and they want to play it back up to settlement. That's not necessarily my cup of tea, and so I'm going to stay away from it. But we were to see volume pick up, break out of that range. Now I'm interested. Same thing with crude. So defining, everyone has different indicators that they look at, different areas on the chart that they look at. I saw actually earlier today, Robert mentioned the NQ was chopping back and forth across the volume point of control. And that's just one additional way of recognizing for himself in his system, hey, this is something that, I probably ought to stand back from. I'm not an algorithm. I'm not going to be able to, scalp this efficiently back and forth. And that's not within his style. So more than anything, recognizing that there's always going to be another opportunity, and then defining for yourself when for your system is it less likely to find those opportunities, or which markets.
Right.
I'm looking at crude now. I'd love to put on a trade for the broadcast. I'd like to see something move back up maybe to 73, just a little pop up, something like that, a little bit closer to this EMA, and then maybe a push down into 72.50. So that's what I'm stalking right now. That's the only thing I really see, like you mentioned, that's moving at the moment. So we'll see if that opportunity presents itself. If it does, that's what I'm looking for.
That's good. And Rob, we've taught a lot of traders, and I believe that's probably one of the biggest concerns for moving forward is eliminating the greed factor. I mean, greed kills. They say speed kills. Well, greed kills. It's going to kill your account too. You get too greedy. What's your take on this, Robbie?
I am 100% with you. With all the traders that have coached hundreds, probably over 1,000 by now, that does it. There's greed and fear. We always hear those two opposites: fear and greed and fear. There's a little bit of a crossover because you can be greedy to go in and be fearful you're going to lose it, which turns kind of a greed to keep the money. So it's a little bit of a crossover. But throughout the years, throughout the experience, and throughout talking to all kinds of traders, it is absolutely greed that takes them out of the picture. And it doesn't mean always it's just that, hey, I want $500 today and I'm at 490. Let me take another trade. I don't think that's it. That's more of like impulsiveness. That's more of the headspace stuff. It's, wow, I just clicked a button and I made $200 because the market popped in my direction. I want to make 4,000 a day now. That's what really happens. Now, we say one thing about like extrapolation, right? We always talk about that, saying, I only need to make X amount of dollars per day and I'll make this much money per year. While it's true, we're not going to want to do that, but it's a good base point. It's a really good base point. You can say, look, I'm on a $50,000 a year salary. Well, that's $250 a day. Well, that's 5 points in ES. So you can break it down that way without trying to internalize and say, well, that's all I need. This is what I'm going to get, and I'm targeting that every day. No. That's just an average. But when you hit that 250, why are we going for another 1,800? It's really, really something. It doesn't take a lot to make a lot of money, and that's see a lot of the traders failing. You see that all the time on shoulder tap. Oh, so and so made $18,000 today. Great. We didn't hear from him for another 6 weeks. But it's just that's how it happens, right? It's just getting that. It's too easy, I guess. Sometimes it's too simple. Click that button, make a couple grand or a couple hundred. Yeah. So the greed is absolutely what takes traders out of the picture. 100%.
There's two types of traders in my belief. And I've had I've been blessed to have moved on to the risk team recently, and I've been doing a lot of monitoring intraday positions, things like that. There's two categories of people that, they hit that 10, 15, $20,000, $30,000 mark, whatever, you start getting into the tens of thousands of dollars in profit. And I'll see that, on our live boards. And sometimes that amount, it gets cleared in the morning and it stays, $24,342 of profit, and it stays right there for the remainder of the day. They had profitable trades, maybe one or two. They wrote out that trend. They took their money and they ran, right? And they took it into the close. Right. Then there's the other people that move up, $15,000, $18,000 of profit. And, you check back 45 minutes later, now it's down to 8,000. You check back a little bit later, it's down to 4,000, and kind of fluctuates around. at that point, you kind of have to cut and run. You got to be honest with yourself about what you're
Cut the
doing on an
bait.
intraday
Right.
basis and how you're trading. But it can evaporate just as quickly as you make it. So when you have it, definitely, hold on to it, take a payout, whatever you can do with that money.
Right. Hey, we just saw a new low here in crude, 72.73 last, but we got a new low here, 72.66 in crude. Let's take a look here.
Wow.
At our NASDAQ buyers coming back here slightly, 16,949 over in the SPOOs. Call those the SPOOs on the trading floor. S&Ps looking at 48.11 quarter. And what the heck? Let's take a look at the Russell. Russell, got a few people trading Russell. Russell right now, 1963. It was a very good year here, but looking very close to its lows here at 1957. We'll keep an eye on that. And of course, you gold bugs here for the last hour. We've had sellers running the ship here, and still taking a look here, still a ways from our low at 2036.80. We got a 2048.50 last. And I tell you, the trend's been up here. We topped out earlier at 2067, and it seemed like the buyers were done, at least for the moment. They tried to get back here, but there was just too many offers to hold those bids up. So that's why we're seeing this market a little bit on the downside right now. So any opportunities, gentlemen?
It's a quick question
Sure.
there on the oil. Since at the crude oil, you're talking about it's going down. What is the tilt showing? And seeing that I'm on production and we're going to freak everybody out, I'm going to put an overlay on for our tilt. There it is. What do you think of that?
I'm showing 66% at the moment. 66% short at the moment. Yep. With the
and
average
gold
price of 73.02. Gold is short 66%. Average price.
We want to watch NASDAQ. You see NASDAQ? NASDAQ is 74% short. Was that right?
I'm seeing 76% long at the moment.
Long. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. I saw the 76 and it sort of flashed before my eyes, but we'll keep an eye on that right now. S&P is 68.31. Is that right? 68 long, with an average of 40. Was it 48.10? Is that right? S&Ps. Yes, 48.
Yeah, 68%. Average price 48.10. That's right.
Okay. So as I was going to say, gentlemen, any opportunities here? I know, Ben, that you were looking at something. Anything play out for you?
No, I don't. It's not looking like I'm getting the pullback I was hoping for. This is the move down I wanted, but I didn't quite get a retracement into that 73 area. All that did is just, skew my risk reward. If I was going to take a bite at it here, I'd have to risk more money than I'm comfortable with to put my stop up, at the 73.25 area, which is logically where I would want to put that on the chart. And then I've got to, if I'm going to take it at 72.80, now I've got to risk, $400 per contract instead of the $200 that I would have preferred. So, that was something I had to look off, just trying to be disciplined on a Friday. I definitely want to enter something, and maybe it bounces back up, kind of a high volume spike, some shorts get blown out, and then we move lower. That's something else I'm open to seeing. But I didn't quite get that retracement I was looking for.
Okay. All right. A comment here from our community, Lido Bombs. We're talking about that greed. My problem is greed and fees. Don't want to take a big profit and be greedy and get wrecked. But I like that you've got another side to this. But also don't want to take small profit and half goes to fees. But here, if you put it this way, all right, if you've got that greed factor and you're looking to make that, you're looking to hit that home run. You're looking to make more. And like Ben was saying, and I know Robert and myself, and so many trade reports that we have looked at where somebody in the early part of the day is up, let's just say $1,200. By the end of the day, they're down $600. All right. One of the problems there is you don't know when to say when. All right. You've got to give yourself at least, sure, I understand we all want to trade, but you got to give yourself an area where, okay, if I lose 400, if I lose 500, I'm done. Okay. I tried. I gave it a shot. But when you're losing all and more, then you know what? You're walking out of that day. Confidence is busted. It's sitting on your shoulder. You come in the next day and you're saying, gosh, Why did I do that? But give yourself a level. If you're up 1,200, let's say you want to keep trading. Okay, you know what? I lose $400. At that point, if I'm up $800, it's a shutoff valve. It's not an option. It's not a choice. I'm done. I gave it a try. It didn't work, but I'm still walking out of here today with a very, very nice day. So keep that in mind. And I know it's easy to say, hard to do, but hey, make yourself accountable. This is about you. All right. You're pressing all the buttons and you're looking for success. So take my word for it. That does work.
I just put on a trade in the NQ short. That tilt was pretty much the high. That extreme in the tilt that we saw was more or less the high. 76% long, right into right around the close there, and so now I put my stop up just north of that. 30-point stop is wider than I would have liked, but for the sake of jumping in when there's an opportunity, the buying on this move up was relatively thin. So we'll see. We might just continue chopping around that settlement price, but wanted to jump in, take an opportunity, on that flush, and we'll see if we get a sharper move lower. I'd love to see some volume pick up. This level here, 16,907, was right at the open of that big PPI print at that candle. So if we move below that, might see some volume accelerate and flush through this level. That's what my theory is for the trade. We'll see if it plays out, starting to go in our favor a little bit, but something we'll monitor over the next period of time.
It's a good theory there, Ben. Just be wise there that your point of control is at 16,950. So we may run into some issues there, and I know your close there is 16,958. So you got a little bit of distance. However, there was a power trade from 44 to 50. So you might get a little push up through that area, but I just wanted to make I didn't see point of control on the screen, so it's 16,950. Go ahead, Eddie.
Robert, you say power trade. What's a power trade?
Power trade is a feature of Quantower, actually. What I'll do, let me expand my screen and give those guys a few minutes to load it back.
Break
I'll show
it down,
you exactly
give us a
what I'm
quick
talking about.
detail.
Sure.
Yeah, quick little
All right,
detail.
screen is right there. Absolutely. I'll slow it down a little bit so we can talk about it. It's a feature of Quantower. I'm going to click on it and show you what it looks like. You can turn it on or off. I'm going to pull up the settings of it so we can get a little more granular look. This is really the area I'm concerned with up here. It's just the amount of volume, and you can put that in. It's adjustable. I forgot what the default is, but you adjust it for the instrument that you're trading. One's going to have more volume than the other. I found that 250 happens to work pretty good for NQ, which is what you see in the background. And the interval is 1 second. Now, this means when there's a volume increase of 250 in 1 second, what that does is it puts this little yellow marker on it. So that's telling me, let's just pretend I'm watching the market. These are range bars, so it's really easy to see consolidation all up in this area right here. We can see these right here up the top. There's a consolidation area. Yep, bam, bam, bam. Now, this right here, it is right around 973 to 968, right in there, is where the power trade showed up, which means there was an increase by 250 volume to the downside. It showed it right there. The downside is because it's a black candle. They're just black and white. So when that happens, and it happened right at the level here of a support level, and the market just came up and it bounced around with range bars. It isn't really going anywhere in about 15 or so block here. As soon as it broke below that and a whole bunch of orders came through, like the massive volume increase, what the heck just happened? It just dropped all the way down. We just played that right down here. It kept going all the way from this point where we're signaled, and it kept going all down here. Now, what happened right at this level? Right here, I'm looking at around 35 to 40, this 5-point range. We had another influx, a massive increase in volume, but guess what it was? We have a white bar. What does that mean? It means I think all of these shorts that were down here were just pinning up, closing those short positions, and potentially longs trying to pick up at the bottom and go the other direction. All it's telling me is that there was a massive increase in the amount of volume within 1 second of time, and that's a clear example of it was consolidating. Big
Okay.
volume came in very quickly, dropped down, and then the bottom of it, you wait for that other one to come up. It's an upward candle, a lot of volume, stopping it, and that play right there. Had I played it, you're talking that was
Is
70. Let's go in early, 65 to 35, for example. So that's a pretty good trade. That's
all
how you
right.
use power trades
So
on tower.
that is a power trade. All right, thanks, Robert.
Yes,
Hey, Sherry had a
you're welcome.
question here. Is the dome volume from Topstep internal traders or from the whole market? That is directly from the CME. All right, we have no control over that. That's we're getting that data directly from the CME. So that's the dome depth of market, the ladder, the dome, whatever you want to call it here. I find it very good to use when you're getting down to the nitty gritty. And what I mean by that is when you're really getting close to the market, looking at your position and seeing how strong the offer is above you, how strong the bid is below you. And that's the way I use that. So if you like that, that's fine. It's hopefully I answered your question there, Sherry. Dante's got a question. People looking for new highs. I have a question. With what money? Free money is over. Everyone's already long Apple and Nvidia. Where are all the new money going to come from? Fed has to lower rates. What's your take on that, Robert?
I honestly have absolutely zero idea about any of that. I am a
Okay.
full-on
All right. Ben,
technical
how about
trader.
you?
So
Do you got
yeah,
any, do you got
go to
anything on
Ben.
that?
So it's always problematic in my mind when you forecast your own beliefs about what's going to happen. I've made some serious mistakes doing that, so I'm always reluctant to say that oh, there's no more new money. Especially with the investing that goes on from mutual funds, people's 401ks. There's kind of a passive bid with 401k money in this country. Going into those large tech stocks and some of these funds. So to say there's no new money is an opinion, and even what I just shared is an opinion as well. Don't let that paint too bright a color on your charts, because you can really get twisted up and not believing the price action you're seeing before you, because you have a kind of a constitutional belief that something else is supposed to be happening.
Okay. All right. And how's your trade, Ben?
We got a little 5-minute hammer in the opposite direction that doesn't look great. I'm reluctant to cut it. I don't like to fidget with my trades too much. I think once you're in a trade, it's difficult to look at it, make objective changes to it necessarily, at least for me. So I try to commit, once I've made the decision, commit to it. We're having a little bit of an issue with this 20 EMA. It's kind of pushing back down. So we'll see. Volatility isn't very high at the moment. So I kind of just have to be patient and see if this idea plays out.
All right. And that's, I tell you, that's something I'm still working on, is patience. Very, very important in trading and in life too, especially when you're in a very long line. But patience, like they say, is a virtue, and I find that very true. Robert, like we talk about the three borings. Boring's
Yeah.
talking about patience, discipline, management. Three very boring things that you need to take with you every day, and you need to have them on your checklist. You need to have them in your journal. You need to have them in your game plan. And most of all, you need to have them up here in your mindset. I need to work on my patience, keep it up, work on my management. Yes, I'm managing not only my account, but I'm managing myself, and discipline. Work on that discipline. So keep those together every day. And every once in a while, when you're out of a trade, or even when you're in a trade, remind yourself, I need to use these. I need to use these each and every day that I am trading. So keep that in mind.
100%.
Let's see here.
So
Robert,
some traders were asking about the. Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say, you see any opportunity to get in this game?
I do not see opportunity right now. We're hanging on NASDAQ. We're hanging around that point of control. We get the range bars, which makes it really easy to see in barcoding. We've heard that term a lot, right? Just up, down, up, down. Super easy to see when they're barcoding. So to me, it really doesn't mean anything. I probably wouldn't look for anything unless we're dropping below 16,927 or over 965. I probably wouldn't do anything around there. I noticed that oil, I just have it on another screen, oil kind of bottomed out at the there. It's not doing any type of return at this point, but it bottomed out. But I don't see anything on here. I do want to address a couple of things that came through the chat. They were asking about this quant tower thing, the power trades and like volume profile and a few things that I use. They're not necessarily available on the free version of quant tower, but I'm going to throw something out here, folks. It's like $25. So it is absolutely worth taking a $25 plunge. I spent $25 in coffee the last few days. So for that little amount of money, get the stuff that you need to use, make your trading a heck of a lot easier for you. Let the technology do the work. I don't mean bots or anything. I just mean let the technology do the work. If you're having trouble trying to find something, it's like, wow, how do I know there's buyers coming in, sellers coming in? It's great. It shows you. It's right there. You don't have to struggle and look for it. This thing comes with a DOM surface. You saw earlier today, Rips had a wonderful, wonderful setup. He's using Bookmap, and then he had his candle chart next to it, and he can kind of go in between the two of them, split screen back and forth. Beautiful, beautiful setup. That guy's amazing. You do the same on Quant Tower. I'm not trying to sell this out. I'm just saying it's available. But if $25, just make it easier on yourself and get the tools that you need to do your job.
Thanks, Robert. Thank you. Felix had a question. He goes, how does the B2B work? Well, the B2B, that is bell to bell. It's our bell to bell club. And what it entails is we want to make sure we want to reward those that are here with us from bell to bell. So what we did prior this week is we drop a form in chat. And you've got to fill it out. Yes, we did 3 for our first bell to bell. You got to sign up the form every time. You got to make sure you got all 3 of those. Okay, the check-ins is what we're calling them. And then after the day is over, you give us about a week here, and we'll get you that free reset. But we're going to be doing it, Felix. You missed it this week, but we will be doing it again next week. So don't fret. We'll be back again with that bell to bell club. So bell to bell are traders that are here from opening bell to closing bell. So good stuff. And thank you, Tyler. Tyler's with us here today. And Tyler is running our YouTube chat, trying to answer as many questions as he can. So there you go. All right. You know what? We got a little more time here. I want to touch base on something else that's very important. Something I think we don't talk about too much. And I mean, at times, if we're having a bad day, and that's going to happen, such as life. You have a bad day in life. You have a bad day trading. God forbid you have both at the same time. But one of the things that we should sort of at least try to be like a Teflon Don, all right, I'm going to say that, is being hard on yourself, all right? I know that a lot of us are working very hard to progress forward, and a lot of us are spinning our wheels or even putting the account in reverse and not getting what we want. But the thing is, it's like you can't be hard on yourself, because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to build confidence, all right? Besides the management, discipline, patience, we're trying to build up our confidence to open up trades, to enter trades, to log in, to trade as someone looking for success. And sometimes, I tell you, we were trading fast markets here today, and Michael put it very bluntly and very transparent that it's going to happen. It's going to happen to all of us. As a matter of fact, I was trading gold and almost ready to pass the combine. And my last trade, I was down $500. So I put it on the side for a while. Did not see the market correctly. And I'll be honest with you, did not do my homework. Didn't have a game plan. Just sort of went in and tried to trade it, which was my mistake. And that sort of blew some confidence. But as the days go, as the trades go, you build confidence. Now, Ben, how about confidence for you? When you're down confidence, how do you bring that back up to speed?
I think it's important to compound your wins, right? Because losing compounds losing, and winning can compound winning. A lot of that is mindset driven. I've had periods where I thought that it was, almost the end of the world is not the right way of putting it, but I was just flabbergasted at how I was losing trades over and over and over again in a row, right? I was completely on tilt, something that, 15 losing trades in a row is statistically possible, but very unlikely, especially with the strategy that I was telling myself I was using. I've been in that headspace before. And I think the most important way to get out of that is to build wins up the opposite direction. So you got to start by getting a simple win. It doesn't matter if it's $50 or, $100, something, right? Put a contract on, take it off for profit, take a step back, look objectively, and try and do that again. I think the best thing you can do is get a winning week under your belt, because that's something over the weekend you can reflect on. So building up to ultimately having a profitable week, you've made more money this week than you had previously, is vital. And that's something that now you're going into Monday with the right mindset. You can be patient and build off of that. So it starts with, one brick at a time, and then you put up that wall, and then you've got the house built.
Awesome. All right, gentlemen, we are out of time. Ben, keep us posted on your position. Robert, thank you very much for stepping in last moment. And you're doing a great job on those polls. Keep those going. We're going to take a little break here, and we do have Top Quiz coming up. But today, Sarah and Brooke are going to be on. You got Thelma and Louise for Top Quiz. Right after that, group coaching with Hoag and JD. Back to the Futures. We got John, the Hoag Man, and Anne Marie. So Anne Marie's going to be doing something a little different. Strategy Lab. Right, it's called Strategy Lab. And, of course, the last hour of the day, we'll get that handsome guy Jack on with us. Hopefully Andre could join us. If not, we got Hoag, and Corbs is going to join us. Yes, Corbs will be with us. So we're going to take a time out and get yourself ready for Top Quiz. Thanks, guys, for being with us. Talk to you soon.
Appreciate it.
Time to run it off. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Time to run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it off. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Time to run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check, no drip this, wet. Tell them run it up, no sleep, no rest, might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch, tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check, no drip this, wet. Tell them run it up, no sleep, no rest, might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch, tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they're getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check, no drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it off. I wake up, flex, thumb down, now check. No drip, just wet. Tell them run it off. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it off.
Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man he appears. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not give what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider, bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the Hoagland, granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running, I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise, I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds, I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it, I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother, I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blinging like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Top Quiz. It is Friday, January 12th. I am with Sarah. We've been reading the comments during break, and my main takeaway is that the music's perfect. No notes.
Yeah.
Seems everyone's jamming to it.
It's beautiful. We were in the green room just bouncing a little bit, enjoying it.
Yeah. That also is not my music. As the finest royalty-free hip-hop that you may find on the internet. Maybe that's why it doesn't have royalties. So, Sarah, thank you for playing today. It's Friday. I'm excited. How you doing?
Good. I'm so happy it's Friday. I don't know about anybody else in the world, but we are definitely avoiding colds. Everybody's getting sick. Have a little, throat lozenge in my mouth. So if you hear me getting clicky, sorry, but I hope everybody's healthy.
Click away. Click away. If this is your first time playing Top Quiz, will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will go into a raffle to win one of 30 free combines we'll be giving out. I will also give the top 3 people combines because you know what, Sarah? I was thinking the other day that even if people are cheating, it would be very hard to cheat to get into the top 3 because you would have to answer so quickly. You got to know it.
I don't know.
So
Sometimes, well, I'm involved in making the code, so I do see some people's names come up every day, and I'm like, how are you that good? So there's got to be something going on. Maybe a bot. I don't
yeah,
know.
if you'd like to prove how good you are, if you want to be a big time person, do what Black Swan did. I'll have you on the show and you can answer
Bring it.
face to face. So,
Bring it.
are you ready to start this? Oh, yeah. Last thing, remember to answer on your device because we are delayed here. All right. And we'll get to our special
Absolutely.
top quiz announcement at the end of this. It'll be reset codes to answer there. Yes, the algos are hitting the top quiz. Okay, we got Danny, Jack, and the cat. Bring your Jack names. I'll take them. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's get this started. Reminder, there will be no top quiz on Monday. We're ending after shoulder tap. And the
Yep.
first question is, what type of yield curve is historically predictive of recessions? Is it an upward sloping, flat, kinked, or inverted yield curve?
Ooh. I'm glad we're talking about yield curves and not other things. I'm going to go with inverted. Why not?
Sarah is in there for inverted, and yes, indeed, inverted is correct. Lots you knew that one. And I always appreciate all caps screaming out the wrong answer in chat. That is the sort of confidence that will go a long way.
They're
Okay.
just trying to even the playing field with bad information.
All right. Scoreboard after 1. Matt K, Raheem, short all day. Bardowski, and need new music.
Really, how do you feel about that need new music? Let us know.
I didn't choose the music, and we don't hear it in back during the transitions. I hear it goes pretty hard, but maybe we will. I think I'm staying with that music. You can play it at my wake. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's go. Question number 2 is, using laser mapping, archaeologists recently found signs of complex civilization dating back 2,500 years where? Remember recently, we talked about it earlier. Egypt, the Amazon, Australia, or Arizona?
It's a good question, and I know the answer, so I'm just going to stall for a couple minutes and say it's probably not Arizona.
All right, what you got?
Could be Australia. I'm going to go with Egypt.
Oh, it was the Amazon.
Oh, I'm so wrong. Yes. That's what I get for saying I knew the answer.
Yeah, well, as I just mentioned in the previous question, the confidence in wrong answers is the best thing you can do. Will it be
safe
right?
with her winning streak.
Will it be right?
If you say it with confidence, people believe you.
There's the life advice that we come for here.
There you go.
Ma the Meatloaf moves in the first. Leave blank, Foley, Bardowski, and Richie Rich.
Ooh,
Richie Rich is one that I see high pretty often. Get on the show, Richie.
Yeah, come on, bring it.
All right, third question.
Let's see your real time.
If you were to go long one futures product and short an other, for example, long 2ZN and short ZB, you would be trading a spread, outright, option, or strangle.
Please tell me that strangle really is a trading term I've never heard, because that's amazing.
These are all terms.
That's amazing. Yeah. I'm going to go with a option. That's not right.
You would be trading a spread. Yes, a spread. A strangle is a options strategy. Option is an option.
I'm gonna have to
Outright.
go to Investopedia and go check my wording.
There you go. And outright is what most of y'all are trading in Topstep, which is just a going long or short a future, taking a position. Okay. Well, let's see what we got on the leaderboard. Foley, Raheem. Oh, damn.
Black Swan.
Black
I was
Swan
wondering
is
when you were
here.
going to be up there.
Shop Fest and Daily Handle. All right, we got one more question to go here, Sarah. Are you prepared?
I mean, maybe. I'm going to try.
All right.
No softballs today. No softballs for Sarah. Like, that's not fair.
I'll see what we can do about that. Granted, I've already written
Okay.
this next question, obviously, so it's going to be what
Fine.
it's going to
We'll
be.
see.
But I think you're going to get this. Final question. Which of these mammals is responsible for the most human deaths in Africa each year? Is it elephants, lions, hippos, or Cape buffaloes?
It's a good question. I like the picture of the leaping lion there. It's quite nice. I'm going to go with hippos.
Going with hippos. You
I'm going
are
to say it not with confidence.
correct. No, you are correct.
Yes.
Hippos are some mean MFers.
They
Of course,
are. They are.
the reason I put mammal in here is because technically the animal responsible for the most deaths is a mosquito. But that's
With malaria. Thanks, mosquitoes.
thanks, mosquitoes. What a great animal they
We
are.
love you.
All right. Well, let's hit the podium right here to see our top 3. And 3 out of 4 is good because you'll be in the random drawing. But our top 3 for today. In third place, Daily Handle.
Congratulations, Daily Handle.
Black Swan.
Ooh, 2 is better than nothing.
Our winner today is Foley.
Holy.
Congratulations, Foley. So thanks for playing this week. Sarah, we got a few quick announcements here for next week on Top Quiz. What do you got for us?
Ooh, next week, Jack is going to be in the hot seat. So all the guests on Top Quiz the entire week are going to be asking Jack the question to see if he can get 4 out of 4 and beat Bonnie's streak.
I am prepared to be completely embarrassed by that. So yes, next week, Bonnie, Sarah, Alyssa, the whole crew will be writing the questions and hosting, and I will be sitting here trying to answer their questions. So be nice to me. All
I've already
right.
written my questions, so you're in for a fun time.
Oh God, I can't wait. Also, as I said before, we're ending at 11 on Monday because of the early market close, so no quiz that day. But we'll be back Tuesday. In the meantime, stick around for group coaching with Hoag and Back to the Futures with Anne Marie. We got Power Hour. I'll be joining the crew plus Corbs at 2 o'clock. I'll be drinking more water, Sarah, because it's January.
Yep, I'm with you. I have mine sitting right here as well.
All right.
Dying.
So, Sarah, thanks again. Great job today. Stick around for group coaching.
Thank you.
We'll be back right after this.
everybody. It is noon, and again, time for Top Steps group coaching session we like to call Let's Crush 2024. My name is John Hoagland. I'm a senior performance coach here at Top Step. In February, it's going to be 41 years in the futures industry experience, more like 32 years as an active trader, traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrating to screen trading in 2009, and since 2011, been here at Topstep, hopefully helping you increase your knowledge and experience and performance as a futures trader. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is a lot of risk in futures trading. We know this. These are leveraged products. You run the risk of losing more than your initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this session today. We really never do. But remember, this is for educational purposes only. It also states that hypothetical or simulated performance results have certain limitations. And to me, the biggest limitation is the fact that there is no accountability, no consequence, and no rules. It's not until you have a little bit of skin in the game until you're going to find out who you are as a trader. I'm going to take this down. We're going to get to the questions relatively quick here. I got JD with me this afternoon. Good to see you, JD. How are you?
Excellent. Good to see you too, Hoag. Thanks for having me again. Thanks, everybody, for submitting your questions. We got a whole bunch of good ones today. Should be a good show.
It is always a pleasure to have you here, JD. Thank you all, as always, for joining me. So we've been talking a lot about journaling, and we sent this emotional journal template out, which is very similar to somebody who I was working with in one-on-one fashion a while back, and I thank him for that. But this is the emotional trading journal. Now, this was actually given to me by a trading psychologist I was working with about a decade or so ago. And I just wanted to talk briefly about how to use this and how to use it to your advantage. If you are an active trader, it's going to be probably very difficult for you to maintain this on a trade by trade basis. But if you're a little bit longer time frame, this breaks things down in you don't have to write a book. In other words, you don't have to write a book. What you're doing is you're looking at trade number one. You're looking at your mental state, your physical state. Mental state is anything that you're thinking about at top of mind. Before your first trade, you're probably feeling, okay, I don't have any wins. I don't have any losses. I'm calm. I'm centered. That's something that you're going to want to write down. Physically, you're probably, not nervous. Maybe you're getting a little bit edgy because you're going to be putting up risk. Write that down. Not a book, single words. You can even use little hieroglyphs that maybe you're going to create over time by doing this. And the emotional part is the more difficult part of this, because as your trade goes on, your mental state is probably going to change. Maybe you get into entry and your mental state is still calm, but during the trade, it starts going your way. What is your top of mind? Like, oh boy, I've got this. This is great. This is going to be a huge winner. Whatever it is, write it down. And at exit from the trade on the mental side, what does getting out of that trade do to your mental state? What changes? And after the trade. Now, we'll talk a little bit about after the trade here as we get a little bit deeper into this. The physical side. You get into the trade, you start to notice maybe your heart rate is increasing, or your respirations are increasing or getting more deep. Notice these things throughout the trade, during, at exit, and after the trade. The emotional side is the more difficult side because you're looking to see things and feel things that are back of mind, things that you don't think of usually during this period of time. They're doing this actually brought back repressed memories, things that were barriers, and again, kind of subconscious, that were causing issues with being able to take trades, stay in trades, get in, get out of trades, whatever it was. Now, you may find initially that this becomes a little bit redundant because, you get into a trade, maybe, your body and your mind are going to default to certain market states and physical states. That's okay. The emotional part is the most important part of it. And it is a practice. The getting into this, you're probably going to be going, what am I supposed to write down here? But the more you do it and the more you practice it, the deeper you're going to get into these mental, physical, and especially the emotional states. When you get into this, if you're going to do it, give it a month. If you don't find any use in it, in this emotional trading journal, within a month, nothing is right for everybody. And that's why when this was given to me, I fought it. I'll tell you that story in a second. Now, why after the trade? After the trade, let's say you take a 40 tick winner in crude oil and it goes another 40 ticks your way. How does that make you feel? Does it make you feel angry mentally? Does it get your ire up physically? What about emotionally? Does it make you feel bad? Does it make you feel like a loser? Whatever it is. And at the end of the trade, you take any comments that you have and you write them there. At the top of every trade, it states, it asks, I should say, is this in my best interest? Okay. When you are doing this emotional journal, I'm expecting that you're going to start to begin to see patterns. One of the patterns that became apparent to me when I finally agreed to do this was a trade that I viewed as a layup had a lower probability of success. A trade that I was nervous about before the trade, getting into the trade and through the trade, they had a tendency to be higher probability winning trades. That's just one of the patterns. You will probably develop maybe similar patterns, maybe different patterns, maybe completely different patterns. So when I was working with this trading psychologist, we had our first meeting. It was an hour long. We talked about my history in trading and how the change from pit to screen was going to be difficult and was difficult. And this trading is never easy. So he says, I want you to do this. And he didn't have this template. He just said that, trisect a sheet of paper vertically. And for each trade, write down one word or a hieroglyph in each of these these states of the trade and each of the columns, mental, physical, and emotional. Why? Well, because if you take this seriously and you practice and you get good at this, you're going to start to recognize, number one, patterns in your behavior based on emotional information. Important. A lot of folks say that trading is 25% technical and 75% mental. It's what's going on inside your head that's going to help you create the decision making moving forward that we hope will increase in accuracy, right? We all want to make good trading decisions. Trading decisions is how we become good traders. When we become good traders, the money becomes a byproduct of that, right? So a week went by and I blew it off. I didn't do it. And we have our meeting. The second meeting was a half an hour. So we talked a little bit and he said, okay, how did your experience with the emotional journal go? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it because, it seems fluffy to me. I didn't think it was going to be anything that was going to help me. I have too much experience to do something like this. Whatever the excuse was, I could come up with it. So he says, well, I need you to do it. And, even if you don't want to do it, because you don't know how important it's going to be until you understand how important it's going to be. So I said, okay. A week went by. I didn't do it. Our next meeting the following week. And he says, okay, how's it going? How's the emotional journal going? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I'm paying this guy a lot of money. I got to be honest with him. If I'm not honest with him, then I'm just deceiving myself. right? So I said, well, to be honest with you, I didn't do it. And he immediately says, well, it's been nice getting to know you, John, and good luck with your trading. Good luck finding somebody that you can work with, and, best of luck. And I said, wait a minute. Wait. Because I'm not doing this stupid little thing that you're asking me to do, you're not going to work with me. And he says, you're paying me to work. You're paying me to work with you. You're wasting your money because you're not listening to the things that I'm asking you to do. And you're wasting your time because doing this is going to speed your learning curve in the adjustment you're trying to make from trading in the pit to trading on screen. And number 3, I don't have time for this either. So, good luck. And I said, okay, fine. I'll do it. I'll take it serious. I will give it effort, and we'll see what it does for me. And I already told you one pattern that it helped me with was recognizing if it's a layup, you better think twice about it. If it's an obvious trade, it's probably obvious to others, and it's less likely to succeed. If I'm nervous about the trade, then I'm going to be a little bit more likely to take the trade because it's a little bit nervous. Hang on a second. Because I'm a little bit nervous, that by doing this journal, I started to see that those trades were probably a little bit more likely to succeed. Another thing that I noticed was we all deal with impulses. Impulses are fear and emotionally based reactions to some sort of outside stimulus. It's your fight or flight. It's your amygdala. It is the trade that you take, and immediately after you take it, you go, why do I always do this? It never seems to work out. Those are the emotional trades. That's the revenge trading. That's the over trading. That's the FOMO. That's all impulsive trading. Intuition is a response based on knowledge and experience. To be able to distinguish the difference between them is very difficult. You're gonna have a trade idea, and you're gonna say, "Oh my God, is this intuition or is this impulse?" Well, in just taking that thought, you're giving yourself the opportunity to say, if it is impulse, you're pushing it through your cognitive thought, and you can say, you know what, I was just going to do this without even thinking about it. And now thinking about it, this is not in my best interest. So before every trade you take, before every trade I took, when I was actively doing this, and I'm starting to do it actively again, you have to ask yourself verbally, audibly, is this in my best interest? Because if it's an impulse, that's going to push that impulse through conscious thought, and you may think twice before taking that impulsive trade. Now, Eddie just sent me some information here about what is mental. Relates to mind or intellect, cognitive processes, thinking, reasoning, memory, problem solving, other activities of the mind. So mental, as we were saying, is the top of mind. What is your mood? What are you thinking about? How are you feeling mentally? Emotional, which is the more difficult side of this, relates to feelings and expressions of those feelings. Whether we realize it or not, we are expressing our feelings emotionally, sometimes into the market. When I take 3 consecutive losing trades, I know that I'm probably going to become emotional, and I don't want to use emotion to get into trades. I want to use emotion to recognize opportunities, but I don't want to use it for executions. Happiness, sadness, anger, joy, love, other emotional states. Those are, of course, emotional states, but don't just think about, happy, comfortable, cold, anything like that. Emotional, I want you to go deeper. I want you to go, okay, I was happy about that trade. What about it made me happy? Of course, a profit is good, but what about down deeper? What about the voices in your head? The voices in your head, most of mine are pretty negative. And when I have a winning trade, I'm going to say, well, you probably could have done that better. Why do you ask yourself that? Why do you ask yourself that? What behind that voice in your head is beating you down over a winning trade? What about if the trade goes another 40 ticks my way? What's going on emotionally? What's, what am I doing to myself inside, kind of behind the conscious thought and into the emotional side? So we've been talking about journaling a lot this week. I wanted to have the opportunity to tell you where this came from, a beginning on how to use it. There's no right or wrong way. There are some hieroglyphs that I can share with you that I use if I'm calm. I don't have to write out calm. I draw a straight horizontal line. If I start to get nervous, I'll draw 3 wavy lines. If I notice my heart rate beginning to increase during a trade or an entry, anything like that, I'll draw a heart. If I notice my palms are sweating, I'll try and draw a drop of water in whatever way it is. All it is enough to remind me of what was going on in those 3 categories at 5 different stages of each trade. And when you're done, at the end of the day, you take a look and you print out your trade log, or you just look at your executions on the chart, whatever it is. And you say, okay, I remember taking this trade. I remember why, what went on inside of me during this trade, whether it was a win, whether it was a loss, whether it was a scratch, whatever it was. Take a look at your emotional journal and try and feel your way through that trade. Now, if you're in the trade for 2 hours, you don't have to try and feel your way through the trade at the end of the day. Give it 15, 20 seconds. Just really try and almost remanufacture some of the feelings you were having during that trade. Then breathe it in, breathe it out, and move on to the next trade. If you take 5 trades a day, the review at the end of the day is only going to take you a few minutes. It's not really labor intensive, but what you want to try and do is relive each trade, each day, breathe it in, breathe it out, let it go, because you're, and this is where the patterns start to come in for you, because you've lived a trade twice in one day. The next time you see that opportunity or something similar, and nothing is exactly the same way twice in futures, this we know. But when you see this and you feel this, you will remember with greater probability what happened, what was the outcome of that trade, how did it make you feel, all of those things. And that's what's going to hopefully snowball into a healthier trader, and somebody who is talking back to their negative internal dialogue, and finding those patterns. And again, it's a practice. It takes time to get into this, but if you do it, I don't see how it can do anything except speed your learning curve. You're going to remember things faster. You're going to recognize patterns. You're going to be hopefully getting a lot more deeply into your emotional state. And I'm not a psychologist, and this person who gave this to me was a psychologist. And most of them are going to say, if you're really going to try and dig deep and get into thoughts that that have been buried in your mind, you're going to have to work with somebody. But why not start working with yourself? Because I know that there were kind of a couple of repressed memories that came up when I was doing this emotional journal, especially reviewing it at the end of the day. This is only part of the journaling process. I hope that this is going to help everybody that chooses to do it. And again, you've got to give it some time. Give it a month. If you're not finding benefit after a month, then move on to something else. After I would do the journal, I would sit down and I would write out the day, and any venom that I had accumulated during that trading day would go onto the piece of paper. And then I wouldn't have to worry about it the next day. And, getting rid of that venom is always something very important. So we talked about journaling all week. This is one part of your journal. We will, I'm sure, be bringing more information for you on journaling. There are some really good websites. Edgewonk is one of them that just comes to mind, that can help you kind of organize your trading journal. But again, it's personal for everybody. This is a personal journey. Trading is a personal journey, and there is no destination to your journey as a trader until you take that last trade. There is no destination. There's always more to know, always more to learn, always more to work on. And it's, that's why I think it instills so much passion, is because you can make millions of dollars, and you can still feel as though you haven't won, because the game's not over until you end it, until you say, I'm done, I'm retiring, I'm done trading, whatever it is. So this is the never-ending journey of your life, is trying to be a successful and profitable trader. Use the tools that you have, that we believe, and I believe, and trading psychologists believe, will be part of the journey that is going to help you. So, JD, it's great to have you with me.
Oh,
what
thanks,
do we
Hoag.
got as far as questions are concerned?
Oh, that was truly excellent. That was incredible. I'm jotting down the time right now because I want to clip that whole segment for everybody to come back and reference. Yeah, tracking our emotional responses to the market. It's what an incredible tool for recognizing patterns in our own behavior. That was great. We've linked the our free emotional trading journal. It's now pinned in the chat for all of you. Go ahead and download that, and we really hope you start using it ASAP. Thanks again for that, Hoag.
My
All right,
pleasure. Thank you.
Moving on to some questions now. The first one came in yesterday from Tanner Mack, and it was an interesting question. So we thought we'd lead off with this today. Tanner asks, I was hoping you could share with everyone the importance of developing yourself outside of the market, and how personal growth in areas besides trading can actually improve your trading. Tanner also went on to comment. I'll read his comment for everybody. It was very personal. For me, I let myself fall into a gambling addiction, and I smoked a lot of pot to numb the pain of failure. As soon as I let go of the venom in me and quit smoking, quit trading for a few weeks, and recenter myself, I came back strong. My confidence returned. My pride in myself is rejuvenated. My trading feels so much more methodical and calculated. I know I have the map and must walk the journey on my own, but thank you for being my compass. A nice compliment there. Yeah.
Very nice, Tanner, and thank you, for the whole comment there that you put in, and we just kind of left part of it out of it, and I appreciate that, Tanner. When I got hired by a proprietary trading firm, I think it was about 1990. I've always, my entire life, wrestled with my weight. I'm gonna get personal here now myself. I've always wrestled with my weight. I've never been as the song says, I've never been a pick 'em up easy kind of guy. Never, smooth with the ladies, always a little bit heavy. Nobody ever called me cute. So when I started trading, I was a little bit heavy. The self-esteem was one of the first issues that the people that I was working with, and that was Abel and Howard. Yeah, here, Bob Capel, and Howard Abel, with this book. Again, this is a little bit outdated because it's based in pit information, pit trading, but it's still a decent book. So the self-esteem, and I think that this was part of what your issue was, Tanner, because you weren't doing things that were benefiting yourself outside of trading. There were some self-destructive activities there. I'm not anybody to judge, because I've smoked a lot of pot in my day, never fell into gambling addiction. But when we were talking, it became apparent to them that part of my issue with trying to become a successful trader was the self-esteem. I did not have very, very good self-esteem. So basically they told me, you're going to join the gym across the street from the Merc. It was the World Gym. You just had to cross Monroe Street, go down in the basement, and there was a gym down there. It was an all right gym, but you're going to go there and you are going to work out 2 hours a day, every day after the close. We will have spies in that gym, and they will be looking for you, and they will let us know if you do not show up one day. So I had a friend who was kind of a bodybuilder. I said, hey, maybe I can work out with you for a couple of weeks and you can kind of get me started. And so I did that, and I got started, and I started losing weight, feeling better about myself, building muscle. I mean, all the good things that can happen from working out. And about 6 weeks later, I said, it's Friday. I'm tired. I'm not going to go today. And I didn't go. And Monday morning, son of a bitch, they were waiting for me in the office when I got in. They said, where were you Friday? I said, what are you talking about? They said, you did not go to the gym Friday. I said, I got to know who this spy is because they're really good. But in improving my self-esteem, and this is only one part of, doing what you did, Tanner, is you got yourself away from some negative habits there. You took some time off, recentered, brought yourself back into the market, feeling much better about yourself, and it has showed in your trading. I'm proud of you. I don't think that there's a trader out there that has not had some sort of similar journey, unless they're unnatural or an egotist, whatever the case may be. But I'm really happy, and I'm looking forward to your continued success. It's not going to be a straight line. We all fall from time to time. Currently, I'm not an alcoholic, because alcoholics go to meetings, but I decided that I was going to take January off just to clear myself out and feel better, lose a little weight. I'm still, from birth to now, wrestling with my weight, and I'm a little bit heavy right now, and a couple other things going on, and just trying to take better care of myself. And I fully expect at some point for that to bleed into my trading. Now, we were just talking about that journal, JD. I haven't been doing it because we've been doing Topstep TV. There's a lot going on, a lot of distraction and all that. But I started doing it again last week, as much as I can, and I've discovered that it's not my market state or market knowledge that seems to be the issue. It's the execution. I'm double clicking. I'm double clutching on some of the executions. I'm over trading at certain times. And so what could I expect if that is the case with my performance? So one side of it, I started working on my physical being and feeling better about myself, feeling better overall, and started going back to the emotional journal because something is going on and I need to find out what it is. And I'm leaning on the emotional journal over time to help me ferret out what the issues are going to be. Tanner, great job. Stick with it. I don't think that smoke a little pot once in a while is a bad thing, but if you're using it as a crutch, that's another thing. So just everything in moderation, the old man used to say, son, everything in moderation. He was my dad was an alcoholic. I mean, he was at the Board of Trade. They were done at 1:15. What was left to do? They went down to the bar. He was all saloon for a few years there until my mom said, you know what, this has to stop, or I'm taking the kids and we're moving to South Dakota. And thank God he did, because otherwise I'd be living in South Dakota somewhere. I don't know doing what, but not that South Dakota is a bad place, but she was like 20 miles from the actual little house on the prairie. That's where she grew up. So I'm glad that he did, but he was always the first one to start a party, always made sure that, he had whatever everybody was drinking in the house. And he would just tell us, I had my share. The rest is for you guys. So Tanner, great job. I apologize. I kind of get off on tangents and pontificate a little bit here. What's the next question, JD? Great job, Tanner.
Echoing Ho, great job, Tanner, and thanks for the question submission. That was pretty great, and we got some positive feedback in the chat about that also. Yeah, Hoag, we're all glad you didn't move to South Dakota. Where would we be without you? You know.
I would consider actually moving out to Rapid City for retirement if the winters out there weren't so nasty.
It's true. The winters there are brutal. Personally, my wife's family's from Southwest Minnesota, probably not too far from where you guys were in South Dakota.
Huh.
And yeah, my wife's family is about 20 miles east of the South Dakota border, about 90 miles north of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So I bet we weren't too far from each other, or they weren't too far from each other.
Right.
But yeah, I know what you mean about the winters out there. They are absolutely brutal. There's nowhere to hide.
2 days
from
on
it
horseback. 2 days apart on horseback. Right.
All right, moving on. Question from JP. JP wants to know, what is the difference or relationship between a failed auction and excess?
Nothing.
There's your answer. Moving on.
No, every excess is a failed auction because price got too expensive, buyers wouldn't pay it anymore, sellers took over, and you know, it leaves that single line of TPOs at the end of a profile. I guess, you know, time frame probably has something to do with it. You know, some folks would say a true failed auction is an auction that moves outside of the initial balance but fails to continue and falls back inside the initial balance, leaving the selling tail there would sometimes be more specific for a failed auction, but every failed auction actually will end up at least in some time frame as excess. Good question though.
There you go. JP, thanks for the question. Next, Camille wants to ask. This was asked earlier this morning, also in the chat, and it was asked. We were asked to put it in the glossary of terms. But can you explain real quick what you mean when you talk about overnight inventory? What is overnight inventory?
Great question, and we're going to use, I think, crude oil to explain. All right. Here. So settlement last night was all the way down here at 72.02. That is the settlement price right there. That yellow dotted line. When the market opened up last night at 5 p.m., price opened up here. We actually started some overnight inventory prior to the 4 o'clock close, and we continued it throughout the overnight session to where the market opened with a gap above the previous day's range. All of this movement to the upside, which maybe not so much in crude, but if this were the S&Ps, would be considered shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. Now, this move to the upside had a lot of help because of the attacks in Yemen and all of that stuff. You can see the volume down here really ramped up after about the London Open. So the market moved higher, the London Open, buyers started coming in. But if those are weaker hands traders, that overnight inventory is at risk of turning around and coming back into range to at least where the overnight began at 5 p.m. Central last night. So we have overnight inventory. We continue that overnight inventory, assuming that this was shorter time frame, weaker hands. In crude oil, you know, sometimes you get some volume in that London session. But are they speculators or are they weaker hands? When this market opened up, it tried to move higher, but it didn't have any buyers left. No, there was no new business to continue this move to the upside. So the overnight inventory, which are usually weaker hands, pea shooters like me, they decided, you know what, we're not going to make any more money on this. And if we're the real laggards, we're the buyers all the way up here, we're already losing money. So we're going to get out of those trades. And you can see what happened throughout the rest of the day today. Now, you know, some of this move here was probably mostly overnight inventory. Once the market opens and the longer time frame comes in, if the longer time frame doesn't provide continuation for the overnight inventory, they're going to bail. They're the first ones, and they bailed before the open. And then we saw the continuation, which took us right back to and beyond the open of the 5 o'clock session last night. We also had a possible value rejection today when we started closing 30-minute bars back inside value. The move would have been to the value low from today, which by and large, I would call that close enough for rock and roll. But overnight inventory is when price moves significantly away from the 5 o'clock opening price on shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. If they don't get what they're looking for, and that's buying coming in on the open, continuing price higher, they have a tendency to bail and bring price right back down to settlement, or maybe where the market opened at 5 p.m. last night. Overnight inventory is just a measure of short time frame positioning. And what is our job, Camille, as traders anyway? Our job is to find opportunities to profit by pitting time frame against time frame. When the longer time frame has the short time frame too long or too short, there's some really good opportunities there. So just keep that in mind. Overnight inventory. Keep asking, Camille. We can ask during fast markets even, and it's just something. First thing I look at when I look at a 30-minute chart on any market that I'm trying to take a look at and establish some sort of context is, what is the overnight inventory? Is there a potential for an inventory adjustment that I can profit from? Short time frame gets too long, usually there's going to be some kind of a pullback. Short time frame gets too short, there might be some sort of a pullback, unless, of course, new sellers or new buyers come in and perpetuate that move in that direction. Simple.
Hope that answers the question. Now, JP, question we just answered a few minutes ago. I happened to catch JP's comment in the chat scrolling by. You did submit another question yesterday that we never got to, so I did a little digging, JP. And Hoag, if I can get you to scroll up to line 106 in the document we're looking at. You got it? All right. Yep. So JP's question from yesterday. First of all, this is not the first time I've said this, but Hoag and Vince have helped me change for good. I've been trading since 2017 in different markets. I won't say I wasted my time, but one must mature into market profile and auction theory in one's trading journey. Pardon me. That being said, market profile has improved enormously my trading and accuracy, narrative context, and especially trade location. All these put the odds in my favor. Now,
Very
JP's
nice.
This is all leading up to JP's question of, I know we've discussed the value area special situation setup before. He's familiar with the strategy lab that you and Anne-Marie did the other week. But could you go over just real quick some of the textbook rules about it? Thank you so much. I think what JP wants is just a couple of key bullet points.
Okay. So here, let's use the market profile since we're looking at a market profile based opportunity. This is crude oil today. This is today's profile. This is yesterday's profile. The market opened with a gap. Rule number one, the value area special situation is more powerful if you open outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range. What we're looking for is price to come back into the rate to the value area from the previous day. We are looking for evidence of reacceptance of the previous day's area of value. When I first learned about this, we used to call it the 80% play. As in, once we accepted value, it was 80% that this is the second rule. Upon acceptance of previous day's value, the probability is that price will reach to the other extreme of value at some point during that session. at some point during that session. So more powerful if you open out of the regular trading hour range. Upon acceptance of value from the previous day, the probability is at some point during that session, price will reach the other extreme of that previous day's value. Now, there is no rule that I've been able to establish, and I'm sure that Deanna and you and Vince and everybody that is using this to hopefully their advantage has been able to determine a specific rule as to what establishes reacceptance inside previous days value. We used to say we needed 2 30-minute bars to close back inside the previous day's value to give us enough information to believe that price has been accepted in previous day's value. But if that's the case, there are times when price will come into value and within a half an hour run to the other end of value. There are times when you'll get 1 30-minute bar closing inside of previous day's value and the market comes back out. And you may get another look back down into value and then it comes back out. And then finally, at some point, it marks acceptance. Traders understand, well, we seem to be kind of accepting value from the previous day. Well, let's see if we can get into it. And maybe that's enough to bring us back to the other side of value. The most difficult part, the finite rules are easy. The most difficult part is to be able to accurately pick that time when acceptance of previous value is true. And even if you do have 2 30-minute bars that close inside of value, price could come all the way back out. And then at some point during that session, move all the way back down to the low of value. From what I understand, Mr. Dalton doesn't really kind of believe in this anymore. But when you see it with your eyes, the way we're seeing it in crude oil today, we've got the open above range from yesterday. We have price trading to the high of value and rejecting. We have, excess high. We have price coming back into value. Once we start getting 2 TPOs thick here, there's probably a bigger probability of acceptance of value. We came all the way down here, and this was early. This was D period. So A period, D period came all the way into here, and then it came all the way back up here, and then it closed inside value. E period, right to the low of the initial balance, right to the high of value, and that was enough, apparently today, to mark acceptance inside value, because the market has pretty much one time framed all the way to the low of TPO value. That's this green line right here, TPO value right here. Didn't really get to volume value low, but TPO value, it is done. The value area special situation play is done. I hope that helps. Those are the finite rules. Good luck making them. Good luck making them work, because I've been chopped up by value area special situation plays that eventually play out. But if you get chopped up and you're gun shy or you're done for the day, then you're going to miss the move. But we used to call it the 80% play, but I call it more like the 65% play now. But at 65% is relatively good odds. But you got to see that acceptance, and it is subjective. You got to see that acceptance inside previous day's value after opening outside of the previous day's range. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Hoag. Yep, and Sifu in the chat wants to know if this is happening right now in crude oil, and the answer to that is yes, because Hoag just explained in real time how it's happening in crude oil.
Yes, it has
All right,
it is already finished in crude oil.
Excellent. Thank you for the submission, JP. Sorry we missed your question yesterday. I'm glad we got it today, and thank you for speaking up about it. Don't be afraid to speak up in the chat if you think we've missed one of your questions. That's what we're here for. All right, next we're going to skip back down, Hoag. I'm looking at line 125. Some guy, Brian. All right, How do you identify demand supply zones? From what I've seen on Google, that is typically the range of a wick. Is that what you do too? Presumably for the 30-minute chart? Or do you lean more towards looking at the dome?
Okay. Supply and demand zones are they're popular ways to look at consolidations. If you ask me, there's probably different ways to view what might be a supply or a demand zone, but a demand zone would be a consolidation that breaks out to the upside. So let's see if we can't find a demand zone here. Okay. So without consideration as to what's overnight and regular trading hour sessions. So this market comes down here and consolidates. Buyers come in and begin to move price higher. That would create what I would call a demand zone. If this zone is retested and doesn't fail, then it could tell us that we saw buyers come in down here. They moved price higher. If price is allowed to come back to this level, this demand zone could bring a decent opportunity. And in this case, it did. In the overnight session, I'm not going to pay attention to what's overnight or um, or regular trading hours in this regard. So here we have price coming up to here. The market base is here. There's a consolidation zone. If we were to put this on a 5-minute chart, maybe we'd be able to see it. Here's a kind of a consolidation, right? So this would be, I lost where it is now. Oh, this would be here, I think, is where we were looking at. So you could look at this and say, well, price got up here. We hung here for maybe an hour, hour and a half, and sellers came in and took us lower from that level. So that could be a really kind of a short time frame supply zone. Well, price does actually come back up to there, has a lot of trouble getting through that supply zone, creates another zone, breaks out below, continuing its possible supply zone ability, but then ends up breaking out above. Does it then become demand? Sometimes not. So from what I understand about how people look at supply and demand, I would think that this would be helpful. I am, again, not the know-all genius, especially when it comes to what people would consider supply and demand zones. I know that there's people with more experience in looking for them or actually talking about them as supply and demand zones. I call them distributions. So if a distribution breaks out to the upside, that may have indicated that distribution created buyers, and if it comes back to that level, that might offer the opportunity for us to see those buyers remaining there. And that's really the idea between the supply and the demand zone is you're finding where the buyers are on the demand zones. Price comes back to it. If those buyers are still there, that gives you an opportunity, number one, to limit risk, and number two, for some potential profits. So that's the best I think I can do as far as supply and demand zones.
Perfect. Thank you, Hoag. All right, we're going to do, well, I was going to say rapid fire. This next one might take a few minutes, though. Moved down to line 37 on that document we're both looking at, Hoag. I thought this was an interesting question from Glenn. Glenn says, "Hi, Hoag. I know you have experienced this. I'm at a point today where I've locked in some good profits. I have a goal that needs just $100 more, and I'm fighting the urge to try and get it by sitting on my hands. Is it better to just turn off the charts and walk away, or is there a strategic way to approach reaching the final piece of the goal?"
Glenn, forget about the goal. Forget about the goal. Sit on your hands until you see an opportunity that you would take if you didn't have any kind of goal. If you were at the beginning of your trading combine or at the beginning of your trading career, hopefully with enough knowledge to be able to manage risk. But just forget about the goal. Forget about the goal. Look for the next 100% opportunity. Mick talks about we should always be searching for and taking only 100% profitable trades. It's not possible. It's not possible. But by thinking that way, you're probably going to be really patient and look for just your A++ opportunities. And even A++ opportunities sometimes don't work out. But forget about the goal, Glenn. If you're fixated on that today, I suggest walk away. It's Friday. You've sounds like you're doing well. You've probably had a good week. The last thing you want to do on a Friday is go home feeling bad. Don't feel bad because you haven't reached that goal. It's still there. The goal is still there. You will reach it. But if you focus on it, you're going to lose the vision of taking trades because they're good opportunities in the marketplace. And you're going to start taking trades because you need that $100. You need that $100. So, if you focus on the goal, we have a tendency to push goals further away. If you focus on making a good trading decision and accepting the outcome, either way, eventually you will reach that goal and you will be a better trader for it. You will be a better trader for it. I hope that you take your time, find the right opportunity, and I hope you get there soon. But I'm confident that you will. Maybe not soon, but I'm confident that you will get there. Forget about the goal. Try. I know it's not easy, but try.
And Glenn, in my experience too, in a situation like this, when you walk away an hour from now, you're going to sit down and think, man, I really did have a great week. I'm so happy I got out of there. I took my profits. I'm starting my weekend. It's going to be a great day, Think about that too before you dive in and do something potentially harmful to ruin your weekend. All right, moving on. David asks, line 144, Hoag. This is a question about the profiles. What do you do when value is not respected over a period of time? Do you wait for the change back to respecting value? Do algos or big market participants exploit the current move of retail traders to value area trading so the levels are not as reliable?
So David, when you're talking about value that is not respected over a period of time, you might be thinking of a market that is directional, like you're seeing value higher and higher over a period of days. And it's not a lack of respect for value. It's just the fact that value is moving higher over time. Wait for the change back to respecting value. Let's say in crude oil today. All right. So before this breakdown down to the downside, value was probably estimating from here to here. Value was from here to here. By leaving value, maybe you could call it disrespecting value, and moving into a previous area of value, that might be something that, of course, you're going to want to look at. I'm not quite sure how this question is worded, how to answer it right, but the algos are algos. They're the market makers, and if you're not trading in their time frame, I don't think that they bother you that much. Big market participants are the ones that really move value. It's not the retail traders that move value over a long period of time. It is the longer time frame traders. So is value reliable? There's times when it is. Previous value, I know that D was looking at previous value high here and maybe even volume value high here, as a potential support level. But I'm sure that once she found that we were kind of falling into the value area play, that was her second hypothesis. So what she was looking for was price to come down and disrespect or reject value from yesterday. When that didn't happen, then something has changed and you go to hypothesis 2. And in her case, it was, okay, well, maybe we're going to do the value area special situation play, which is what ended up by the end of the day. So, value, not respecting or rejecting value over a period of time. What's the direction? What's the context? You can see, you can see in the S&Ps here. Let's take a look at this on the chart here, because we do have value. Okay, so these little blue lines are value. Well, we got value up to here. We have value overlapping to higher here. We have value overlapping to higher here. We have value outside of the previous day's value here. Today we have value inside of value here. I would say for the last 3 sessions, we're likely to be accepting or respecting value, but on the way up on a directional move, we're probably going to be moving value higher. Is that disrespect? Is it rejecting value? Or is it really just showing us that the perception of value of this particular product, being the S&Ps, is increasing in value over time? JD, we do have to move on here.
Yep,
I'm gonna
you sure do.
And
thanks. So yeah, let's wrap it up here. D did come in the chat. Market Stalker D. She was on both sides of the move today, but the majority of her profit today was from value acceptance short. So that's good to know.
Nice.
Thank you, D.
Nice.
All
D,
right.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to let Hoag take a quick break and get a drink of water, and then Anne-Marie's going to come on for another strategy lab. After that, we will have Power Hour with Corbs, Jack, Andre. Who else is going to be there for Power Hour?
I'm going to be
Eddie. Hoag and Eddie.
I'm on a
Should be an
marathon.
interesting one, too.
I'm
How do you do it, Hoag?
Hoag?
All right, Hoag, you want to take us home with some
Sure.
dad wisdom?
Yep. Here's a little dad wisdom. It's the things you don't do that you'll regret, not the things that you do. And journaling and doing the emotional journal, you don't want to regret not doing that. If you do it and it doesn't work, you don't lose anything. Do it. The things you don't do that you'll regret, not the things that you do. Thanks, Pop. Thank you, everybody. And we'll be right back with you with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie.
Yes, and we will transition now to the coffee break music, because I was going to go to that nice snow mask cam, but MP's moving it around right now.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's fun. All right, we'll see y'all in a few.
Welcome to Back to the Futures. We like to call it Strategy Lab. I'm John Hoagland, and with me is one of the fan favorites, Anne-Marie. How you doing today, Anne-Marie?
I am doing well. Can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine. I think the chat will let us know if they
How's-
can't hear you.
Yeah, how's the sound?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. I'm using a cordless headset, and so this little thing is my mic, and I just want to make sure it's picking up well. All right. Yeah, it was a super interesting morning.
Yeah. So one of the first things we were going to be looking at the beginning of Strategy Lab is, do we see any good opportunities as the markets sit right now? What are you thinking, Anne-Marie?
I think yes. I think there's a short setting up, and now I could be wrong, but if you want to look at my chart that we've got up here in the NQ, remember I said, hey, what about looking at all the candles being the same color? And so this freaks a lot of people out.
Right.
But I promise you something very interesting happens here. If I were to say to you, John, can you tell me what direction you think the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 30-minute candlesticks have been running in, and you could not see whether they were up or down, what would you say?
They're green.
Exactly. You would go, hey, they're up because I'm making higher lows and higher highs.
Mm-hmm.
And so the beauty of this single candlestick color actually is eliminating noise and giving you information that is purely directionally based. So just before we went live, you can see I've got 3 stops down here, and I just had a trade go off short at the top of this congestion, right?
Okay.
So why? Because this is my VWAP band, and my VWAP is flat. And when my VWAP is flat and my VWAP bands are flat, I think to myself, sideways opportunity right here. And it should collapse off of this end and at least come back into the VWAP, which is, my primary goal at this particular juncture. I want it to come back into the VWAP, and that would be the trade. So that's where I think a short is setting up. Now, if we were to look at the volume profile, if you would take the screen back and show what you're seeing, and then I am going to open up Topstep X so I can see the tilt. Let's hope it does not put the hurt on me in terms of
right now
distribution of the broad pattern, right? Of getting data out. I'm hardwired, but once I start driving a number of charts, it gets, choppy.
Understood.
So I'm hoping that it doesn't get choppy. But tell me what you're seeing. I'm suspecting, based on rotation, that this will be sideways, but what is the volume profile telling us? Is this a trade that's got potential? Does it have trouble? And where would you see the stop action?
Okay, just so you're aware, the NASDAQ tilt is 72% long, and there's 3 points distance between the average long and average short.
Okay. All right, that's great. That tells us that we've got ourselves a little bit of dip that might be on the horizon.
Okay. All right. So that's close enough in the NASDAQ as far as the average long and average short? Okay. All right.
I think so.
All right. We've been trying to keep an eye on that over time here, but this is the market profile here, and this is the volume profile. So the volume profile on this platform is showing that the value area for volume is all the way up to the high of the day. And the point of control is down here. This is a little bit unusual. I think the longer we stay down here, the more we're going to see volume value snap lower. It may even happen during this hour, Anne Marie, but what I'm seeing as far as TPO profile is concerned, I mean, the value area high is right up here at 16,989. And that's where price really just leaked up to recently in just the last few minutes.
Okay. So if you are looking to validate or invalidate the short that I just put on, or give it some direction using volume profile, what would you suggest to look at? Maybe it's vague in terms of what it's showing, but what do you think?
Well, as far as volume profile is concerned, I probably wouldn't be taking this trade. However, what I do like about the trade is the fact that we've got the distribution of volume really between here and here, right? This is a selling tail. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really count as far as the volume profile to me. I don't know what's going on with this platform, but it's still showing value all the way up there in volume profile. But I like the short because we're up against where volume started to fall off every time we've come back up to this level. So, you know, in a perfect world, if we didn't have to worry about risk, I would be thinking that I wouldn't want the market to take out a lot of these single TPOs all the way up here at 17,011. But we have this high right here from the E period, which is 16,995. There's likely to be a few stops up there, so I would want to put my stop a little bit further above that, back above that 17,000 level. What do you think about that?
Okay. I like that. I also see from the depth of market, the DOM, that there is 115 sitting at 97. Oh, now it dropped to 96, something like that. And then 89 at 17,000. So I think you might be right. So
yeah, if it's going for the liquidity.
Let's see. Does the NQ run for liquidity like the ES does?
Well, like everything, nothing works exactly the same way twice, right? Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, for me, for good trade location, I'd want to be as close to this selling tail
single print
as
space.
possible,
Yeah.
as possible.
Okay. So optimally, you would say, hey, why not just wait for the 17,000 marker, see what happens up there, and then we position?
Yeah, I'd like to take out those stops that are likely above right in here. You know, there's stops there. You know, that's where the rejection was. Everybody's going to lean on that. Their stops are going to be here. See if it comes back in and look for an opportunity. If it begins to show, as you call it, a base, right?
Yeah.
So like in the S&Ps, what's it looking like here? You know, we mostly been staying inside value from yesterday. Value high from today is right there. I'd like to see the market leave these single TPOs alone. We had one little single TPO right here that we just took out. There's going to be stops above that. So if I'm looking for shorts, and Anne Marie, you know, we're all well aware. I mean, the market state is to the upside. If we're looking for shorts, they damn well better be in good trade location, right?
You know what? You're perfectly solid about that. Yeah. All right.
There's one other caveat to what we're seeing. We're at the high of value. We're looking above the high of value. we've started to kind of create
Yeah.
a little bit of a delta divergence. We're negative 7,000 delta divergence and we're above value. Did we wake
So-
up some sleeping bears, sleeping bulls, I should say? Are we seeing longer time frame buyers into this market, which also says to me, if I'm going to be looking for shorts, they damn well better be in good trade location.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe I cancel that one and just wait for this other one on the top and see how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
I hope I didn't just talk you out of a great trade.
No,
Yeah.
I think this is a good thing. No, I'm already in. So what
okay.
I'm looking to do, yeah, it fired off almost as soon as we went live. I've been waiting for it for, I don't know, 30 minutes. I said, all right, if it gets to the top of that flat band and I can look to the left and see heavy congestion, which is, I've got a prior high over here and I've got, let me tighten the chart up just a little bit more. I've just got this price action event that makes me go, I think this will fade. And then plus the NQ was heavy on the tilt. And so that gives me the opportunity for the scalp trade to the downside. But
and it's
as
that
we said,
tilt is
this
coming
is
off
an
now.
updraft. It is. And price is not moving down as well. So that could be a tell. But now we have this framework where we go, oh, yeah, I see what price is doing, but let's take a look at what the volume profile is telling us in terms of best price location, right? Because clearly we can see that the wicks are very much in play across the board. Right?
Sure.
I mean, they really are across the board. I have, and I do comment once in a while in the Motive Wave tab on Topstep Discord. But if you have any questions on Motive Wave, super happy to answer those. I've traded with this platform a long time. And so I know a fair bit about moving it around. Look at that, just like you said. It's moving up there and trying to find those stops up on the edge. So I'm just going to wait for it. I just have a one lot, just chilling out. Had a great morning, and we'll just see, we'll see how it goes up there. But the very interesting tool I like looking at is this thing called a linear regression slope. And it literally tells me when we're coming off areas of selling, it'll begin to flatten out. And because I'm almost to these old highs and I had all of this positive pressure, and now I'm coming back in with a set of highs, just like the old ones, but not nearly as much positive pressure or not nearly as much volume, it tells me that there's going to be some kind of collapse there. So because it's counter trend, I'm just going to be waiting for the better price location as determined by the volume profile. So that's it. My thing that I wanted to really focus on were two trades that you did. One was yesterday in the last hour. You said, and I can't remember now, you said, hey, this touched the da-da-da, so I'm going to go short. And it was a short that worked right into support before the market turned around and went back up.
Right.
I was in that same short. Would love to go over structurally. You called it out so that anyone was listening could participate with you in the live action of the trade, because it was really coming right off the level where you said, hey, listen, I'm looking at this, I'm going short this. And then the second trade is very similar to that is the one you took this morning at about 10:40 Eastern time, so it was about 9:40 Central time, and it was also a short because I was short there, and I went, oh, it's great. Hoag's short like me.
Right.
And you pulled it right into the sports zone. And again, you did it totally off of the profile areas. And I really want to dig into those because you did it 2 days in a row. And
Right.
I think that's super important for us to get structurally.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn once in a while, right?
Stop.
Okay, so this is off the market profile, right? So
Okay.
this was the trade between 2 and 230 that we caught that short on.
Yes.
And there were two things. Value high after rejection of higher pricing earlier in the session. So it was trading up against value high. This is not where I don't think this is where I got the trade, but when it couldn't take out the high above K period, right, which is the 2 o'clock to 2:30 trade, 1:30 to 2 o'clock, couldn't take that out, and then it went back down below the weekly kickoff low, which was 48.16. That was where I was kind of looking for that short, and I was looking to take it down to VWAP. So if you look at the 30-minute chart, didn't quite make VWAP, but it did offer a pretty decent opportunity. I mean, we could have gotten 10 points on it had I taken it right at the low, but I forget where I got out of it. But that's really the reason we had a selling tail up against value high, back below a weekly kickoff low, which I'm probably going to stop kind of looking at that. Well, I mean, it kind of gave us opportunities to the short side a couple of times today, but value area low, value area high, back down below that level, took the short, was looking to get it to VWAP, which would have taken us down to about 48.04. Didn't quite get there, but I kind of managed it with the stop. I think probably I managed it with the stop better because RIPS was there. I'm not a good trailing stop kind of guy, if you will.
Yeah, I don't really like trailing stops, especially when markets are volatile. So I have a love-hate relate. Oh, look, it got me and took me right into target.
Nice.
Right into target. So I went in at the top here at 88 and got out at 68. So again, that's really a supremely easy snap trade where you look at the overall, and I know if Michael was looking at this chart, he would probably stroke out because it's got so many different things floating on it. But really, all it has is some price action events. It gives me highs and lows, prior closes. I love those sorts of things. They're very, very important to my trading process. And then I have the VWAP, but I put these ribbons on here because when a VWAP goes flat, it normally will tell us that price is moving within 1 to 1.5 standard deviations of that VWAP. So it works like a Bollinger Band, except that it's VWAP action event and it's volume weighted average price.
Right.
But it gives us a space go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to ask. So that's what's on that chart is the like light shading on there is first and second standard deviation of VWAP.
That's exactly right. The no shading is the 1 standard deviation. So in between that is 1. And then this one is 1 to 2.5.
Okay.
And this one on the outside is 3.
Why 2.5?
So do I want to get super nerdy? All right. In a standard deviation band is actually built on the bell curve. And when something is 2.5 standard deviations from the mean, it's sitting in the 98th percentile event of price reversing.
Okay.
So when you have 2.5 standard deviations, two things happen. So look at the last time it came right into 2.5 standard deviations right
both
here
times.
at about 9 o'clock. And then it spiked up, but did not leave the 2.5 standard deviations. And then it began to fade. So this kind of rotation tells us, hey, if I'm 2.5 standard deviations away from the VWAP, start looking for sellers. And so what that'll make me do is go, where is the next last high that I saw there? And so I can look all the way to the left and I can see that number, which is on the 11th at 9:30 Eastern time, right? Same spike.
Right.
This was the CPI, that was the PPI, and they did exactly the same thing. Rolled off of their highs and then began to recover part of what they're doing. So that's my relative framework. And so what I'm trying to strengthen is my skill event in learning if what the volume profile is telling me. So the reason that I moved my stop up a little bit is, one, I would expect it would go all the way to the bottom of this VWAP band.
VWAP.
But you said, wait a second, there's liquidity up there.
Right.
And we've got this style of formation inside of the volume profile that says you're going to have better price placement for a bigger trade and potentially more gains if you wait for the top, which is why I still have this one waiting up here. But my trade worked out because the trade is when it gets to 1 and the VWAP is flat, you take the short at the 1 and then you take it off at the VWAP.
Okay. VWAP flat, take standard deviation back to VWAP.
Exactly. 1 standard deviation back to VWAP.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. When it's got trend, you're going to look for it to potentially expand to that 2.5. But when trend is not there, the chart will slog around in here like it did in the overnight, right in here, and then bounced at this looks like London Open.
Right.
And then this looks like maybe Asia close, something like that. Whichever the case, that's going to give us volatility. London Open always gives us a little bit of volatility.
Right.
So there we go. That's just my setup. I love it. I use it all the time. And because I don't use, now notice I have a volume event over here. See the little bell curve? Whenever you have a bell curve, I notice that when you see a nice pretty bell curve, the trading is normally crap. It's normally sideways, chopping, because they're building value in this middle space.
Fading extremes.
Exactly. So again, something else that said you're cooking with gas here is that it was right on the edge of value with the big fat part of the curve sitting here with the VWAP being flat.
Right.
So I'm just sort of in kindergarten with that volume profile space, trying to understand, okay, what else do I need to look for that will give me additional information?
Right. I love that you have that volume profile on there. And if you do look, that whited part of it, that's the value area.
Yes.
Look where the short was, first standard deviation, right on it.
Exactly.
There's a little confluence for you.
Yeah. And here's something super interesting. When when that value area looks like that, right? So my value area is 68.5. And the reason it's not 70 is because in a normal bell curve, 68.5 is one standard deviation. And so it's one standard deviation of all the prints, and it just happens to match the VWAP formation sitting there. It doesn't always,
right,
because of one thing or another, but today it certainly has.
Okay. Right. Did you want to look at that trade I took today?
Yes, please.
The one good one?
I thought it was a fantastic trade. So here's something super interesting. For those folks that have never traded alongside other people that have trading chops and have rooms where people watch them trade, there's a little bit of natural competition and a small bit of anxiety that gets into your decision making when somebody's going rapid fire. So if I just started popping my nicotine gum watching because he was just moving up and down and in and out, and all I had been thinking to myself when I got in was, okay, they're going to fade this PPI just like they faded the CPI yesterday. I just saw it and I went, that's just what's going to happen. Now, we never know what's going to happen. That's what I told myself. And so I had the confidence to go, this is what I believe, I'm taking the short. So I literally was wondering, oh my goodness, how is that going to work out? And cool as a cucumber, you said, you know what? This is showing up right here, and this is the short. And all of a sudden I went, you know what? Hoag short, I'm okay. And so what I wanted to see, because we were looking at totally different things,
sure,
I wanted to see what made you go, hey, I'm short.
Yeah, so here it is. So it was based off of well, that's the wrong, I want to get the daytime frame only. Here it is. So in market profile, in Mind Over Markets, there's a section called Special Situation Plays. When price opens outside of the previous balance, and I think it's even more powerful if it opens outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range. We didn't have that luxury today. But
it's outside of value.
Outside of value. Correct. Now it's, like I said, it seems to be a little bit more powerful if it opens fully outside of the previous day's range, but it's still kind of, it still kind of sucks price lower if you reaccept inside value from the previous day. So I'm going to split this so we can see, because that was like after 9:30, right? When we took that trade.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So A period traded both sides of the initial balance. We took the trade, had a winner, and then it came and took out the stop on the other one. When B period starts to get into value, now this green line right here is TPO value high from yesterday. Price comes down.
And what was that price number? What was that actual price?
That price was $49.1675.
You mean 48.1675?
I'm sorry, yes, 48.1970. See, I have dyslexia. 48.1975.
I do that too. I transpose numbers all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So now B period opens up and starts to extend below C period or below A period. B period closes here. C period looks higher. Can't close the single TPOs at the high of yesterday and at the high of value. Look how close to the high of value that third 30-minute period came, within a tick of it, but couldn't close the TPOs. Now I'm thinking short.
That's the same thing I was looking at, only I was just looking at the raw price candlesticks.
Okay. I mean, it's the same thing, right? The thing about
Great.
profile is
Yeah.
it's a 30-minute chart just with everything smooshed over to the left. So, now I'm thinking short, and we get down to 60, 16, and I got chopped up a couple of times just trying to keep it light and tight, looking for a move to the downside. Finally, I got in it, and I was looking for point of control for the target. So 16 down to, well, we got 10 points. I think I got 42 takes on it.
That's awesome. So what would your stop have been? Let's say you for whatever reason that you chose light and tight, let's say that wasn't the case. Mm-hmm. Let's say you were just looking at it saying, listen, profile says this, I'm doing this, I'm just going to go small, and I'm just going to let it jockey against me, and I'm going to take the trade. So we see the C period and the E period telling us that we've got that sort of space. Where is the ideal entry when you're looking at this kind of breakdown, and where is the stop?
Well, C period, when it failed to close the TPOs, that gives you a cheap trade location. If you think we're not going to close these single TPOs, if you can get short right then when you first probably think about it, then your risk is pretty small. If we take out the single TPOs, there's going to be some stops up here. So you want to move it a little bit past those stops and hope you don't get taken out.
Okay.
But where we were, I'm 16, maybe 15, I think was really the entry. Now that just expanded risk. That's why I was trying to keep it light and tight. But finally I got in.
Gotcha.
And it started going my way, and it never went against me once I got it in. Once I got it in right, then it never went against me, and I targeted point of control. So, it was a decent trade. That we, like you say, we don't know what's going to happen, but we were just talking about this in group coaching. I don't know if you were there, but somebody asked, what are the basic rules of the value area special situation play? Well, open outside of a range, more powerful, inside range but out of value, secondary, probability, back inside value. At some point during the session, there's a probability of moving to the other extreme of value from the previous day, which puts us all the way down here.
Okay. And what is that number so we can keep our eyes on it? The all the way down here?
47.8775.
Oh, great. Yeah, I love that number anyway.
Okay, so, and there's a little bit of an anomaly here. This kind of eyesore kind of sticks out in the profile. There's another anomaly here, but that we already went to that yesterday. But there's anomalies sometimes, these little things that stick out that don't really fit in a clean bell curve. They can be targets as much as high value, low value, or point of control. So I wanted to show you, here's on this platform, this is TradingView platform. You're short. I have value on this platform exactly the same as you have it on Motive Wave, same spot.
Great.
So that's the volume that's the volume value high. And I don't know what's going on with T4, but for some reason, man, they're just holding on to that high of the day being high of volume value. And I don't see it. I don't see it that way. There's maybe something up with it. Maybe I should kind of reload the profile data, because that would have been, that would have kept me out. It's still up there. Still up there. Well, I have to see. So that was a really nice trade in, Marie. And if I helped you get better trade location, I'm glad.
Well, I think what the takeaway was, hey, watch your size. You don't need to double up or triple up in this space because there's risk that you aren't seeing in the candlesticks that look visible in the profile. So that was the first thing. The second thing was, hey, move that target up because it might not get to the other side of that one standard deviation to the bottom, simply because you've got liquidity waiting upside. And so the two things, I mean, I love the 20 points. 20 points all day. You know what?
Sure.
You can buy a lot of things going 20 points all day. So, yeah. So maybe it's time to get some questions, ask JD what's going on, or what do you think?
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Here I am, guys. First, this one came through the chat quite a few times, and I know you just touched on it real briefly, but everybody is curious. Where are you getting your TPO charts from? You're both on different platforms, and people are just curious which platforms you are pulling those
Me?
TPO charts from.
Yeah, these TPO charts are off of T4. I've had these for 11 years, but unfortunately we cannot administer these for people in the trading combine or live accounts. I feel lucky that I have them. They're they're the ones that I've been looking at for the last 14 years. But yeah, unfortunately we can't administer those for traders in the trading combine again. But we're working on Topstep X. You know that. I don't know when we're going to be able to bring the TPO profiles to Topstep X. I know that it's something that we are working towards, and I think Motive Wave actually has TPO charts. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
they do.
They
Yeah,
do. Okay.
they do.
So they have TPO charts. Tradeovate has TPO charts. I'm going to show you the Tradeovate TPO charts. They're very similar, really, to the T4 charts. Some minor differences, a couple of things missing, but it's still, you can see the TPO charts on there. Somebody was telling me that TradingView has TPO charts, but I've never been able to see them or find them. And I guess if you have a lifetime license for NinjaTrader, they have TPO charts for you. I have no idea how they are, but the idea about TPO charts is, you want to be able to have them flexible enough, because, I can look at this chart and I can say, well, this is the first thing in the morning, and this is getting later in the morning. This is coming into the afternoon. And then when we start getting into greens and blues, we're getting pretty late in the session. So I can take a look at this profile and say, this was early, this was midday, and this is later in the day. So, and these are pretty good. You can see the letters if you open them up. You can also see the volume per price on the volume profiles. So these are pretty good. They also show you the halfway mark. But there's, these are pretty good. They actually contacted me and said, what do you want to see in the market profile? So I sent them everything that I wanted. They didn't give me everything that I wanted, but I was pretty happy with the outcome. So
awesome. We do while you have those profiles up. Oh, you just took them down. But there was another question coming in asking about I believe it was I lost the name. Trader in the chat was curious about single print TPOs. Can you please explain what a single print TPO is and what the significance of a single print TPO is?
Okay. All right. Here we go. We're looking. Okay. So this is a day that started early here. The market started extending above the first half hour. This is a single print TPO. This would be considered excess, right? So the A period ended here, B period extended above it, opened, and the market never came back to close out those single TPOs. It's excess. Here's another area of excess. The market continued to push higher. It accelerated higher, leaving single TPOs, single prints here, and then finishing the day all the way up here. I'm not that familiar with ICT, but I would suspect that single prints in a market profile would be something similar to a fair value gap. But they signify a move from balance to imbalance, and then perhaps to another area of balance.
Is there any type of strategy you use for single TPOs for entry and exit levels?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it really depends on the market conditions, the market state. The trade we took earlier today was largely based on, or wait, was that yesterday? Where was that? That was today. That was here. So A period, B period looked lower. C period couldn't close the gap. It couldn't close the TPOs. This at the time was presenting as excess above price. Price was rejecting this level, using single TPOs out of balance back into value from yesterday. C period couldn't take them out. You're looking for the short against the single TPOs here. Now remember, J and I and J period had not happened yet. So this was still single TPOs. Price came in, took out the fair value gap, looked higher, and then started heading back lower. So yeah, there are opportunities in and around single TPOs. If there's different day types based on the market profile, which we can certainly kind of look at over time. And if you want, you can check out the market profile masterclass. If somebody would put that in the chat, that would be good.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll get that in there right now.
And
Marie,
does your I'm sorry, GD. I just wanted to ask her this one thing because I've seen this a couple of times. Anne Marie, folks are asking if you can get Pax or Crudelli on Topstep TV. We've been talking to them.
Yeah, I'll ask him. Yeah, no problem. I think Tom Hoagland would be a little hard. I know Tom fairly well.
You do?
He's a little bit vocal. Yeah, he's a little bit vocal about how he feels about things like Topstep. I don't think he really sees how different Topstep is. So I actually pinged him just a little bit ago and said, hey, what do you think about this? But yeah, I'll ask those guys. I know Anthony really, really well. He's just covered right now doing his own Discord thing. But
sure.
Yeah, I'll ask them both. I'll ask Pax and Crudelli.
We could blow a lot of minds if we got Tom Hoagland on in here.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. He's funny.
Well, I love his book. So
yeah. Oh my gosh, the best. It was mind blowing. The Best Loser Wins. For me, I literally was in a state of shell shock, and I thought I knew so much about how to think the right way. He just really, that was an instrumental book for me last year. I read it in January of last year.
It's a great book. It really is.
Yeah. Highly recommend it.
All right, JD, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Oh, no worries. No worries. You guys are definitely more interesting than I am. But we are working pretty hard to
I don't know.
Get some big names on here coming up soon. Anyway, Hoag, we talked about this a little bit in group coaching, but a question came in the chat when you guys were talking about liquidity, and people want to know, Anne Marie, where do you determine where to find liquidity in a market? What are you looking at? Are you looking at chart patterns, the dome? You're just reading the tape? Maybe walk us through that a little bit.
So, TopstepX has the time and sales and the level 2 sitting up there. I look at that, but here's my thought. My thought is, and I have to put on my little devious hat in terms of saying to myself, okay, I want to move a ton of volume. So how am I going to get people to do that? Let's say I bought in a congestion space, but I want to make it so that people pile in and I get to where I need to go. So my real goal is maybe, I don't know, 16,995. But I'll spoof something 10 points higher. Only because I want to draw as many people in so that I can get where I really want to get out. And if I'm a big desk guy, who are the only ones that get to actually move the markets, right? If I'm a big desk guy, I'm playing this game all day long. All day long. I'm selling at areas that I've got regions where it looks like I want to buy a bunch right underneath or whatever it is. I'm totally gaming the tape. Now, that might sound dreadful to some of you listening, but if the goal at the end of the day is winning, these guys are going to do whatever it takes to win. And that means they're going to try and game everything that you see. So, although I'm not sure it's easier to do that in the ES, I think it's fairly easy to do it in the NQ. Because what happens in the ES is that Hoag will call the level out, and by golly, it'll get hit. And so maybe too many people know the game in the ES, and the traders are really wise to it, where in the NQ, it's kind of Wild West, right? The NQ is terrifying for its reasons for being the Wild West. You'll see it gap 5 points. You'll see it, it'll do crazy things. So that's my thought on level 2 and looking for liquidity. Now, I can learn a lot from the single entries and what all of that means. But at the end of the day, all I'm going to do is look at resistance. And by that, I mean the wick. And I'm going to go, all right, does trend tell me I'm likely to get to my resistance? I wanted to show you guys order flow for, not the NQ, for the ES. It replaces Bookmap per se.
Okay.
But also Motive Wave has it. And as long as you have the proper
settings
feeds, you can get it, right? And you can see where they put in great big orders. And a lot of times you look at the great big orders and you'll go, okay, if that doesn't hold, I've got myself a good short. So you can draw a big line across that edge and then watch it collapse. It's just, it's absolutely fascinating how many different ways you can do it. I don't look at it a lot because I got to keep chill on what it is that I see normally, because I'm easily distracted. When I say I have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, I am not joking. I literally have a very short attention span. And so I have to make sure that I can drill in and go, all right, put the horse blinders on because this is all you're watching. And it really keeps me out of bad trades. Whenever I get into bad trades, it's because I'm looking all around doing this and that.
You're kerfuffled.
Yes. I hit the kerfuffle button about once a day, easily. Once a day. So I also have to watch myself.
New addition to TopstepX coming, guys. The kerfuffle button.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that was excellent. Thanks, Anne-Marie. And there's a couple of follow-up questions that came in while you had your MotiveWave platform up. Vigor wants to know if you could show how you're setting up your charts in MotiveWave, or maybe just walk through them so give us a better idea of what we're looking at. And GI wants to know what time frames you're looking at when you're putting trades on. Maybe we can put that all together in MotiveWave.
Okay, great. So let me show you what I have. The first thing here that I have is the volume profile. 1 day, 1 tick interval, use historical minute bars. That's the first thing I do. I have my value area set at 68.5. Then I have this, and this is open, high, low, close. And what this does is go back 5 days on the day, and I use the chart session. That means whatever it is that I've got up there. So it could be Globex, whatever. And I want the opening high, the previous close high, the previous opens high, the previous high, and the previous low. And I want it for 5 days. And that's what I put up. A lot of people like different colors. Again, just trying to keep my Cocker Spaniel in check. And so I just have one color. That's what I have. And then the very last indicator that I have is this one, the volume weighted average price with my standard deviation bands.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, I have 2.6. That should be 2.5. All right. So I have my standard deviation bands with 1, 2.5, and 3.2. Okay. And the one down here is called a linear regression slope. And I use the 8. And this thing is money. I'm telling you. Once you get to read it and you go, oh, wait, that's flattening. Let me go up here to look for price. And of course, my candlesticks are all one color. And the way I do that is by going to theme and then say custom. I say plus, and then I pick a candle color. I give it a name, pick one candle color, Bob's your uncle. And that's it. So literally, except for price action, I only have one indicator, and that's the VWAP. Everything else gives me price estimation, prior high, lows, opens, and closes, and my linear regression curve that tells me, hey, that just flattened out. You probably need to see what your curve looks like and see if you are in a long, you need to get out of it. Or if you're thinking about a short, you need to look at where the last prior high was and you get yourself into space. So what I'll do is I'll take, after this is done, I'll go in and I'll do a short. I'll take a short off of this live thing and I'll put it in the strategy lab, and I'll also put it in the MotiveWave tab so that folks can have it and they can use it.
Thank you.
That was excellent. I hope you guys were paying attention to how seamlessly Anne-Marie maneuvered through her platform also. Being proficient in the software that you're using is just as important as knowing how to use the indicators that you're looking at. So thank you for that, Anne-Marie. That was great. We are running short on time. We're just about at time. We got about a minute left. So I think we're going to have to sign off, guys. Stick around for Power Hour coming up next. We've got Jack, Andre, Hoag, and Corbs. And Eddie will be the voice of God. Thank you again, Anne-Marie and Hoag. That was awesome. These strategy labs, I think.
My pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much.
We won't see you Monday. I'll see you next Friday on Strategy Lab.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you again, Anne-Marie. Thank you, JD. And we'll see you soon.
Hello, traders. It's Friday. It's 2 o'clock. It's Power Hour. I am Jack, joined by Hoag, Andre, who you had something in the corner of your screen right there for a second, like a dark spot, Andre.
I do.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
okay. Oh, it's your shadow. That's the dark.
It's my shadow.
And
That's
Eddie,
true.
we're waiting. We're gonna get Corbs in here soon.
That's
And
distracting.
John, because it is January, I'm popping the LaCroix. Let's see how loud this is.
Oh,
yes, that is the
LaCroix. We
having a Sony pop.
The pamplemousse flavor. I think that's grapefruit.
Ample moose. It's flavored like a moose.
Pamplemousse. I think that's French for grapefruit, but correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. So there's a few more minutes for Corbs, but we thought we'd get started. What do you say we
let's
the charts and get into this?
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
How the market's been so far, fellas? Just tuning in or checking in about an hour ago. You can see his shadow. What's up with the shadow behind me?
Range. Much narrower range. Rejected yesterday's highs.
Okay.
in the S&Ps. Really, since the last hour and a half, 2 hours, it's been pretty range bound. You can see here. I mean, this is the S&P 30-minute. Had a little pop and then just kind of fell back down into range from yesterday, into value from yesterday, and just range bound. I mean, this is value low, 48.05. This is value high, 48.21. There's very little excursion outside of that. So, if this is going to remain range bound, Andre, I'm only focusing at value low and value high for opportunities so I can limit risk. Right where we are now, we're diddling in the middle.
Diddling in the middle. So
we had that PPI too, Andre, earlier this morning. It sort of launched a lot of markets. But some of these are coming back down to earth.
Interesting. It's kind of how yesterday played out.
We'll see here. This last hour of fun. The Party Time Friday. Hour.
It's party time.
It is. Happy Friday to everybody.
Hey, Johnny, what did you tell me right before we got on air? What we were looking at in Delta?
Delta is negative 7,000. And it was up there when we were at the highs, the recent highs, when we took this little look above value.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to be falling off or adding as we're coming off of that level. But if we see that maintain and the market can't, continue to, if the market starts looking higher, there might be an opportunity as we get closer to the 3 o'clock time, the 3 o'clock hour, the end of the week. Might be opportunity with that Delta, but we're going to have to be patient and see. I hate being patient, but it's so important in trading.
Worse.
It's so important.
Yes, it is.
Johnny, I hated being patient, but that was my downfall. And when I was journaling, I finally realized I could not figure it out. What is the problem here? And that's what it was. I pinpointed it. You tested everything, and it's like, damn, you know what? I'm forgetting about this. I forgot about my patience. Thank God I had my journal. And honestly, I mean, that sort of put that hot coal in my ass and said, listen, this is what we got to work on. Still working on it.
I think
it's a dad joke for you. It's a good thing. It's a good thing you're not a doctor and you forgot your patience.
Oh, wow. Wow.
But
yeah.
I told you it was a dad joke.
52 more minutes.
Pretty good.
That's all we got. Real quick reminder, everybody, that it's Friday. We're ending the trading week, but Monday is an abbreviated futures trading session for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So the equity indices close at noon. There's some markets that aren't even open on Monday, right, Hoag?
Bonds aren't open, are they?
New York Stock Exchange is closed. Banks are closed. Schools are closed.
What's our schedule on Martin Luther King? We're doing.
We're here till we're going to have mixed session, and that's going to be it.
Nice.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, Johnny. Sorry, I forgot to use the. Next time you tell a dad joke,
that's right.
I had to fix my symbol.
Have that queued up, will you?
It's ready to go, man. You got another one for us?
No, I would let you know if something comes up, but I'll warn you.
Okay. All right, as long as it's not breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. As mentioned earlier, we got the yield curve inverting pretty rapidly in the last several sessions with the 230s is now finally the way it should be, uninverted. The 2-year yield is below the 30-year yield as of today. What a strange trip it's been. 2 years off more than a whole percentage point.
I did not know that.
Look at that.
So
yes.
That means no recession then, right?
Well, depending on the time frame you look at, it still is inverted in that the 10-year yields are still lower than the 2-year, as is the 5-year, but it's going the right direction. So keep an eye on that 2-year.
Interesting. Yeah, what a strange, wild trip it has been last year or so with that yield curve.
We see that 10-year above the 2-year again. Happy days will be here again. Right?
That's going to be big.
Yeah.
210.
They're closing too. It looks like 19 basis points.
Mm.
Yeah, we got the 10-year 3.956 after the close here.
Second, it hit 5%. It just retreated from that so hard.
Mm-hmm. And we've been struggling that around that 4% level for a while, but
so we got Friday
Johnny,
after the. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Johnny, you had a busy day today. Now we're coming in the end of the week, and you've been talking to a lot of people. You had a great session with Anne Marie.
good. I hope everybody
Anything you
liked
could?
it.
Oh, I loved it. Anything you could sort of put on the table that sort of sums up this week?
Oh.
Well, normally I'd probably put a little glass of bourbon on the table, but stepped away from that for at least a little while here. And when we've been talking about journaling all week, guys, and it kind of reminded me that I'm telling people that you really have to do it, and you have to stick to it, and it's going to make a difference over time and all those things. And I've been, in the past really dedicated to doing it. And so in the last 3-4 months since we've been on TopstepTV, I've really walked away from it. I haven't felt like I've had the time, but I'm this week have just kind of reunited, especially with that emotional journal. And there are some things that are already kind of popping up that make me happy that I've kind of gone back to it now. These things are very personal. Journals are very personal. It's almost like, what was it D was talking about, Dear Diary.
Your diary.
And and most trading journals are going to be based on what I did today. All right, I bought it here, I sold it here. What strategy was it? Was it in strategy? Was it out of strategy? All those kinds of things. And the emotional journal asks a little bit more of a person to kind of really try and get into their head and understand why some of these things are happening, and how we can use the emotional feelings, mental feelings, and even physical feelings to our advantage. So I'm back, kind of doing it as much as I can. I don't get a lot of time to kind of focus on it or focus on trades, and that's okay. I'm not worried about making a boatload of money. I'm okay right now. So, so my goal is to really try and figure out how I can improve my trading in its current state on screen. The one thing that I've started to, I think, notice that I will share with everybody, I think I kind of shared this earlier today, was I'm it's not the fact that I'm not seeing the market well, it's my execution. My execution has suffered, I think, tremendously, because I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to lose money, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It's the Rosanna Dana thing. You got this, you got that. You don't want to do this, you don't want to do that.
How you doing?
Right.
I think,
go ahead,
John. I think we're all kind of feeling that way. I was talking with Michael yesterday. I know he's been, he's been going toe to toe with this market the last couple of days, as have I. I know you have too. Trading on this year's just been off to a bit of a choppy, rough start, and trading in front of people. You can sometimes, when you're taking heat on these trades, you can feel the eyes looking at you, looking at your trades, watching your P&L, and it's definitely influenced our trades. I think we're getting used to it. You're certainly getting better at it, Johnny. It's just like you said, this is your third the third iteration of your trading.
Right.
Right. Floor trading, then
Right.
screen trading, and then stream trading while streaming. And this is new experience for us. But I think by the next couple months, we'll have this really dialed in and really just be able to focus on ourselves. And I know in some of my journal entries, I've been alluding to the fact that you're trading in front of people, but you gotta block that out and just worry about trading as if no one's watching. And we're getting there. We're getting there. I think we're getting better at it.
Well,
We
you
have
know,
to
center
remember,
stage.
We're people.
You know,
We're people. We're not perfect.
Right.
I never said I was perfect. I never said I was a great trader.
Right.
So
But, you
why
know,
do
we're
I have?
here.
Why do I feel like
Right.
I have to be one?
Right. Well, you know, you do the best. It's all you can do. And I mean, Johnny, you've been doing pretty good trading. You just recently,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
really seen some negatives. I
Well, I
think
had
today, which you're
I had
P&L
this,
today.
I have this little account, and trading one lots, I doubled it. So you know, it's come off a little bit of that high, but you know, still up on the account, and I think I'm down 260 today, something like that.
It's
You
nothing.
know,
I mean,
that's
considering.
nothing, right?
No, it's
Yeah.
nothing.
Right.
Sometimes the
It's good
losses feel
management.
sometimes the losses feel bigger than they really are when everyone's watching. You know, like 250 is nothing. When people are
Well, they
watching,
always
people are trading
feel
one lot.
the losses always feel huge, but
They really do.
you know,
But if you were up
$2,000
260,
win is
John,
nothing.
yeah, if you were up 260, you'd be like, well, it's pretty much a scratch day. But
Right.
down 260 just feels bigger. But I think that's kind of how we're programmed in this gig. 250
Johnny,
is
you
good.
know, we've been on stage before. I mean, you played in bands and so forth, and I have, and I
So cool.
did comedy, and you always hear the term, well, if you're nervous, you know, you get butterflies, you know, when you go on stage. It's like, well, just pretend they're all in their underwear. Well,
Yeah.
we can't do that here, but
'Cause
we
they
can
are.
sort of maybe they are. Jack, you're probably right. Yeah, underwear and slippers.
I mean, here they really
And,
could all
and,
be in their underwear. We wouldn't know
and
any different.
pasties, right? Yeah. My God.
What I was saying
So,
is
I
I
mean,
forgot I was on mute, but I say we turn that all around right now, sort it out, and pick some winners here.
let's
I like
do
that.
this.
I like chaps. Oh,
So
someone's wearing
here's
chaps.
so here's where the execution comes in.
Yeah.
If I was alone anywhere, I probably wouldn't be executing a trade at this location in the S&Ps. We got to be patient, but when we get to those levels, we have to act, and that's where I'm double clicking that, or not double clicking. I'm double clutching, right? Because I don't want to, you know, everybody else is saying one thing and I'm seeing something else. Man, some of the best trades I've ever made were when everybody was saying this freaking thing's going to the moon. This thing's going to the moon. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Tell you one.
Hey, Alice.
Tell you one.
Hey, Ralphie boy.
Tell you one.
Hey, down
In this case, we are exactly in the middle of the range, and it's a Friday afternoon with 40 minutes left.
Right.
Sling some size.
We're diddling in the middle if we're doing anything here.
If
We could flip a coin.
That's kind of what we're doing, right? That's kind of what this trade is. Hey, back when you guys were on the floor in the pits, was anyone on the floor in the pits at 2:19 Chicago time on a Friday?
If they were down money.
That's it. And they're just
Well,
hanging around. Wait, what were they looking to do? Are they hanging around just for waiting for an order to come into the pits that they could possibly pick off?
Well, it was all about geography in the pit. You know, if it was 2:00 on a Friday and you're down money, odds are a lot of the bigger guys, a lot of the traders that are going to get the good trades are gone. So you have an opportunity to step up onto that top step, if you will,
Oh, I like that.
Get closer to one of the brokers. And it's because it's the people that were closest to the brokers that had maybe a little bit of an advantage because they were close to the brokers. Hey, I'll sell you two. And, they're giving you the edge. They get a buy order. They'll say, what's offered? You give them an offer, I'll buy it. You could just kind of print money that way. And lunches were a lot like that too, because of the bigger traders. They'd probably go have an hour or two lunch, have a cigar down at Jack Schwartz, and allow you to board a
Still
trade.
there.
And then
cigar.
all the smaller traders would get up near the brokers and they would be there making markets and hopefully have a good couple of hours, and then the big traders would come back, and you'd have to step down because real estate was real estate. And
Right.
so it gave some smaller traders some opportunities. So if you were down money on a Friday, and with all of the the big traders were all gone, it at least gave you a little cleaner access to the paper, to trade with the paper, which is what you're looking for. The paper's going to be hitting the bid, buying the offer, hitting the bid, buying the offer, hitting the bid, buying the offer, and that was the edge for a lot of people in there.
Right.
It wasn't
If I can
necessarily.
add to that,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
the MOCs, I mean, the morning open was chaotic and it was very exciting. And sometimes the closes would be like that. You've got the MOCs marking on close orders where you wouldn't have as much time because obviously you're closing, but that market would just spin around. I mean, you'd have a nice, decent range, and a lot of those traders might get back a lot of if they were losing. And like John said, if you're there at 2:00, obviously you're not having a good week or a good day, but the opportunity was there to sort of catch wind in your sail at that last half hour when orders started to come in where people needed to just get out of their trades and so forth. And you'd see a decent opportunity sometimes.
Yes, and because some of the bigger traders weren't there, you had access to some of those better opportunities.
Right.
So you're
And of
saying it
course,
was
if you were like
possible.
Johnny and me, we were still filling orders till the very close. We'd and then after that checking, and we wouldn't get out of there. Maybe half an hour after the market closed. Just to make
Yeah, if it
sure.
was busy, that would be true.
Right.
Yep.
So cool.
Let's match up stuff. Used to hate when I, do stuff for Deutsche Bank or RBC and it'd be like, total for the day, 756. I got 755. Oh no. Okay. Then you've got to go through all the paper orders, all the card orders, add them back up again. And
God.
okay. I got 756. Whew. Especially on a Friday.
Yeah, I
Let's
know.
get
Last
out
thing
of
you want to
here.
be doing.
Oh my God. Yeah. Long one, short one. We need to get another one. Yeah. I remember a few times we had to wait until the 5:00 open. Man, we're short 5. We need to get 5 here. You can't do it when the market's closed. You gotta wait till that market opens again.
God. It looks like S&P's Nasdaq might be selling off a little bit here. John, what are we looking at in Delta?
We are
7
minus 9,200, but I mean, right now that looks congruent with direction.
It does.
We get an opportunity down near low of value today. I don't know. Andre, if you look at my charts here.
Yeah, hit me. What were some of the trades you guys? What were some of the trades today?
Well, we took the opening range trade to the upside, and I got out of one and the other one got stopped out. And I got chopped up in the middle down here a little bit. But when we're looking at the range from yesterday, value area high is here. We opened outside of it. Once we started showing acceptance of value area high, the move was to the downside. So I caught that short down to the point of control, not too far off from the low of the day. That's really about the last thing I did because we're really range bound, and I've been driving on some of the segments that I've been in. So I haven't, I've been focusing on that, which is good. No problem there.
Yeah.
No problem there.
Nope.
But if the value area special situation plays out as planned, we could, by the end of the session today, see price come all the way back down to here, 47.88.
Wow.
Now,
Okay.
I don't think that there's enough participants or interest in this market to do that.
Right.
But when we did take this move above value, that was a pretty decent opportunity for short. That's when we were on with Anne Marie, and she took a trade in the NASDAQ up there. There was some liquidity. It came up and took that liquidity. It went against her a little bit, but it was above value. So that was a good opportunity. If you're going to remain range bound, above value is something you fade. So she had a decent trade from that. That was her idea, not mine. I was like,
Okay.
there's liquidity in them NAR hills up there. So she did see that, but she, her stop was far enough away, so she caught a nice trade.
Yeah, I like it.
So I'm not sure if I want to look for a long at the bottom here because of the value area special situation play.
Look at NASDAQ or S&Ps, John.
This is the S&Ps. NASDAQ is similar, but always a little bit different. Here's the NASDAQ.
You know what, John? It has been this week a little more than usual.
Yeah.
Any ideas why?
So the NASDAQ
usually
the NASDAQ opened in value from yesterday. So there's no value area special situation play in the NASDAQ. That's out. You got a kind of a weak high 2 days in a row within 4 ticks of each other at the high. It's not that strong. I don't know, man. I don't know. The only thing that makes it worth taking a trade right now is if you can severely limit the risk.
Yeah, tights. Yeah. Coming up to 230 here, so we'll see.
Let's see what happens. How many people are? If we can, let's get a poll up. How many people are in a position right now? I'm going to say a very low number, considering it is Friday. Yeah, I imagine though people are still looking to sort of scrape, chip away, jab, couple ticks to end the week.
Thanks for hanging out, Bell to Bell. Bell to Bell was a success yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
That was fun. We're going to have that again next week too. So don't fret.
Did we say the day? Same day?
No, we're not going to. I don't think we're going to say the day yet.
Yeah,
I don't know. Honestly, we know just as much as you do, my friends in the community.
B2B club.
Wink, wink.
Yep. Jenny. Oh, all that selling, the buyers came in and took it right back.
Now, have you guys been watching Bitcoin today?
What's going on over there after this ETF?
Bitcoin?
Well, I may have to wait a few seconds. I was going to share a story, but Casey's trying to help Corbs get in.
Okay.
Well. Oh, here's something.
Something, yeah.
We're waiting.
John's been waiting for a half hour.
That dude's hair was
while we're young.
Let's go while we're young.
Well, it sounds just, hey, tough crowd. Tough crowd.
This your wife. Lovely lady. Hey, baby, you're all right.
Rodney, what a trip
Rodney.
Dangerfield was.
The best, man. Oh, look at these buyers.
I had a buddy who, Dobie Maxwell, he MCs at a bunch of comedy places around here, and Dangerfield heard about him, and he was in Vegas, and Dangerfield wanted to talk to him, see him, and invited him up to his room, and he's like really nervous, like, what's he gonna say? And Rodney answers the door in just a robe. Come on in, kid. I gotta talk to you. And he goes, the only thing I can think of was when Rodney was sitting on the glass table, just in his robe, couldn't really focus on too much, but got the guy some gigs.
That's pretty cool.
It's on the Ferguson show. He got a little time on the Ferguson show, and some time in Las Vegas. Great guy though. Great, both of them.
Hey, look who we got here.
Oh, look at this, Corbs.
Hey. So good to see you.
Corbs.
What's going on, guys?
We hit a doorbell.
What's happening, man?
Oh, he's in there ready. The door was open.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hear you, see you. Yes.
I got to tell you, it is great to be seen and be heard. I was stuck in some kind of a Zoom dystopian hellscape.
In the Matrix.
It's good to be out among the land of the living again.
It was like, what is that movie? Like Contact? We could see you in the chat in the software, but we couldn't see you. So
I
welcome.
tell you, it felt horrible. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemies. How are you guys doing?
We're doing just fine.
Good. Yeah.
Nothing on at the moment.
Catch me up.
Where are you at, Carbs? I know you've been on the move.
I am in the land of the eternal spring, sweet, sweet Medellin, Colombia.
Very cool. How is it?
It's great. It's great. I'll be here till the end of the month.
Sweet.
Cool. That's right. You were telling us about that, and you took off and did some cool stuff.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, you didn't miss a ton so far. No trades in Power Hour, middle of the range. If you have any insights that you would like to sling some contracts right now, let us know because I'm out of ideas.
Yeah. No, this would be a good time to use the Nike defense. Just put on your shoes, put those sneakers on, and run away from the screens. I would say if you're here trying to do this right now, you're either being needy or greedy for sure. I think the likelihood of some type of a weird move inside of just balance here or some type of a little push out that's just unexpected, nothing like that wouldn't surprise me right now. And I think the likelihood of getting caught out on something is really high. So probably a good time not to just to be sidelined. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
we had a poll here, seeing who was in a position and who wasn't, and we had actually 38% were in a position. Yeah, 38% still trading here today.
Wild boys.
Good luck.
38% being wild boys out there.
Just to the game. Yeah. They're married to the game.
There you go.
Yeah, in an abusive, bad relationship, I would imagine. If you're doing that.
You said it.
Well,
what, Carbs, where are you going to be on the move in the upcoming months?
The next, if you want to say months, I have a quick little trip planned to Madrid, and then I'll be in Cape Town, hopefully Egypt and Jordan very quickly, depending on the situation. And then India would be my next place to hunker down. So kind of Madrid, Egypt, Jordan, quick trips, and then Cape Town and India being like spots to be there for a proper month.
So what's your trading rig look like since you're on the move and you're mobile? You just got one laptop with the split screen. What are you traveling with to be able to trade?
I have the bad omen. I've lost my light. I've actually just redid it this year.
Yeah.
And if you can believe it, I could probably show you guys right here. Hopefully I don't lose anything. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
You see this? There's a little 2-in-1 tablet. I got one of these Dell XPS 13-inch 2-in-1 tablets. And this little sucker, Sierra Charts is a pretty meaty program. So I run one that has my funded accounts. I have one that has my account, and I have one that's doing an automated strategy that we run. So I'm managing 3 separate full instances of Sierra. Zoom calls usually all day, something like this, hooked up to like a DSLR camera. I mean, this thing just gets the job done. I might burn it out in a month. I don't know. But for right now, it's doing very well. I used to just use a laptop, same thing, Dell XPS, except like a proper laptop that was a little bit OP for trading. And then I've tried to scale everything down. So I'm using a pretty small setup here. And it's just, I don't know. It's crazy. It's getting the job done, though.
It's getting the job done, though. If it works, it works. Nice. Yeah. I think
if
it goes
works,
to show that you don't need 4 screens. You don't need big 4 screens to make making all the good trades, I guess, is where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I really would have been not in favor with that not too long ago. I used to really enjoy some screen space. And last year when I was traveling, before I upgrade, I used to have a laptop and then screens that came off the side of it, like mobile monitors that would clip onto the laptop and pull over. And I just had the crazy idea. I was like, what if I just get rid of the screens and figure out how to fit everything onto one freaking screen? And it's not bad. It's really good. I don't feel like I'm sacrificing anything. And if anything, I think sometimes the extra screens is just extra distractions, and you end up putting on things there you don't actually even need.
It's nice. Less is more nowadays. Hey, Corbs.
Well, less is definitely more, for sure.
Yes.
Especially when I started when I started traveling like full time, I basically got rid of all my stuff. I still have a house and some things in there, but I got rid of my car, I got rid of everything, and I travel out of one carry-on size bag. So I travel very, very light.
Awesome.
That's impressive.
That's cool, man. The
That is
world
impressive.
traveler. Yeah, I was
It
going
took
to
some
ask
real
you.
doing.
You probably meet a lot of people. Have you ever had conversation where oh, what do you do? I'm a trader. Hey, I'm a trader too. Have you ever met any people like that, like around the world? Hey, what are you trading? And get into a good conversation.
No, I haven't. I do meet a ton of
Okay.
people, and I've never met another trader.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
Very cool.
Is that surprising? I feel like this is
I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Trading full time is not an easy thing. So there's a minority of people that can do this, and then to try and take that on the road and to be able to, to be traveling and doing this is a whole layer of. This isn't for everybody, for sure. So
right.
I think I'm the only person who have ever done it.
Ever. Corbs like that one. Corbs like that.
Start a reality show. Start
I'm the only one
trading
out there.
around the world.
Just me.
Apologies in advance. I think there's a tantrum going on here. I do not travel with just a carry-on. I have a 2-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't put them in carry-ons. Yeah. Okay, I think he's good for now.
I didn't hear any tantrum, for what that's worth.
Oh, good. My sound canceling is working then.
Oh, yeah, doing a bang-up job, apparently.
Yeah, it wasn't me having the tantrum. It was them. So.
Listen, we've all been there in the last hour of the trading session. We've all thrown a few tantrums.
Sure. Oh, God.
Of course.
Just like that.
Oh, there he is.
All right. Just over 10 minutes to MOC.
Mm-hmm. Early MOC imbalance is looking 370 million to the buy side. I'll be updating as we get closer to MOCs at 250. But early MOC imbalance 370 million to the buy side.
Yeah. Are you guys just coasting to the end of the stream here?
Unless something really pops off the screen, yeah. I haven't been able to trade in the morning, so I'm kind of playing catch up. I feel like you're jumping on a moving train here. So unless something really pops off, yeah, might be just coasting. Capital preservation, I know that's kind of a theme that we have. Hey, Corb's got a question for you. I know this week at TopstepTV, the big theme of the week has been journaling, right? We've been talking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're talking about journaling. Do you journal? And if so, how does it benefit you? And what do your journal entries look like?
Journaling, that's for nerds. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, if you're not
right, thanks for tuning in today.
No. You have to. It's a very good idea to journal. I shouldn't say you have to. I don't know how many things you have to do, but yeah, journaling is really important. I actually use a digital piece of paper for me. Being on the road, we don't have we notebooks even can't really have those too much.
Right.
And what I'll do, it's very rudimentary. I actually have a process of kind of like time stamping stuff on my charts if I want to, and then I just physically write it. I think for the purposes of journaling, it's very nice just to write. I don't really like typing, and it just seems to work out better for the flow that I have here. Sorry.
You're putting your entry prices in, time stamping with entry prices, exit prices, mental state, things like that.
Oh, no. Well, some of that, yes. I don't really, all of any trades that I take are going to be on my charts already. So we don't need to, mark all of those things down. And I think when it comes to something like journaling, anything in our trading, I think there's very few things that have to happen. But what has to happen is you have to have something that works for you. And there is almost no benefit to doing something for a very small period of time or doing something for on and off and on and off. It has to be something that you can just do consistently. And the idea of like logging in a bunch of information for every trade that I take, most of that is useless to me. I will never use it. I don't need to go back and reflect upon it, nothing like this. So the main thing is our memories are so busted that if you get to the end of the trading day, you will have no idea what you did and why you did it. or what you were feeling and why you were feeling it. And it's very powerful, especially years ago, to be able to just write these things down so that as you look over the charts at the end of the day, you have this, this thing that allows you to accurately understand what was going on, why you ended that trade early, why you were scared out of that trade, not just the fact that these things happened. And what's very important about this is the game of trading is just figuring yourself out. The hard part is not the analysis. The hard part is not learning a system. The hard part is learning yourself. And the only way you can learn yourself is by, in real time, figuring out what is going on, seeing those patterns, connecting those dots and realizing these are my super weaknesses, these are my strengths, and then trying to improve those weaknesses and then double down on those strengths. And this is different from everybody. Nobody can do this work for you. You have to do this yourself. And you just have to figure out what works for you. And I've tried hundreds of different Excel sheets and journals and and what works out the best for me is literally just in a sense, a blank piece of paper that I can just write on and make notes on, any kind of like useful observations, any missed trades, any trade errors, any insights on actual trades that I've taken. Yeah, just mark those things down so that you can reference it at the end of the day.
It's super. It's great.
Super.
I tell you, throughout the day, I mean, we can have disgust, joy. I mean, unless you've got that really good day where you're just kicking butt. I mean, fear, anxiety, sadness, disappointment, happiness. And like you said, you forget by the end of the day, if you were to quiz yourself on how you were, you'd probably fail, but it's good to keep that. I mean, there's a lot of emotions you're going to have throughout a trade day.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And these are just very valuable pieces of information, because the very cool thing about the journey of trading is it's so much just like life. There's no playbook for this. Even if somebody gives you the exact thing that they're doing, it doesn't directly translate. Like, there's no magic pills here, right? We can sit here and see exactly what other people are doing. We can learn from them. We can develop our systems around them, but it doesn't just translate to instant success as if there was a way to just take a bullet or have a magic bullet or sort. So the tricky thing here is being able to actually do this and to get yourself to do it the same way. There's really no secrets to being in good health. There's no secrets to all kinds of stuff. It's like out there, we at some level can figure out what to do. The hard part is, doing it. And that's what's cool about this, though. And that's what's so interesting about trading is as you navigate this, part of the amazing experience in this trading journey is figuring this stuff out and figuring out how to get yourself to do these things and conquering these issues. It's awesome. It should be leaned into, if you're up for it.
100% agree.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, welcome back.
What up, Johnny?
Thanks, Corbs. That was a great answer.
Unmute, Johnny.
John, great to see you.
He's talking.
Oh, still unmute.
Still
not so great to hear from you.
I'm sorry. Yes, good to see you, Corb.
It's been a week.
Listening, and I'm a journaling dork myself. I love what you've been doing.
One of those. Right. Yeah, I'll tell you, it is not something that came intuitive to me, and this is what we have to do as traders. We have to be able to identify those weaknesses and grow into the person who does these things. Because for the longest time, I don't enjoy, or I used to not really enjoy any part of that process at all. I used to just want to come in, fire away, shut the screens off, and be done.
Right.
And maybe on a different lifeline that would work. But we got to figure these things out.
I fought.
John, can we drop a little spoiler here? A little teaser for the audience. Do you hear the good news about Wednesday, the 17th?
Uh-oh.
No.
Corbs?
You haven't heard?
What's Wednesday the
Corbs?
7th?
What do you know?
Hey, look at you. Wink, wink, wink.
What do you know, Corbs?
I'm looking at my calendar.
No, I might be, forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn here because I might be very off about this, but I think you and I have a brand spanking new segment coming up on TopstepTV.
Oh.
News to you too? So don't quote me on this because I could be very wrong, but I think you and I have a new segment.
Awesome.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
While
We're always
can I
kept
pitch
in
a
the
couple
dark.
ideas at you while we're just here? Because I'd love your input on this.
Shoot.
My input?
No, I'd love to pitch a couple ideas at you because I got a few ideas here for our new segment.
Oh, all right. Are we doing this now, or you want to talk later?
We can do this on air.
Yeah.
Well,
Awesome.
I would love everybody else's feedback too, if people are listening to this as well. I mean, I feel like we have our focus group right in front of us, so why not get them in on it?
There you go. Perfect.
All right, I'm thinking about. I guess you got 3 ideas. We'll drop one and then just see what this thinks about this. Okay, you and me, we have a segment. We call it. Well, I have one I called the hard right edge. That one I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. We have one that I like to call chart therapy. The logo is a chair that is like a classic kind of, therapist chair, but it's made out of charts, individual candles, but it shapes a chair. And we call it chart therapy. And we bring people on. They literally come on, talk to you and me, and we work them through their chart woes. Chart therapy.
I love
with
this.
Corbs and Hoags.
I love this.
We
need
good.
therapy.
This is
I
you're going straight Don Draper on
right
us.
now.
And
This is awesome.
I
This
think
is awesome.
I think I kind of sense what you're going with the hard right edge. I get that. Now it's the third one.
You think you know where I'm going with the hard right edge? Do you?
Maybe.
Getting ready to throw a real curveball at you.
Uh-oh.
The hard right edge is we bring people on, we're live talking to them, and then during the segment, we give them funded accounts. They either have to pass the funded account or fail the funded account while we're talking with them live in the hour segment. It's the hard right edge. You either pass and get funded while we're talking, or you get kicked out of Topstep and you can never try again.
Talk about it.
Never.
Yes.
Oh no, this is good. I like this.
This is amazing. This is incredible.
We need more competitions that include banishment. I've always said that.
You could never
Blacklisted from every funded company out there.
You're like
No
Napoleon.
other funded company.
Incredible.
No other funded company will ban you on a live broadcast for not passing their combine. I am safe in saying that. I have not seen anyone else do that.
Awesome.
Give you a canteen and send you out into the desert.
Yeah, they put you on a horse with a bucket over your head. And
Oh my god.
No doubt. Hope, were you trading today?
Yes.
How'd it go for you?
I bought the opening range and got out of one with some profit, got stopped out of the other one, got chopped up, and then I caught a nice short to the downside. Kind of got most of my day back, and then I was busy, driving on a bunch of the segments today, so I haven't really had much of an opportunity to trade the rest of the day.
Yeah,
Which something tells me I'm glad, because it's really choppy.
It is choppy. John, just a little quick. Can we get a quick Delta update if you got it there?
Negative 7,400, my friend.
All right.
Negative
So all
7,400.
right. We're coasting.
Yeah.
30 seconds to MOC.
Thank you, Jack. Financial juice.
Thank you, 30.
So 370 million buy side. Last update.
Yeah, Corbs, I've been kind of noticing through journaling. I kind of forsaked journaling because of Topstep TV, and I started going back into it. And it occurs to me that it's not my context, it's not my vision, it's my execution, and my execution has suffered severely. And we're going to work on that, and because I know it now and I can work on it, I'm going to be much quicker to execute. There's been a lot of trades that I've looked at and said, maybe it's because I don't want to look like a loser. Maybe it's for whatever reason it is, and I'm just not going to worry about that anymore. I'm a human being. I never said I was the best trader in the freaking world, and I don't have to act like it.
Yeah. Don't let the bastards get you down. Like our good friend Rihanna always says. So get out there and just do your thing. Do you feel like the execution side that you're talking about is specifically around getting entering?
Well, probably a little of both, because typically I've been a longer term trader. I'm looking at 3, 4, 5 opportunities every day, and I've been pretty good at taking some pretty big bites out of the market, and I've just been missing opportunities. So the entry is one, and when I do get a good one, if I get out of it at a good profit, I should have stayed in it, and if I stay in it, I should have got out of it. I'm kind of back to that. I think a lot of traders have that happen, and you have to be able to accept the outcome no matter what it is. And I'm good at that. I'm just not. I just haven't been very good at execution as I have been in the past. So we'll work on that. We're just going to execute.
I love that for
Well-
you. Can I tell you a story if we have some time?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Tell
1
us.
second before you do, Corbs, I just want to show the top quiz winners at least. We'll do it real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Being asked in the comments. These are, of course, unedited and unpreviewed. So one of these days, that will be what gets me thrown off the air here.
Gonna get
last
us.
one is back. Oh,
Meatloaf.
if you are, if Joe Poos with an extra S, if you are the quiz taker that goes by the name of Foley, the person that won today, they did not include their email. They were just Foley, like Madonna. And I have no way to reach you otherwise. So you have a free reset. But congratulations to everyone else, especially. There's no terrible ones today. It's pretty good. So good job, everyone. We'll play again on Tuesday. Monday, we're going 8 to 11. Corbs, floor is yours.
Oh, going back to what you were saying about your execution, and I could shortcut this, but I'm gonna tell you a real long way to get where I'm going here. Are you familiar with the work Paradise Lost?
No.
It's one of these pieces that if you sat down there and read it, and if you enjoyed reading it, you and I probably wouldn't hang out. I wouldn't enjoy reading it. But to hear somebody explain it to me, it's a fascinating story. It's a great story, but just the way it's written and the time it's written in is not a fun thing to read, I don't think. But it's the story of Adam and Eve getting kicked out of the garden. The garden is paradise lost, but it's taken and it's told from the perspective of Lucifer, soon to be Satan, the devil. And there's this part in the story where they get kicked out of heaven and they find themselves in hell, Lucifer, the devil, and the angels that went with him. And they find themselves in hell. And there's no escape. They're here in this incredibly chaotic environment. And what they decide to do is they build for themselves a kingdom. They call it Pandemonium. And it's this idea, and this is what I took from it, that they are in this environment that is absolute chaos. There is no escape. Escape is not the option. It's not the goal because it's impossible. Mm-hmm. So the goal is to try and create some kind of structure, to try and create some kind of a world for yourself, to create a pandemonium inside of this chaos. And as traders, we are in some version of hell, you could say. It seems like at times. But the environment that we find ourselves in, today's action being a very good example of this, was incredibly chaotic. And inside of this chaos, we have to learn not how to escape or how to avoid it, but we have to make our home in this. We have to build for ourselves a pandemonium. Maybe going back to what we were saying earlier about this idea that there's no playbook for this. And the things that you need to figure out for your execution at some level, maybe not wholly unique to you, but they will be unique to you in some way. And one of the reasons I bring this up is something that has influenced me a lot this year and I think is going to be extremely impactful for me. And we can think about this as me adding to my pandemonium with this that I've been doing. And what I've been doing is I've been heavily focusing on earning my risk capital for the day. And so what this looks like is I'm usually starting my day on micro contracts. And then as that happens, I either secure a few $100s for myself that I can then go back to what would be, let's say, my normal size, and then ramp that into a lower four figure, somewhere maybe like $800 to $1,500 day. Or to your point, like you were describing some of this action, sometimes the action is just very, very wonky, where we're having a hard time getting the timing of that right. We're having a hard time, as soon as we should be hitting those exits, it's just before we know it, it's right back to our entry. We can't get it more than 2 or 3 points away from our entry before it comes back. And sometimes that's just the way the day is going, some the way the action is. Sometimes it's the market, sometimes it's us getting a very bad read of it. And
right.
I found myself several times already this year being in this perspective where there is no getting off the micro because I'm never building that cushion. I'm never earning it. And the alternative to that would have been being down significantly or down more dramatically. And the real kicker here, is that there will come a point where if you are in a trade, and for me, it's probably like that, $700 or $800 mark. Like if I'm in a trade and something happens dramatically and I'm just kind of like find myself down $700, $800, my whole day at some level is kind of ruined because now my entire day is about trying to get that back to break even.
Right.
And now I have to be so careful about any type of risk that I'm using because if things are going to continue to go off the rails, I'm going to be at risk parameters or beyond very quickly.
Sure.
But never allowing that to happen to where if things get off the rails very quickly, I'm in that micro environment and I'm maybe down like $200, and the ability to come back from that, is obviously incredibly different. Also, the last thing I'll say, the ability to when we track things, we find out one of the common denominators for me is that once I get to maybe a certain amount of drawdown, this is also where I am very likely to just engage in reckless behavior. If I'm down $200 for the day, if I'm up $600 for the day, but if I'm down $800, this is where I might be one of those 38% of people on the screens at freaking 350 on a Friday, trying to sit there and still trade. And a lot of this, I can connect those dots and realize it stemmed from me going down $500-600 first thing in the morning. And then it was just that constant thing of always trying to fight it and get it back. I've been talking so long about this, I forget why I brought it up, but I was on a roll and I couldn't stop.
That was amazing.
I'll yield the
that was
floor.
amazing, Corb.
But your trigger. It's $600, $700, $800. You're down that. That's your trigger that says, this isn't going to get any better.
That's probably what I was trying to say for all that story and everything else. Thank you for incisively summing that up. Know your triggers. That was the punchline, I think.
Right.
That was good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. We got a
less
minute
about,
and a half.
The dollar sign than about the number of consecutive losing trades. I get 3 consecutive losing trades, I'm usually going to be done. I mean, if they're, legitimate longer time thought out losing trades, then I'm done.
I got the same rule.
The market either goes up or down. So if you have 3 losses in a row, that's kind of a statistical anomaly. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something's very wrong if that starts out.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's not my day.
No doubt.
What's up, Jack?
Final minute. Andre, we barely had you today. Any final thoughts?
No, it's been a hell of a week. One hell of a roller coaster. Hopefully next week is a little smoother. It was a tug of war. I think I finished close to scratch on the week. Yeah, maybe down a little bit. Nothing crazy, but thanks for joining us, everyone, from on TopstepTV, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, indeed. Corbs, thanks for joining today. Always a pleasure. I really enjoyed that last story you told right there. That was
incredible.
Dead on. So we're coming back next week. Corbs is going to be back on Wednesday, I think it is, as you mentioned earlier. Now I have confirmation from Danielle that you will either be doing, hard right edge, the chair, or what was the third one?
I actually didn't say the third one yet. We're keeping that one on the back. This is a marketing technique. We're building the hype so that we have a blowout crowd on Wednesday at 1 p.m., which would normally not exactly be a prime slot. So we have to use some marketing techniques to get the crowds there.
1 p.m. is going to be rocking next week on Wednesday. On Monday, we're here from 8 to 11 because of the half trading day for the Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And with that, Hoag, take us home for the week. Even without the bourbon, you still do it best.
Thank you very much, Jack. Yeah, folks, rest up this weekend. It's a short day on Monday, but we've got lots of activity and things going next week. Make sure you stay kind to yourself. Stay kind to others. Make sure you say a prayer for peace. Blessings to you all. We all love you all. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday morning.